Chapter 763. In the void outside the realm. Violent energy swarmed over. The Moon Emperor's body appeared out of thin air and then solidified. His eyes, which were originally filled with confusion and emptiness, regained their original luster at this moment. Soon, the Moon Emperor saw the surrounding environment clearly. Those chaotic memories were also reorganized and perfected. Then, she bowed slightly. "Greetings, Emperor of Heaven. What happened? With your strength as the Moon Sovereign, even if you met a demon emperor, you shouldn't have fallen. Could it be that you met a demon emperor?" Qin Shujian's expression was cold. As an immortal god, the Moon Lord's deity position was powerful enough to make the Moon Emperor one of the few strongest people below the four war gods. Although the other party was a third-level immortal, if they really fought, it would not be easy for a third-level true immortal to kill him. So, the death of the Moon Emperor. This made Qin Shujian instinctively feel that things might not be good. The Moon Emperor said, "The Void Evil Demon Clan has formed an army and is attacking the extraterritorial battlefield. We also want to contact the Emperor of Heaven about this, but the extraterritorial void is vast, and the communication jade token can't send the news out. The extraterritorial void was too big, and the communication jade token also had a distance limit. In addition, the extraterritorial void was filled with violent energy everywhere, which also weakened the effect of the communication jade token. The Void Evil Demon Clan is attacking the extraterritorial battlefield." Qin Shujian stood with his hands behind his back. The body that the Godslayer had transformed into also disappeared. The essence of the stone saber reappeared and quietly stayed beside him. "Did a demon emperor make a move?" Qin Shujian asked in a deep voice. If a demon emperor made a move, then the myriad races would probably suffer heavy losses. But until now, only the Moon Emperor had died. Logically speaking, there should be no demon emperor making a move. But if there was no demon emperor making a move, the Void Evil Demons had nothing better to do and wanted to attack the extraterritorial battlefield. As expected, Moon Emperor's answer was the same as what Qin Shujian had guessed. "I didn't see any demon emperors. Only a few demon emperors from different clans have joined the battle. Now, they are fighting against the imperial emperors of 5 directions, and the outcome of the battle has yet to be determined. As for me, I accidentally fell at the hands of a demon king." Toward the end of her sentence, the Moon Queen looked a little ashamed. The dignified Moon Lord had fallen at the hands of a demon king. If word got out, it would be a shameful matter. However, on the battlefield, any situation could change in an instant. It was also impossible for it to be the same as a normal battle, where fairness or one-on-one was a must. She was originally fighting a demon king, but in the end, she was ambushed by other demon kings and had no choice but to die. Fortunately, one could still be reborn in the investiture of the gods. Otherwise, the Moon Clan would have to change a new emperor. "Then follow me back." Qin Shujian glanced at the Moon Queen. Then, he stepped into the void and headed for the extraterrestrial battlefield. Seeing this, the Moon Empress followed behind him. Along the way, Qin Shujian was also paying close attention to the changes on the investiture of the gods. Although no demon emperor had made a move before, it was possible that after the Moon Empress died, there would be a demon emperor. As long as the immortals and gods on the investiture of the gods did not die on a large scale, there would be no problem. But if a large number of immortals and gods on the investiture of the gods died, things would become very troublesome. To be honest, Qin Shujian didn't expect that the nefarious Devil Clan would attack the extraterritorial battlefield. Earlier, he did not receive any news at all. Otherwise, Qin Shujian would not take the risk to enter the depths of the extraterrestrial battlefield. Because in the Heavenly Court, there were only about 3 people who had the battle strength of an upper 3 true immortal, including Chu Kuangtu and Niu Dali. But the Demon Emperor was not an ordinary upper 3 true immortal. So, he was the only one who could compete with the Demon Emperor. If the Demon Emperor really made a move at this time, Qin Shujian was not confident that he could rush back immediately. At that time, the Heavenly Court would definitely suffer heavy losses. The news of me leaving the Heavenly Court should not have spread, and the demon emperors could not have gotten the news. I almost killed them in the last battle. Without 100% confidence, those demon emperors would not dare to make a move easily. Even if I don't show up, they will still be afraid. It's just that the heavenly court does not show any signs of defeat. If they do, it will be really troublesome. Qin Shujian's expression was calm, but he was already thinking about some things in his heart. As long as he did not show up, Ba Duo and the other demon emperors would be afraid. But if the heavenly court was at a disadvantage and he did not show up, it would arouse the other party's suspicion. At that time, even if those few devil emperors had scruples in their hearts, they could possibly make a move to probe. Once the demon emperors made a move, the casualties would be heavy. An upper 3 true immortal was not someone that other true immortals could compete with, not to mention that the demon emperors were not true immortals who had just entered the upper 3 true immortal. Even the weakest demon emperor was around the 8th true immortal. As for Ba Duo and Mo Xiaoluo, they were experts at the 9th true immortal level. In the last battle, although the other party was injured, their strength would not drop too much. If they really wanted to fight, Chu Kuangtu and the others would not have the possibility to fight back. Now the heavenly court's core strength is enough, but the top strength is still lacking. Once I leave, the heavenly court's strength will fall into a vacuum. Only when Chu Kuangtu and Niu Dali break through can the current situation be resolved. Qin Shujian sighed secretly. In the past, having a true immortal was already considered a top combat strength. But now it was different. Opening the extraterritorial battlefield, the heavenly court faced the void demons that had existed for countless years. Ordinary true immortals could only be considered a decent combat strength. Only true immortals in the middle 3 true immortals could be the core combat strength. As for the upper 3 true immortals, they were the real top combat strength. Without enough top-notch combat power to hold the fort, the current situation would occur. They could not leave at will, because once they left, a war would suddenly break out, and there would not be any experts who could hold the fort. Sigh. Qin Shujian sighed silently in his heart. He felt that it was a little difficult. At this moment, the war was still ongoing. Although the allied forces of the 3 void demon clans were not as strong as the last time, they were not much weaker. About 10 days later, both sides were in a state of fierce battle. Every minute and second, a large number of cultivators of the myriad races and the void demons died. As long as a void evil devil fell, someone would snatch the crystals away from them. Similarly, when the cultivators of the myriad races died, their flesh and blood would be collected by the void demons immediately. On the battlefield at the rear, there were experts supervising the battle. Although both sides had invested most of their forces so far, they still left some experts to guard, in case the void demons had other backup plans. They also wanted to prevent the void demons from taking the opportunity to sneak into the great wide world. They're collecting flesh and blood, what's their purpose? In the sky above the city, Emperor Potion noticed the changes in the battlefield, and his face darkened. As the expert holding the line, he could immediately discover the changes in the battlefield. At this moment, he could clearly see it. The void demons were collecting the flesh and blood of the fallen cultivators, just like the cultivators collecting the crystals left behind by the void demons after they died. But what puzzled the Emperor Potion was, what was the use of the void demons collecting the flesh and blood of living beings? Beside him, it was the Thousand-Eye Emperor, who was severely injured and had temporarily retreated from the battlefield. Hearing this, his expression was solemn. Collecting the flesh and blood of living beings might be the reason why the void demons started this war. Otherwise, there's no way to explain why they suddenly attacked. Everything was fine, but they suddenly attacked. The Thousand-Eye Emperor couldn't believe that there was no problem. However, he also couldn't understand why the other party was collecting the flesh and blood of living beings. Not long after, the Thousand-Eye Emperor seemed to have thought of something and said in a deep voice, the Void Demon clan should have some evil secret technique that allows them to collect the flesh and blood of living beings at all costs. Their true goal is probably those demon emperors. The living beings of the myriad races are blessed by the heavens, and flesh and blood are very precious to some existences. I suspect There are demon emperors who were injured in the previous battle and need the flesh and blood of living beings to recover. Of course, it could also be collecting the flesh and blood of living beings or using some evil method. Not long ago, wasn't the entire Void Demon clan slaughtered and then used as a blood sacrifice? The Boyle clan was slaughtered. The news of being used as a blood sacrifice by the other 3 clans was no longer a secret. As an immortal god of the heavenly court, the Thousand-Eye Emperor was also very clear. Right now, the Void Demons started a war and then collected the flesh and blood of living beings. As long as he thought about it, he could more or less guess the reason. Even if we understand their intentions, we can't stop them now. The Mountain Breaker Emperor shook his head. Now that the war had started, no one could care about anyone else. Who had the right to stop it? The war at hand. It was already a little strange. As long as the cultivators of the myriad races died, their flesh and blood would be collected by the Void Demons immediately. And when the Void Demons died, their crystals would also be collected by the myriad races cultivators and players. As a result, even though countless living beings had died, the number of people who had died was uncountable. But on the battlefield, there were no corpses. In fact, there wasn't even much blood. Suddenly, the Mountain Breaker Emperor struck out with his palm. A cultivator who was heading toward the passageway of heaven and earth was instantly torn into pieces. When his body was torn apart, black fog seeped out from his body and then suddenly dispersed. In the end, a crystal fell into the void of space. The Mountain Breaker Emperor retracted his palm and shouted in a deep voice, "Everyone, pay close attention to prevent the Void Demons from sneaking into the Great Thousand Whirl." The cultivator that he had just killed was a cultivator who had been possessed by the Void Demons. There was no need to explain why the other party wanted to sneak into the Great Thousand World. It was just a heavenly human realm Void Demon, so it was impossible for him to hide from the Mountain Breaker Emperor's senses. Hearing this, the experts guarding the passageway had solemn expressions on their faces as they became even more vigilant of their surroundings. If the Void Demons really sneaked into the Great Thousand World, they would not have an easy time. He had killed a Void Fiend. The Mountain Breaker Emperor's divine consciousness spread out. While he was vigilant of his surroundings, his expression became even more serious. There is no news of the Emperor of Heaven now. I don't know if the Demon Emperors will be unable to hold back an attack. If the Demon Emperors attack, I'm afraid we will be in trouble. The Emperor of Heaven should have received the news that the Moon Empress has fallen. The Thousand-Eye Emperor said in a deep voice. The Emperor of Heaven, who was in charge of the investiture of the gods, would definitely sense the fall of an immortal god. Therefore, he was not worried about this problem. As long as the Emperor of Heaven could rush back in time before the Demon Emperors attacked, it would be enough. At this moment, another Void Demon had possessed a cultivator and was attacking the passageway of heaven and earth as well as the various cities. The Mountain Breaker Emperor and the Thousand-Eye Emperor did not just stand by and watch. They both attacked and killed the Void Demons that were attacking. Another day passed. Finally, an immortal god was injured and retreated to the rear to recuperate. "Brother Yang, how are your injuries?" The Thousand-Eye Emperor looked at Shi Yang in front of him and asked. "I won't die for the time being. I didn't expect there to be such a powerful demon king among the Void Demons. I was careless." Shi Yang swallowed a pill and barely suppressed his injuries before he shook his head and said. After fighting for so long, he had also lost a lot of energy. Moreover, there was more than one demon king among the Void Demons, so it was natural for him to be defeated. It was already good enough that he was not killed there. After all, many immortals had already fallen so far. "Brother Yang, take a rest here. Also, pay attention to whether there are any Void Demons. Take this opportunity to sneak in. Leave the rest to Ben Huang," the Mountain Breaker Emperor said. He did not wait for Shi Yang to reply before he stepped into the air and left the city. In the void, the battle was still ongoing. Chester struck out with his palm and sent an immortal god flying while coughing up blood. However, there was no joy on his face. Instead, it was filled with shock and uncertainty. Because he clearly remembered. The immortal god that was fighting in front of him had already died in his hands in the previous battle. But now, The other party had appeared again. Apart from being much weaker, there was no difference. Such a change. Even though Chester was experienced and knowledgeable, he could not help but feel shocked. How is this possible? Why aren't you dead? On the day you die, Benhuang will naturally tell you. The Shadow Emperor wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and charged towards Chester again. He was an imperial member of the Shadow Clan. Back when the Heavenly Court had been established, he had already been part of the Ju-Tien constellation. Although he was not as strong as Chester, he was still a third heaven immortal. Coupled with the Shadow Clan's unique techniques, even a middle third heaven true immortal would have to expend some effort to kill him. The Shadow Emperor moved, and his body dissipated like a black fog. The sky was filled with black shadows. When he entered the darkness, it was as if he had completely merged with it. In the void outside, because there was no light, there was no way to see the existence of shadows. However, just because one could not see a shadow did not mean that it did not exist. Quite the opposite. Only an invisible shadow could exist anywhere. Thus, after the Shadow Emperor used the Shadow Clan's ultimate technique, he had completely merged with Chester's shadow. Attacks that were impossible to defend against came from all directions, trying to kill him. You're courting death. The flames of fury in Chester's heart ignited. The long river of laws in his body surged, and a terrifying power swept out in all directions with him as the center. The void collapsed. The indiscriminate attacks swallowed up all the living beings in the surroundings. Some demons of the void fell. Some cultivators of the myriad races also fell. In the instant that the void collapsed, boundless black shadows spread out and then converged into the Shadow Emperor's body. Just as the Shadow Emperor appeared, Chester's body suddenly disappeared. In the next second, a palm imprinted on the Shadow Emperor's chest. A terrifying power erupted. The Shadow Emperor's body was instantly blasted into pieces. Benhuang, let's see if you really can't be killed. Chester looked at the Shadow Emperor's body, which had collapsed. With a wave of his hand, power swept through the void and sealed the Shadow Emperor's body. Next, the power erupted, destroying the Shadow Emperor's last bit of life. Then, Chester took the Shadow Emperor's flesh and blood. The instant he took the Shadow Emperor's flesh and blood, a terrifying power descended from the void. In front of that power, Chester's body was trembling violently. His face was full of shock, as if he had encountered a terrifying existence. Lord Demon Emperor, save me. Chester didn't hesitate and directly asked for help. Just as he finished speaking, a palm stretched out from the depths of the void. At the same time, another palm stretched out. The two palms collided in the air, and the destructive aftermath annihilated everything. Immediately, one of the palms cracked, and blood splattered in the void. When the others reacted, they saw a green-robed figure appear there at some point. Emperor of Heaven. Seeing Qin Shujian appear, the morale of the myriad races was greatly boosted. On the side of the void demons. But they weren't affected at all. It was just that those demon emperors who were watching the battle from behind and didn't make a move without permission had no choice but to appear after Qin Shujian appeared. You've become even stronger. Looking at the person in front of him, Bark's expression was unprecedentedly solemn. In the exchange just now, this made him realize a shocking fact. That was that Qin Shujian's strength had become even stronger than the last time they fought. Although this strength, it was only a negligible increase. But at their level, they could clearly sense even the slightest fluctuation. After the battle, the demon emperors were seriously injured. Their strength wasn't greatly reduced, but they hadn't recovered much either. Looking at the other party again, he was also seriously injured, but now not only had his injuries healed, but his strength had also improved. Immediately, Qin Shujian's threat was raised by several levels in Bark's heart. Hearing this, Qin Shujian stood with his hands behind his back, his expression indifferent. Where are the other two demon emperors? Why don't you let them come out together? If only you, Bark, are here today, I'm afraid I'll accidentally kill you. His tone wasn't heavy, but to Bark, it was extremely insulting. However, he didn't get angry easily now. The change in Qin Shujian's strength made him a little uncertain. It was also at this moment. Darkness filled the air, and Mo Xiaoluo and Yezo appeared at the same time. The appearance of the three demon emperors and Qin Shujian. It directly increased the intense atmosphere on the battlefield by a lot. If the previous battle wasn't as good as the last one, then with the appearance of the top experts on both sides, it wouldn't be any weaker than that battle. Chapter 764. In the Outer Realm. Qin Shujian and the other demon emperors stood opposite each other in the air. No one made the first move. The last time they fought at their peak, the demon emperors were unable to take down Qin Shujian. Now that they were all heavily injured, they did not want to make a move on their own. As for Qin Shujian, although he was strong, he did not have absolute confidence that he could take down a few demon emperors. So, for a moment, the situation was in a stalemate. If you don't want to make a move, then go back to where you came from. Qin Shujian was calm and collected, as if the person standing in front of him was not a demon emperor, but an ordinary person. As soon as he finished speaking, the demon emperors did not say anything. After a while, Bark took a deep look at Qin Shujian, and then a voice sounded in the ears of all the clansmen, "Retreat." Immediately, the clansmen of the Bark clan were the first to retreat. At the same time, the clansmen of the Mo Xiaoluo clan and the Yezo clan also retreated at the same time. Qin Shujian watched the three clans retreat and did not have any intention of stopping them. However, when he saw that the cultivators of the myriad clans still wanted to chase after them, he said something. "Don't chase after a cornered enemy." Immediately, the cultivators of the myriad clans could not help but stop. Qin Shujian said, "Clean up the battlefield and count the losses. Choose a day to start the second round of the selection of heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. Cultivators of all clans can go to the fallen immortal realm to participate." When it came to cleaning up the battlefield, Qin Shujian saw that the void could not be any cleaner and could not help but change his words. After saying that, he turned around and entered the heaven and earth passage. From beginning to end, Qin Shujian had only exchanged blows with Bark once when he first appeared. Other than that, he did not make a move again. He was not confident that he could take down Bark and the other demon emperors. Bark and the other demon emperors were not confident that they could defeat him. This way, if the situation had not reached the point where they had no choice but to fight, both sides would not easily erupt into a decisive battle. Because once a decisive battle broke out, even if it was a fiend emperor powerhouse, there was also the possibility of dying. Any demon emperor had existed for countless years. If they died because of this, it would not be the result they wanted. Heavenly Court. The fallen immortals and gods had all been reborn in the investiture of the gods. When he returned to the Heavenly Court, Qin Shujian immediately headed for the sky above the Heavenly Court. There was a projection of Ju Tian's star diagram, and a vast amount of star power was pouring down from it, bathing the entire Heavenly Court in star power. Emperor of Heaven. San Hua, who had been quietly resting on Ju Tian's star map, spoke. Qin Shujian nodded and immediately took out the investiture of the gods. The dozens of stars sealed within were all released at this moment. Boom! The immense pressure crushed the void into smithereens. Qin Shujian was familiar with the process. Without wasting any time, he sealed up the stars. Then, like a gourd drawing a gourd, he placed all the sealed stars into the star cycle map. Originally, there were already many stars in Ju Tian's star map. Now that there were more than a dozen stars, the overflowing star power instantly more than doubled. The star power was rich. The great wide world was immediately affected. After doing these things, Qin Shujian returned to the Heavenly Court. The branches and leaves of the Osmanthus tree swayed. If one looked carefully, one could see that there were already buds on it, as if they would bloom at any time. Emperor of Heaven is back. Mu Yang transformed and landed in front of Qin Shujian. Qin Shujian nodded slightly. Then, his gaze fell on Mu Yang. "You're about to break through to the true immortal realm, soon." Mu Yang nodded and said respectfully, "The star energy in the Heavenly Court is rich, and my cultivation is much faster than usual. In a few months, I should be able to break through to the true immortal realm. True immortal. Qin Shujian looked at him and said, there are 3 paths to break through to the true immortal realm. They are divided into the derivation of heaven and earth, the sanctification of the physical body, and the final path of the nomological path. You are now at the limit of the heavenly being realm. If you want to walk the path of the derivation of heaven and earth, you need to start from scratch, so there is no need. As for the sanctification of the physical body, Eldar's physical body is not weak, so there is some hope. Do you plan to walk the traditional path of the nomological path, or do you want to try the path of the sanctification of the physical body? The sanctification of the physical body. The path of the nomological path. Mu Yang's face was full of confusion. Although he had the memories of a half-immortal, to be honest, the ancient half-immortals had seen a lot, but that was only relative. When it came to matters at the true immortal realm, there were not many things that a half-immortal could know. Not to mention, the path of the sanctification of the physical body had never appeared in ancient times. Xiao Chengfeng could walk the path of the sanctification of the physical body on his own, but he only had some enlightenment. The real beginning was in this life. Seeing this, Qin Shujian suddenly raised his hand and his index finger landed directly between Mu Yang's eyebrows. Suddenly, a large amount of memories emerged. The impact of the memories almost scattered Mu Yang's incarnation. He retracted his hand. Qin Shujian said, I will teach you the purple heaven divine thunder scripture. Eldar is naturally afraid of lightning, but if you can temper your body with lightning, the effect will be much stronger than ordinary living beings. Although the sanctification of the physical body will be more powerful than the path of the nomological path, nothing is absolute in the world. Since ancient times, the truly powerful has always been the cultivator himself, and it has nothing to do with the path one takes. So what you want to think is entirely up to you. After saying that, Qin Shujian did not wait for Mu Yang's reply and directly entered the inner hall of the heavenly palace. Imparting the purple heaven divine thunder scripture. He was only interested in Mu Yang's talent. Not everyone who obtained the purple heaven divine thunder scripture could successfully embark on the path of sanctification of the physical body. As early as a few eras ago, the number of cultivators who died under the lightning tribulation was uncountable. Among them, there were also some experts who cultivated supreme techniques like the purple heaven divine thunder scripture, but they could not escape the fate of death. Therefore, Qin Shujian never imparted the purple heaven divine thunder scripture without permission. Although for the vast majority of cultivators, an expert who walked the path of sanctification of the physical body was more than twice as strong as an expert who walked the path of the nomological path. This was because not everyone could successfully attain the Tao. Compared to insisting on cultivating the purple heaven divine thunder scripture and then dying under the lightning tribulation, it was more appropriate to walk the path of the nomological path. There were so many disciples in the Yuan sect. In the end, Qin Shujian only imparted it to a few dozen people. Mu Yang's talent was not bad, and he was now the emperor of the Eldar in name, so he could also be blessed by the luck of the Eldar. There was a high chance that he could successfully attain the Tao in the future. It was also because of this that Qin Shujian imparted the purple heaven divine thunder scripture. After all, there was one more expert whose physical body was sanctified. It was equivalent to the combat power of a middle third-level true immortal. Of course, not every expert whose physical body was sanctified could be comparable to a fourth-level true immortal when they were just a first-level true immortal. But even if they were not as good as a fourth-level true immortal, it would not be a problem for them to be comparable to an ordinary third-level true immortal. Chapter 765. Returning to the inner hall of the heavenly palace. Qin Shujian calmed his mind and immediately observed the changes in his inner world. During this period of time, there were frequent strange movements in his inner world. But because he didn't have time, he temporarily suppressed this curiosity. Now, he finally had time to check the changes in his inner world. He was immersed in it. Qin Shujian took in the entire inner world. Unlike when it had just evolved, the current inner heaven and earth had a lot more life-chi dynamics. A large number of living beings were born. Rules were born one after another, causing the world to be in a perfect state. It's a pity that too many of the myriad races have disappeared. I can't see the scene of the myriad races at their peak in the ancient times. Otherwise, I would have the chance to comprehend all the rules of the myriad races. Qin Shujian shook his head regretfully. At their peak, there were definitely more than 10,000 races. But until now, there were only a little more than 1,000 races. If he was at his peak and comprehended all the rules of the myriad races, even if his strength couldn't break through to the Dao fruit level, he would definitely be able to reach the half-step Dao fruit level. Unfortunately, there were no IFS in anything. The decline of the myriad races was inevitable. Perhaps in the years to come, a new race would be born. But that would be a very long time ago. All of a sudden, Qin Shujian realized that he had overlooked something. No, even the rules of the myriad races, I haven't comprehended all of them. I've only comprehended the rules of the gods of the heavenly court. As for those who aren't qualified to enter the heavenly court and obtain the deity position, I haven't truly comprehended them. He had only comprehended the rules of the gods of the heavenly court because in the beginning, the emperors of the myriad races who hadn't entered the heavenly court basically didn't become immortals. Therefore, Qin Shujian didn't comprehend those rules. But it was different now. The number of true immortals of the myriad races wasn't fewer than the gods of the heavenly court. In fact, there was a certain amount more. But because he was busy during this period of time, Qin Shujian didn't think of this matter for a while. Until now. He finally reacted. There was such a large wave of wool waiting for him to harvest. Quite a number of the true immortals of the myriad races have fallen in the two wars. What a pity. If the true immortals of the myriad races hadn't perished, I would have been able to comprehend even more laws. Qin Shujian thought to himself. He had already decided that once the battlefield was cleaned up, he would seek out the true immortals of the myriad races and take the opportunity to comprehend the laws within. At this moment, Qin Shujian had already turned his attention to his inner world. His inner world had expanded significantly, and was now comparable to the size of the eastern continent. Although there was still a gap between it and the other three continents, it could already be said to be vast and boundless. Furthermore, Qin Shujian could clearly sense it. His inner world was slowly expanding. However, the speed of expansion had already decreased by a lot. After all, there was a limit to the size of heaven and earth. It was impossible for it to expand endlessly. Although the size of his inner world had not reached the limit of an ordinary medium-class world, it was not far from it. In Qin Shujian's perception, many living beings had already appeared in the inner world. Among them, the strongest was still Zhenmu. As the first living being to be born, he was already in the half-immortal realm and was only one step away from becoming a true immortal. If Zhenmu was compared to the first echelon of experts, then the human clan's Wind and the other living beings that were born around the same time were considered the second echelon of experts. This group of living beings, they were all mighty figures who had reached the 7th level of the celestial being realm or above. Then, they were the other living beings that were born. But so far, all the living beings that were born were considered the first living beings of their respective races. Therefore, no matter how weak they were still in the celestial being realm. When living beings are born, the corresponding laws will naturally be born. Right now, only 1 or 2 living beings of each race have been born, so they can be considered unique. If a living being were to fall, this race might be temporarily wiped out. But as long as the laws exist, there will still be a chance in the future to give birth to the corresponding living beings. In this way, I don't have to worry that these living beings will be completely wiped out because of fighting. Qin Shujian's divine will merged with heaven and earth. Everything in the inner world was in his eyes. In his perception, there were already living beings fighting and killing each other. It was just that the strength of both sides was about the same. Although there were losses in the battle, it was not to the extent of dying. In this regard, Qin Shujian watched with an indifferent attitude and had no intention of interfering at all. After briefly observing the changes in the inner world, his mind withdrew from the inner world. In the inner hall of the heavenly palace, on the throne, Qin Shujian opened his eyes. The investiture of the gods on the table rose automatically. The names of the gods of the heavenly court on it suddenly flickered at this moment. From today onwards, all immortals and gods will leave the heavenly court and head to the void of the outer realm to find suitable stars and star cores. Qin Shujian said faintly. When his voice fell into the investiture of the gods, it had already reached the ears of the gods. He was going to go by himself. However, what happened now made Qin Shujian suddenly realize that it was better for him not to leave the great wide world so easily. Otherwise, if the Void Fiend launched another large-scale attack, perhaps even the heavenly court would be raided by the Fiend Emperor. This was not a joke. Even if the probability was only 1 in 10,000, Qin Shujian did not want to take the risk. Find the star cores of the stars. Emperor Zhao was originally in the void of the outer realm to deal with the follow-up matters and had not completely returned to the heavenly court. After receiving the news, he was stunned for a moment. Then, he came back to his senses. He looked at Dan Hao and said calmly, "Help me deal with the matter of the extraterritorial battlefield. I still have other things to do." "Yes, Your Majesty." Dan Hao did not hesitate and immediately bowed to accept the order. In the next moment, Emperor Zhao flew into the sky and directly headed toward the void of the outer realm. Earlier, the Emperor of Heaven had already asked them to collect the star cores of the stars. However, because of the time, not many people took action for the time being. However, now that there was news again, it was obvious that the other party was more urgent. Emperor Zhao did not have the possibility of delaying this any longer. Just as Emperor Zhao was leaving, the other immortals and gods also temporarily put down the matters at hand. After giving a simple explanation, they headed toward the void of the outer realm. When the immortals and gods left, in the inner hall of the heavenly palace, a person stepped in and bowed when he saw Qin Shujian. Nyingbo greets the Emperor of Heaven. No need for formalities. Thank you, Emperor of Heaven. Only then did Ning Yu straighten up and look at the throne. Qin Shujian smiled faintly. You don't have to be too reserved. Although you have now entered the heavenly court and become a heavenly general, you are still my disciple. When there are no outsiders, you can just call me Master. Ah, Master. A smile appeared on Nyingbo's solemn face. His originally tense body instantly relaxed a lot. Chapter 766. Qin Shujian looked at him, his eyes seeming to see through him. You're about to reach the 7th level of the celestial being realm, right? Master's eyes are as sharp as torches. Walking the path of heaven and earth derivation, you don't need to rely on the laws to prove your Tao. As long as you wait until all 129,600 star acupoints are opened, a world will naturally be opened in your body. At that time, your realm will break through to the true immortal realm. Qin Shujian suddenly paused as he spoke. Below. Nyingbo did not interrupt, but stood at the side and listened silently. No, strictly speaking, after heaven and earth derivation, there's a difference from the traditional realm. I've divided the realm after heaven and earth derivation into 3 levels. The first level is the minor chiliocosm. After successfully opening it, compared to the traditional realm, you'll be equivalent to reaching the 4th level of the celestial being realm. The second level is the middle chiliocosm. Once you break through to the middle chiliocosm, your strength will be equivalent to the upper 3 levels of the true immortal realm. As for the last level, it's the greater chiliocosm. Once you step into the greater chiliocosm, your strength will officially break through to the Tao fruit realm. You cultivate the Guyuan ancestral canon, so you should be very clear about the difficulty of opening the star acupoints. It's also because of this difficulty that when other systems break through to the true immortal realm, they'll only reach the 1st level of the celestial being realm. However, once you succeed in heaven and earth derivation, it'll be equivalent to reaching the 4th level of the celestial being realm. Moreover, a meaningful smile appeared on Qin Shujian's face. When you really break through, you'll realize that the benefits of taking this path are by no means comparable to those of other systems. Therefore, when you're in the celestial being realm, you don't need to comprehend too much of a law. Instead, you should comprehend more different laws as long as it's within your ability. Only in this way can your strength increase greatly the moment you break through. In the heavenly palace, Qin Shujian said slowly. He was now telling Nyingbo some of his experiences bit by bit. There was a limit to the celestial being realm. It was definitely not an easy task to open 129,600 star acupoints. However, if he could reach the 6th level of the celestial being realm at Nyingbo's age, then the probability of a successful breakthrough in the future was very high. Therefore, he didn't have to worry about spoiling things. Furthermore, after Qin Shujian had taken him in as his disciple, he felt that he rarely paid attention to him. Speaking of which, he was also very unqualified as a master. Now that there was an opportunity, he might as well say a little more. This could also be considered as a form of compensation. After Qin Shujian finished speaking, Nyingbo then revealed a grateful expression. Thank you for your guidance, Shizuan. The stellar energy in the heavenly court is very dense. It will be of great help to you in opening your stellar acupoints. Cultivate well. Qin Shujian sighed, seeming to be right but actually not. Then, his expression returned to normal as he looked at the other party and said, I'll leave the selection of the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals to you. The assessment criteria will be the same as last time. Anyone who passed the test would be able to enter the heavenly court. At the same time, I confer upon you the title of 1,000 guards. You can command 1,000 heavenly soldiers and 10 heavenly generals. You will temporarily be under the command of the Eastern War God. Thank you, Master. Nyingbo bowed and accepted the order. Immediately, Nyingbo's name appeared on the investiture of the gods. The moment he left his name on the investiture of the gods, a mighty force from the unseen world descended. Nyingbo's body shook slightly. A powerful force had already erupted in his body. One acupoint after another was forcibly opened. After a few breaths, the aura on his body had become much stronger. If it was said that he had already broken through to the 6th level of the celestial being realm, then he was now a little closer to the 7th level of the celestial being realm. Go. Qin Shujian simply waved his hand. Seeing this, Nyingbo immediately bowed and retreated. Soon, only Qin Shujian was left in the inner hall of the heavenly palace. Isn't 1,000 guards deity position a little too low? Godslayer could not help but ask. He's only at the 6th level of the celestial being realm. It's already his limit to be able to bear 1,000 guards deity position. Any higher and it won't do him any good. Qin Shujian shook his head. 1,000 guards deity position was barely enough to leave his name on the investiture of the gods. It was still the same sentence. If one wanted to hold a deity position, one had to have the corresponding strength. 6th level of the celestial being realm. In terms of true strength, it was only comparable to an emperor. If it was when the heavenly court was just established, it would be fine. Their luck was not too strong, and the threshold for holding a deity position was much lower. But now, it was different. The powerhouses of the myriad races appeared one after another, and the heavenly court's luck also rose sharply. Such a change. It caused the power that the deity position could give to become stronger and stronger. But at the same time, the threshold for holding a deity position also increased correspondingly. Fortunately, Nyingbo had broken through to the 6th level of the celestial being realm. Otherwise, with his original realm, he would not be qualified to hold this deity position. Let's go and have a chat with the true immortals of the myriad races. Qin Shujian shook his head. His body had already quietly disappeared from the heavenly palace. The ice race's secret realm. At this moment, the entrance to the secret realm was no longer closed. It was not just the ice race. The entrances to the secret realms of the other races had never been closed after the heavenly court was established. The secret realms that were originally closed. This was because the spiritual chi in the secret realms could allow the cultivators of the races to cultivate. But it was different now. With the stars shining on the 4 great continents, the density of the energy between heaven and earth completely surpassed the secret realms of the other races. In this way, if the secret realms were to be sealed again, it would be neglecting the essentials. After the death of the previous Ice Emperor, There was a short period of chaos in the Ice Clan. Then, there was a new Ice Emperor who succeeded the throne. In fact, not many people would remember the original name of the emperor of each race. Because the name of the emperor already represented everything. Just like the previous Ice Emperor, not many people really knew his name. When they talked about it, most of them used the previous Ice Emperor as a substitute. In the Ice Clan's main hall, the current Ice Emperor was silently cultivating. The void trembled slightly. Qin Shujian was already standing in the main hall, but the Ice Emperor still didn't notice anything. It wasn't until Qin Shujian deliberately leaked some of his aura. The Ice Emperor suddenly woke up. When he saw the person in the main hall clearly, a panicked expression immediately appeared on his face. Then, he stood up from the throne. He walked in front of Qin Shujian. He bowed down. "Greetings, Emperor of Heaven." "Ice Emperor, there's no need to be so polite." "Thank you, Emperor of Heaven." The Ice Emperor stood up and looked at Qin Shujian. He asked tentatively, "Emperor of Heaven, what brings you to my Ice Clan this time?" As he spoke, his heart was also a little moved. A few years ago, when the power of the stars was rich, the Ice Emperor had already broken through to the true immortal realm. If it was in the past, if a race had a true immortal expert, it would be enough to become a big race. But it was different now. Although true immortals were experts, they weren't that rare. In addition, the Ice Clan had lost a lot of strength because of the previous battles, causing their strength to decline a lot. Chapter 767. At this moment, the Ice Clan. They were only a medium-sized clan and did not have the qualifications to become a big clan. Only by entering the Heavenly Court and holding a deity position could the Ice Clan rise. Therefore, the Ice Emperor had always wanted to enter the Heavenly Court. But unfortunately, there were limited deity positions in the Heavenly Court. Although he was a true immortal expert, he was not the strongest among the true immortals. There were many true immortals among the 10,000 clans, but only a small number of experts could enter the Heavenly Court. Therefore, even though the Ice Emperor had thoughts in his heart, he was not confident. Until now. Qin Shujian's sudden arrival made the Ice Emperor have many thoughts. Coming out of the game cabin, Fu Moyan's expression was still a little absent-minded. Not long ago, he had received shocking news in the game. Before he could calm down for long, a great battle with the Void Demons broke out. Until now, he didn't have time to digest all the news. "Wait, where's Tianyu?" Fu Moyan's entire body shivered. He instantly calmed his mind and observed his sea of consciousness. As expected, amidst the chaotic sea of consciousness, he saw a jade talisman lying there quietly. Tianyu. When he saw the jade talisman, Fu Moyan's heart trembled again. Very much. Tianyu really came out with him. His breathing gradually became rapid, and his chest rose and fell violently. He couldn't calm down for a long time. In that case, the Emperor of Heaven really has a way to kill players. Fu Moyan lost his voice and muttered to himself. Originally, he was only half convinced by Qin Shujian's words. The reason for his fear was because he didn't dare to gamble on that probability. But now, Fu Moyan no longer doubted it. Tianyu could appear in the real world with him. That proved that Qin Shujian's methods could really penetrate the game and reality. No, that's no longer a game. I was wondering why the cultivation level increased in the game could affect reality. It turns out that it's really a real world. Fu Moyan took a few deep breaths, but his heart was even more excited. He felt as if he had discovered a new continent. It was unbearably exciting. Fu Moyan understood. The moment Tianyu really appeared in his sea of consciousness, there would be a turning point in his life. He looked at Tianyu. Fu Moyan had no intention of taking it out for a look. According to Qin Shujian, if Tianyu were to appear in the real world, she would definitely attract the attention of certain existences. When that time comes, he would be obliterated by such an existence. After Tianyu appeared with him, Fu Moyan no longer dared to question the authenticity of Qin Shujian's words. Even if he had suspicions in his heart, he did not dare to test it out. If something really happened, he wouldn't even have a place to cry. He turned around and glanced at the gaming capsule. Fu Moyan walked out of the room and saw a woman in her 30s or 40s packing her things. After seeing him come out, the woman stood up and greeted politely, "Young Master Fu, I need to use the secret room for a few days. Don't let anyone disturb me. If anyone comes looking for me, help me reject them," Fu Moyan said calmly. "All right." The woman's manner remained respectful. Fu Moyan didn't say anything else. Instead, he left the hall and headed to the basement. He had some status in the real world. His parents were businessmen and owned a lot of assets. And the place he was currently living in was an expensive villa. Because of the game, Fu Moyan didn't like to be disturbed, so he moved here alone. Other than a nanny who was in charge of food and living, there was no third person. After arriving at the basement, the originally dim environment suddenly brightened up. The basement wasn't big, but it basically had everything that should be there. Fu Moyan walked to one side of the wall and entered the password casually. Then, he saw the wall vibrate gently. It actually opened to the left and right like two doors. Just as he stepped into the secret room, the door that was originally open also closed automatically. Compared to the basement, the secret room in front of him was even smaller. Other than a futon in the middle, there was nothing else. This secret room. It was specially built by Fu Moyan after the recovery of spirit aura. The purpose was, it was to be used for his cultivation. After all, leveling up in the game didn't mean that he would have the corresponding strength in the real world. The level of the game. It could only speed up his cultivation progress when he was cultivating in the real world. It wouldn't directly increase his realm. Therefore, Fu Moyan needed the existence of a secret room to allow himself to cultivate the cultivation method he got in the game. He walked to the futon and then sat down cross-legged. After sitting down cross-legged, Fu Moyan's mind sank into his body. Then, he recalled the purple heaven thunder scripture in his mind and began to transform his original cultivation method bit by bit toward the purple heaven thunder scripture. The cultivation method he originally cultivated was not of a low level, but it was definitely not of a high level. It couldn't be compared with the purple heaven thunder scripture at all. Fu Moyan naturally wouldn't let go of the supreme cultivation method and continue to cultivate those useless cultivation methods. Transforming the cultivation method. It wasn't an easy thing to do. It was just that Fu Moyan's realm wasn't high. He was only at the 8th level of the real martial arts realm. So, the transformation wasn't too difficult. It only took him 8 or 9 days. He transformed all the cultivation methods he originally cultivated into the purple heaven thunder scripture. On the futon, Fu Moyan suddenly opened his eyes. Suddenly, there was a faint purple light looming in the narrow secret room. Accompanied by the appearance of the purple light, there was a faint flash of thunder. Electricity in a virtual room. The purple heaven thunder scripture is really extraordinary. There was a carefree smile on Fu Moyan's face. With his original realm, there was no way to cause such an abnormal phenomenon as electricity in a virtual room when he cultivated. Now, there was such a change just after the transformation of the purple heaven thunder scripture. For this, Fu Moyan was even more satisfied. Then, he focused his attention on himself again. The 6th level of the real martial arts realm is 2 levels lower than before the transformation. However, although my realm has dropped, my real strength shouldn't have. Fu Moyan thought to himself. He didn't really fight, so he couldn't estimate his current strength much. But with his experience in the game, Fu Moyan could basically guess. Although he was now at the 6th level of the real martial arts realm, he was definitely not weaker than the original 8th level of the real martial arts realm. Even his strength could be better. Then, Fu Moyan calmed down and began to communicate with Tian Yu. There was a price for him to get the upper part of the purple heaven thunder scripture. And if he wanted to get the follow-up benefits, he had to complete the corresponding task. Tian Yu was the bridge of communication. Chapter 768. He had not broken through to the spirit martial realm. The sea of consciousness had not been opened and was still in chaos. Naturally, there was no way to give birth to a spirit god. However, Cultivators in the real martial realm had already begun to nurture a spirit god, which was also their divine thoughts. So, it was not difficult for Fu Moyan to use his divine thoughts to communicate with the Tianyu. When his divine thoughts touched the Tianyu, suddenly, then, he saw the silent heavenly jade tremble slightly. Qin Shujian's illusory figure had already appeared within it. Emperor of Heaven. Fu Moyan was stunned. He did not expect that the Tianyu would directly transform into Qin Shujian's figure. Just as his mind was in shock, Qin Shujian seemed to have seen the surrounding environment and immediately said with a faint smile, "I am not the real Emperor of Heaven. I am just an incarnation of a wisp of power. You can treat me as an NPC who issues tasks. Remember, you must not let the Tianyu be exposed in the real world. Otherwise, even if I take action, I will not be able to protect you. Similarly, if you have any questions about cultivation, you can also ask. If I can answer them, I will naturally answer them for you." Yes, Emperor of Heaven. Fu Moyan was a little excited in his heart. Although this incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven said that he was very useless, only he himself knew how useful the incarnation of the other party's power was. With this incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven in the Sea of Consciousness, it was equivalent to having an experienced expert. Even if this expert could not exert much strength, it did not matter. Because just that rich cultivation experience alone was an immeasurable treasure. Fu Moyan believed. If he had the guidance of the Emperor of Heaven's incarnation, his cultivation of the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder scripture would definitely increase greatly. At this moment, the smile of the Emperor of Heaven's incarnation faded a little. "You have received benefits from me and have to do things for me. According to the original agreement, you need to help me get rid of some people. May I know who the Emperor of Heaven wants to get rid of?" Fu Moyan asked in a deep voice. The incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven did not answer. Instead, he asked, "Does your world have a name?" Originally, there weren't any. However, due to the existence of the player worlds such as the Great Desolate World, someone in our world named it. What name? Heavenly Wasteland World. The Tianhuang Macro World. The incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven looked puzzled. The naming of a world was not so casual. The naming of any world. There was a reason behind it. Fu Moyan said, "I heard that before the Dharma Ending Age, the Tianhuang Great World was called the Desolation Era. During the Desolation Era, there was a supreme organization called the Heavenly Alliance. However, due to the fact that the Desolate Great World already existed, the Heavenly Alliance and the Desolate Great World each had a character. Heavenly Alliance. The eyes of the Emperor of Heaven's clone flickered. Although he was the incarnation of Qin Shujian, he had the same memories as Qin Shujian. While chatting with Chu Kuangtu, I once heard from him that he left behind an organization called the Heaven Alliance in the real world. Now, after hearing what Fu Moyan said, the incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven was almost certain that the Heaven Alliance mentioned by Fu Moyan was the Heaven Alliance left behind by Chu Kuangtu. Good heavens! If he knew that the Heaven Alliance he left behind could become the basis for the naming of a world, he would be overjoyed. The incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven secretly complained. However, he did not show any abnormality. The Tianhuang Macro World, that's a good name. He nodded slightly and then said, "When you sink your mind into the Heaven Jade, you can find the target you want to deal with on it. However, due to the limitation of the power of the Tianhuang Macro World, the range of the Heaven Jade's perception is limited. At most, with your body as the starting point, it can perceive the area within a radius of about 10 miles. Therefore, if you want to detect and find a suitable target, you can't stay in one place." Can't stay in one place? Fu Moyan's divine thought trembled. This was a little different from what he had expected. Originally, Fu Moyan thought that it would only take a little time to complete the task. However, if it was like what the incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven said, he would have almost no free time. In this way, there was no way to enter the game. He had some concerns in his heart. Fu Moyan could not help but ask, "If I can't stay in one place, does that mean I can't enter the game? Why do you enter the game?" The incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven had a strange look in his eyes, as if he was looking at a fool. It was a sudden question. Fu Moyan's expression froze for a moment. Why do I enter the game? Of course, I'm going in to level up. Only by leveling up in the game could my cultivation speed increase in real life. Although he was already a cultivator at the peak of the god martial arts realm in the game, in real life, the cultivation of the real martial arts realm would greatly increase. However, if he could break through the celestial being realm or even the true immortal realm, then the increase would be even greater. Just as Fu Moyan was about to speak, the incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven continued, "Your purpose of entering the game is to cultivate faster in real life. Now that you have my guidance, how can your cultivation be slow? Besides, you don't need to spend too much time entering the game. As long as you enter regularly, I will naturally give you the corresponding cultivation method, as well as the corresponding crystal stone. When the time comes, you just need to focus on transcending the tribulation and breaking through to the next realm. Moreover, with the 60,000 true immortal merit points that you originally obtained, the resources you exchanged might not be enough to break through to the true immortal realm, but it's almost enough to cultivate to the level of a mighty figure. In that case, why are you in a hurry to enter the game?" The words of the incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven. Fu Moyan felt as if he had been enlightened. That's right. Why do I enter the game? Isn't the purpose of entering the game to improve the realm of the game and then cultivate in real life? Now that he had the guidance of the incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven and the support of the Emperor of Heaven in the game, he could directly swallow the experience stone when the time came. There was no need for him to painstakingly fight monsters to level up like before. At this moment, Fu Moyan finally completely changed from his original thinking of a country bumpkin. Until now, he suddenly realized that he was no longer an ordinary player. With the huge backing of the Emperor of Heaven, he was completely different from other players. Fighting monsters to level up, that was already a thing of the past. If he really wanted to level up, he could just swallow the crystal stone. Even if he couldn't swallow the crystal stone, it didn't matter. With the strength of the Emperor of Heaven, he would be able to obtain a huge amount of experience points by casually crippling a true immortal's monster for him to grind. With such a backdoor, it was a complete waste of time to stay up late every day to enter the game to do missions and fight monsters to level up. I was wrong. Fu Moyan's mind calmed down. Then, he followed the instructions of the Emperor of Heaven's incarnation and once again sank his divine consciousness into the heavenly jade. Soon, the corresponding information emerged from the heavenly jade. Chapter 769. There was only an illusory map imprinted in Fu Moyan's mind. He glanced at it briefly and recognized the scene on the map. It was his residence. The scene within a radius of 10 miles. But other than the simple scene, there was no extra information presented. The Emperor of Heaven's incarnation said, "Obviously, there is no suitable target within a radius of 10 miles from where you are now. I suggest you change a place. I'll make some preparations." Fu Moyan nodded and then stood up from the futon. He couldn't leave just like that. He still had to make some necessary preparations. He came out of the secret room. Fu Moyan gave a few simple instructions to the nanny, then informed his parents, and then directly left the residence. Although there was no powerful forging master born in the Tianhuang Great World, there was no way to realize the storage ring in the game. However, in any world, as long as one had money, it was enough to run amok. Therefore, what Fu Moyan meant by prepare was that they had to bring enough money before heading out. The outside world was very big. Aircraft could be seen everywhere in an orderly manner. In addition to that, there were even more cultivators who chose to fly in the air. In the past, before the recovery of spirit aura, the human race relied on all kinds of transportation to travel. But now, as long as the spirit aura recovered, as long as the cultivators were strong enough, they would generously rely on flying. Even if there was no way to truly fly because of the limitation of strength. But to a certain extent, it was still not a big problem. If it wasn't for the recovery of spirit aura in your world, it should have taken another path. The Emperor of Heaven's incarnation existed in Fu Moyan's sea of consciousness, but he also had a panoramic view of everything in the outside world. It had to be said. The vast expanse world had made considerable progress in terms of science and technology. In his long memory, he had also reincarnated in a world where there was only pure technology and no cultivation. However, there was a big gap between those worlds that only had technology and the Tianhuang Great World in front of him. Fu Moyan's body and vital essence vibrated. He took a step forward and his body shot out into the distance. A lot of scenery. They had all disappeared from his side. With the revival of spiritual qi, cultivators can fly in the sky and burrow into the ground. The power they possess is not comparable to that of the past. Without the revival of spiritual qi, the Tianhuang macro world would have no way to compete with other worlds. Upon hearing the words of the Emperor of Heaven's incarnation, Fu Moyan shook his head. In his opinion, the power of science and technology was ultimately limited. There was no way it could be compared to cultivation. Not to mention anything else. Just those true martial realm cultivators who had cultivated the internal and external invulnerability realm were able to ignore the attacks of most weapons. If they were able to break through to the spirit god realm and the airborne realm, then they could be said to be extraordinary. In the future, if someone were to break through to the sky human true immortal level, they might not be able to destroy the world with a wave of their hand, but they definitely wouldn't be far off. Therefore, Fu Moyan now scoffed at the original technological power of the Tianhuang Great World. Hearing this, the Emperor of Heaven's clone said calmly, "No system can be underestimated. Regardless of whether it's the cultivation system or the technological system, as long as one reaches the limits, all paths lead to the same destination. You think that the power of science and technology can't be compared to the power of cultivation. It's only because the technological system of the Tianhuang Great World hasn't really reached a peak. Just like the cultivators, if the limit of the cultivators in this world is the true martial realm, how can they compete with technology? Could it be that the Emperor of Heaven has seen the peak of the technological system? I haven't seen it, but although I haven't seen it, I can understand this principle. When you break through to a certain level in the future, you will naturally understand." The Emperor of Heaven's incarnation said in a calm tone. He hadn't really seen the peak of the technological system, but he could also deduce it. As an existence at the Tao fruit level, it wasn't difficult for him to understand the principle that all paths lead to the same destination. Not long after, the heavenly jade vibrated gently. In Fu Moyan's mind, an illusory map appeared. But it was different from before. On the illusory map, there was suddenly a small red dot. And that red dot was still moving slowly and was about to leave the range of the map. The target has appeared. Find the location of that red dot. The Emperor of Heaven's incarnation said in a deep voice. Hearing that, Fu Moyan didn't hesitate. He immediately rushed in the direction of the red dot according to the map. The two were originally several miles apart, but it didn't take long for this range to be reduced a lot. In the end, Fu Moyan stopped. In front of him, it was a large shopping mall. Many people were going in and out, and that red dot directly stopped at this position. Looking at the crowd in front of him, Fu Moyan looked troubled. God, there are so many people. How can I find the target? He originally wanted to say the Emperor of Heaven. But considering the current environment, he stopped in time. Although it wouldn't be a problem even if he directly called the Emperor of Heaven, it might attract the attention of others. He had scruples about his identity as a world traitor. Fu Moyan still didn't want too many people to know his secret. Even if it was just a faint suspicion, he didn't want it to appear. The Emperor of Heaven's incarnation said, "If you want to talk to me, you don't have to speak directly. You can just use your divine thought. As for the specific method, I will teach you now." After that, before Fu Moyan could react, an unfamiliar memory appeared in his mind. Not long after, Fu Moyan digested this memory and immediately grasped the method of communicating with divine thought. There were differences in communicating with divine thought. When he used divine thought to communicate with divine thought earlier, he needed to completely calm down and then abandon everything in the outside world. Only when he was fully focused could he use divine thought to communicate with divine thought. Such a method, as long as a cultivator broke through to the spirit god realm, they could use it. The Emperor of Heaven's incarnation teaching him now was equivalent to letting Fu Moyan master this method in advance. The target is here, but Tianyu's power can't be leaked too much, so there's no way to accurately determine who it is. You'd better slowly identify it according to the changes in the red dot. That's the only way. Fu Moyan replied with his divine thought. At the same time, he was also strolling in the shopping mall, but he didn't leave the range of the red dot. More than half an hour later, the red dot finally left its original position. Seeing this, Fu Moyan immediately put down the things in his hand and chased after the red dot. Not long after, he locked onto a target. It was a middle-aged man in casual clothes. He couldn't tell anything from his face, but Fu Moyan was sure that it was the target he was looking for. For safety's sake, Fu Moyan didn't attack immediately. Instead, he followed behind the man faintly, looking for an opportunity to attack. Chapter 770. On the other side. When Fu Moyan returned to reality with Tianyu, Qin Shujian also sensed it. The current him. He was challenging people in the 4 major continents. As long as it was a race with a perfected immortal, regardless of the size of the force, Qin Shujian would personally visit them. In less than 10 days. In his inner world, there were already 3 more nomological seeds. The birth of nomological seeds. Not only did it mean that his inner world was perfected, but it also meant that Qin Shujian's strength was steadily increasing. Although after breaking through to the 9th level of immortal, pure nomological seeds could only increase one's strength by a limited amount. But no matter how limited it was still a real increase. The nomological seeds have been born. What's left is to let the living beings in the inner world cultivate the nomological seeds and let them grow into towering trees. Only then can my strength have a big breakthrough. Qin Shujian thought to himself. The current middle world in his inner world was completely supported by a large number of nomological laws. But strictly speaking, so far, no nomological laws in his inner world had truly grown to the peak. No nomological laws could compare to the nomological laws of the atmospheric world. Not to mention completely comparable, even 1/10 of it was far from enough. This was because the nomological laws that Qin Shujian comprehended when he was a heavenly being were only superficial compared to the original nomological laws of heaven and earth. The nomological seeds that he comprehended later were just seeds. The current inner world. It was equivalent to a pot of seeds that had just sprouted, but it still had a very long way to go before it grew into a towering tree. Similarly, it was almost impossible to rely on a large number of nomological seeds to break through from the inner world to the greater world. Even if it was possible, that kind of Dao fruit was probably the weakest Dao fruit. Therefore, it was not enough to just accumulate nomological seeds. Enough powerhouses had to be born in the inner world to open up the nomological seeds and let the nomological laws grow. However, Qin Shujian could not do this now. The only thing he could do was to comprehend the nomological seeds. The rest would be left to the living beings in the inner world. The seeds have been planted in the Tianhuang Great World, but there is not much news about the other great worlds. I have to wait and see. Qin Shujian looked into the distance with deep eyes. The power incarnation he left in heavenly jade was connected to his mind. In other words, in the Tianhuang macro world, everything obtained by the incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven would be fed back to the original body. It was not an easy task to connect reality and falsehood. Qin Shujian was able to do this. It was also because in the third era, when he was facing life and death, he had comprehended a faint amount of true power. Otherwise, he had no way to plant the power incarnation in Fu Moyan's body. The so-called heavenly jade was just an extremely simple jade talisman. True means. This was the power that Qin Shujian had left in the heavenly jade. Kill. The more you kill, the better. Kill all the sons of fate in the Tianhuang macro world. Qin Shujian's eyes turned cold. The next second, he had already left and was heading towards the next race. Time waits for no one. Although he could not strengthen the laws, comprehending more laws was always useful. Not to mention breaking through the Dao fruit. Even if he could only enter the half-step Dao fruit level, that would be enough. Otherwise, facing the power of the demon abyss, Qin Shujian was not completely confident. Just as the seed of laws was born in the inner world, there was also a shocking change. In the sky that was originally normal, a thunder tribulation was formed. And below the thunder tribulation, the mother stream of laws was born. Amidst the mountain range, the builder tree soared into the sky. The law that seemed to have solidified had already landed on his body. At this moment, all the living beings in the inner world were looking at Zhenmu. Although they were unable to see what exactly was there, they were able to clearly sense a frightening oppressive might engulfing the area. Is there a living being about to break through to the true immortal realm? A middle-aged man in a green robe was standing on the top of the mountain, looking into the distance with a solemn gaze. As the first human in the world, when Feng was born, he had inherited the memories of the world. He was also very clear about the realm that Qin Shujian had set. However, he had traveled in the inner world for a long time and had fought with many experts, but they were all in the heavenly realm. None of them were qualified to touch the true immortal realm. Now, there was someone breaking through to the true immortal realm. It was impossible for Feng to say that he did not have any thoughts at all. Not long after, the thunder tribulation had already fallen. The terrifying power of the thunder tribulation, even if they were hundreds of millions of miles away, made the expressions of those experts change. Thunder tribulation. This is the thunder tribulation for breaking through to the true immortal realm. Rumor has it that there are a total of 3 systems for breaking through to the true immortal realm, but only the physical sanctification system will encounter the thunder tribulation when breaking through. It seems that that person is going on the second system. Feng's expression kept changing. High-grade evolution of heaven and earth, mid-grade physical sanctification, low-grade nomological Tao. If there was a choice, he naturally wanted to take the best route. But there was one thing to understand. Knowing what path to take did not necessarily mean that one would be able to take it. For example, the evolution of heaven and earth system. Feng knew that this system was the best way to break through, but he had no idea how to evolve heaven and earth. Not to mention evolving heaven and earth. Even if it was physical sanctification and nomological Tao, he did not have any experience to speak of. Because heaven and earth had never given birth to a true immortal, there was no reference to speak of. There was only an illusory realm there. Doing so, it was equivalent to opening up a path for oneself. One could imagine how difficult it was. Right now, there was an expert who walked the physical sanctification system and attracted the thunder tribulation. Regardless of whether the other party succeeded in breaking through, at least it could let Feng have a glimpse of the path ahead. Rumble, shocking thunder resounded, causing the hearts of the living beings in the inner world to tremble. It was normal thunder. It should not have spread so far. But at this moment, when the thunder fell, it was as if it was supported by the power of heaven and earth, causing the heaven and earth to shake. Thunder tribulation. Zhenmu looked at the thunder tribulation falling from above, and there was no fear in his heart. The spirit chi in the heaven and earth swarmed and condensed, forming a bright green barrier that covered him inside. Boom, the thunder tribulation bombarded, shaking the green barrier violently. Then, the overflowing thunder fell along the green barrier and landed on Zhenmu. In an instant, Zhenmu's originally dark body was quietly dyed with a faint purple color. And as the thunder fell more and more, the purple color also became more intense. In the purple-black color, there was a faint Tao rune circulating. Chapter 771. Zhenmu was transcending the tribulation. It was a very common thing. Qin Shujian had already sensed it the moment he transcended the tribulation. Regarding this, he had no intention of interfering. As the first living creature in the true sense of the inner world, the builder tree had been blessed by the heavens since its birth. In terms of foundation, in fact, he was not weaker than Emperor Zhao and Xiao Chengfeng in the great wide world. To a certain extent, he had a tendency to surpass them. Although the immortal ascension tribulation was powerful, in Qin Shujian's opinion, it could not do anything to Zhenmu. Taking a step back, if Zhenmu really failed to transcend the tribulation despite having such an advantage, It could only prove that he was not worthy of being nurtured. Therefore, no matter how one looked at it, Qin Shujian had no reason to interfere. Although Zhenmu is on the path of physical sanctification, it's still a good thing that he can become an immortal. At least he can guide the way forward for other living beings and let them know how to become a true immortal. To be honest, compared to physical sanctification, Qin Shujian was more willing to let the living beings in the inner world walk the path of nomological Tao. Because the nomological Tao system was the real way to nurture the inner world. The system that evolved the inner world was to remove oneself from the inner world and become an independent existence. The physical sanctification system was equivalent to the thief of the inner world. Of course, the so-called thieves were only thieves to a certain extent. No matter what, Zhenmu was a living being born in the inner world and was closely related to the inner world. As long as his strength increased, the inner world could capture the overflowing power and deepen the foundation of the inner world. After all, the strength of the inner world. It was not enough to have powerful rules, but it also had to have a matching living being. Otherwise, such an inner world would just be an empty shell. And when necessary, as the ruler of the inner world, Qin Shujian could also borrow the power of the living beings in the inner world for his own use. It won't be long before other true immortals are born in the inner world. The birth of true immortals. It would allow the foundation of the inner world to experience an explosive growth. Such a good thing, Qin Shujian had no reason to refuse. Shortly after, he collected his thoughts and looked at the true immortal in front of him. Greetings, Emperor of Heaven. Mu Ling Huang was trembling a little. Qin Shujian's sudden visit gave him a lot of pressure. For no reason at all. Why did this Emperor of Heaven not stay in the heavenly court and come to Eldar Wood? Now that the 10,000 races were united, even if Eldar Wood had some grudges with the human race, the other party should not have come to settle the score. Because there were so many races that were against the human race. However, after the establishment of the heavenly court, he had never heard of the Emperor of Heaven taking revenge on anyone. However, even so, right now, Mu Ling Huang was feeling a little apprehensive. Mu Ling Huang, there's no need to be nervous. We didn't come here to cause trouble for you. We have something that we need your help with. Qin Shujian could tell what Mu Ling Huang was thinking at a glance. Then, he spoke calmly. Would Eldar's rule? He already had it. However, what Mu Ling Huang followed was not a simple Wood Eldar rule. It was the Wood Eldar's Emperor rule. This was something that Qin Shujian did not have. Seriously speaking, actually, Wood Eldar and Eldar sounded very similar, but they were two completely different races. Wood Eldar was a race that was born from the wood spirits of heaven and earth. They belonged to the 5 elements of heaven and earth. Eldar was the spiritual intelligence of plants and trees. There was a fundamental difference between the two. The inner world could give birth to living beings on the premise that the 5 elements of heaven and earth, as well as the power of yin and yang, were perfect. Therefore, Qin Shujian did not lack the wood spirit rule. What he lacked was Mu Ling Huang's rule. Emperor of Heaven, what orders do you have? Feel free to speak your mind. Mu Ling Huang was stunned for a moment before he replied respectfully. It's very simple. I hope that Mu Ling Huang can fight with me in the long river of rules, regardless of the outcome. Emperor of Heaven, please spare my life. Mu Ling Huang's legs went soft and he almost knelt down. A battle in the long river of rules. The other party wanted his life. Mu Ling Huang was confident that after he broke through to the true immortal realm, his strength was strong enough. However, he was also clear about the gap between his strength and Qin Shujian's. A level 1 immortal. An upper level 3 true immortal. The latter did not need to spend much effort to kill the former. At this moment, Mu Ling Huang did not care about his face anymore. Anyway, there was only him and Qin Shujian in the hall. There was nothing embarrassing about admitting defeat. Seeing how he almost knelt down, Qin Shujian was also speechless. Don't worry, I'm just sparring with you. I won't take your life. Moreover, if I really want to kill you, who can stop me, Eldar Mu? Qin Shujian's words were straightforward, but the meaning was also very obvious. After a short moment of panic, Mu Ling Huang came back to his senses. Is what Emperor of Heaven said true? I've always kept my word. Qin Shujian's face revealed a smile that he thought was gentle. Seeing this, Mu Ling Huang's heart, which had been hanging in the air, calmed down a little. As long as it was not to settle scores and take his life, it was fine. As for the rest, he could accept it. Let's go. Enter your Mu Ling Huang's rule battle. Qin Shujian did not want to waste time. Mu Ling Huang nodded. He stretched out his hand and tore the void. Mu Ling Huang's rule loomed. Then, he stepped into the crack in the void and disappeared from the hall. Just as Mu Ling Huang entered the crack, Qin Shujian also entered the crack. Mu Ling Huang's rule. After the long river of rules sensed that there was an outsider invading, it immediately surged with stormy waves. However, those waves were no threat to Qin Shujian at all. No matter how the waves rose, just as they were about to touch him, they seemed to be pressed down by an invisible hand and fell back into the river below. Seeing this scene, Mu Ling Huang's pupils contracted slightly. As the controller of the rules, he knew what kind of resistance would be encountered when an outsider intruded. However, the counterattack of the long river of rules did not make Qin Shujian reveal any clues. Such strength, the shock in the depths of the Wood Spirit Emperor's heart grew even stronger. Qin Shujian stood with his hands behind his back and said calmly, Mu Ling Huang, go ahead. Don't hold back. As long as you can let me gain something from this battle, it's enough. In the future, if the Heavenly Court can condense a new deity position, Eldar Mu will also have a chance to be conferred a deity position. Conferred a deity position. Mu Ling Huang's pupils suddenly contracted again. Qin Shujian's words completely ignited the excitement in his heart. Even if the chance of getting a deity position was very slim, there was still hope no matter what. Suddenly, Mu Ling Huang cupped his hands. Emperor of Heaven, please enlighten me. Make your move. Excuse me. With that, Mu Ling Huang took the lead. Chapter 772. The two of them were fighting in the long river of laws. Although Mu Ling Huang had just stepped into the first-level immortal realm, he was not weak in terms of strength. After all, Mu Ling Huang's laws. He stood out from the Wood Spirit Law and was above the Wood Spirit Law. As for the Wood Spirit Law, as the law of the 5 elements of heaven and earth, it was an extremely powerful one. Therefore, the strength of the Wood Spirit Emperor was evident from this. If not for the fact that Mu Eldar's overall strength was weak, he would be qualified to join the ranks of the big clans and not be like now, where he could only be at the standard of a middle-level clan. Boom, the two bodies collided with each other and separated abruptly. Qin Shujian sealed 99% of his power, leaving only a little power to fight with Mu Ling Huang. Mu Ling Huang's law. To a certain extent, it was much more difficult to comprehend than other ordinary laws. Because of the law of the emperor of a clan. Not everyone could comprehend it. If one was also a wood spirit, it would be much easier to comprehend Mu Ling Huang's law. However, if an outsider tried to forcefully comprehend Mu Ling Huang's law, the difficulty would increase exponentially. Therefore, after 3 days of fighting, Qin Shujian only had a slight understanding in his heart. However, it was not so easy to completely comprehend Mu Ling Huang's law and nurture a law seed in his inner world. He gained something from the battle. It was not just Qin Shujian, even Mu Ling Huang himself had gained a lot. After breaking through to the perfected immortal realm, every step forward required a huge opportunity. As a 9th-level immortal powerhouse, Qin Shujian, even if he suppressed his strength, endless Dao runes appeared in his every move. Regarding this, the Wood Spirit Emperor also understood. After understanding the benefits of fighting with this Emperor of Heaven, Mu Ling Huang worked even harder. After all, there were such benefits. It wasn't something that could happen every time. Under normal circumstances, if he really fought with such a level of existence, not to mention a few days and nights, he would be considered lucky if he was not killed in a second. Just like now, Qin Shujian suppressed his strength to fight with him. For the Wood Spirit Emperor, this was the best thing that could happen. Time passed bit by bit. Even if Qin Shujian suppressed most of his strength, he still gradually suppressed Mu Ling Huang. The longer the battle lasted. With regards to the comprehension of the laws, he also had a deeper understanding. Suddenly, his inner world shook slightly. Qin Shujian unsealed his powers in an instant and suppressed the Wood Spirit Emperor. His terrifying powers tore through the restraints of the River of Rules. Then, the two figures completely disappeared in the long River of Laws. Wood Spirit Clan's main hall. Qin Shujian and Mu Linghuang's figures until they came out of the long River of Laws. Mu Linghuang's eyes were still in a daze. He was completely unable to react to what had happened. After half a breath, Mu Linghuang's sluggish mind completely returned to normal, and then he bowed. Emperor of Heaven's means are earth-shattering. Ben Huang is sincerely convinced. Mu Linghuang, you're too polite. I have other things to do, so I won't stay any longer. After comprehending Mu Linghuang's laws, Qin Shujian was in a good mood. After saying that, his body suddenly disappeared on the spot. When Mu Linghuang straightened up, he found that Qin Shujian had left without him knowing. The taboos in the entire hall did not have any effect. Mu Linghuang could not help but sigh. Emperor of Heaven's strength is not something we can guess. At this moment, in his inner world, Mu Linghuang's laws were born. At the same time, the thunder tribulation that fell was almost at its end. The originally lush giant tree had now become withered and yellow under the thunder tribulation, as if it had failed to pass the tribulation. But if one felt it seriously, one could find it. Under the withered and yellow surface, there was a strong vitality emerging. That vitality, from the original weak to the strong, and then to the earth-shattering. Crack! A crisp sound came from the withered tree. Then, the skin of the withered tree cracked open, and bright and rich vitality overflowed from it. The other plants that had fallen into silence because of the thunder tribulation were now covered by this rich vitality, and they were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The skin of the withered tree fell off. Then, a giant tree rose from the ground and instantly disappeared into the sky. The giant tree that was 1,000,000 feet tall could be said to be indomitable. The dense and lush branches and leaves spread out like a huge canopy, covering the long mountain range. At the same time, vast power spread out. Golden flowers scattered in the sky. Golden lotuses surged out of the ground. In addition, there was also purple chi 30,000 miles from the east, mighty and mighty. When all kinds of strange phenomena appeared, the giant tree's voice was heard, and it instantly fell into every corner of the world. I am Zhenmu, and from today onwards, I will establish the Eldar. All plants in the world that have spiritual intelligence will be Eldar. As soon as it finished speaking, the world shook. The vast purple chi bombarded down, and it directly raised Zhenmu's aura. When he broke through, he had just stepped into the ranks of the first-level immortal, but now, with the infusion of the purple chi, he directly stabilized at the first-level immortal, and the remaining power kept rising. Second-level immortal. Third-level immortal. Boom. Finally, there was an earth-shattering sound, and a long river of laws surged. Zhenmu successfully broke the shackles of the lower 3 levels of True Immortal, and not only did he step into the middle 3 levels of True Immortal, but he also completely stabilized at the 4th level of True Immortal. At the same time, the plants in the world seemed to be nourished in different ways. Some of the more powerful plants even directly gave birth to spiritual intelligence and became members of the Eldar. As the first emperor of the Eldar, Zhenmu also felt the changes in the Eldar in the world. There was naturally no need to say much about the joy in his heart. For him, breaking through to the true immortal, establishing the Eldar, and the birth of other Eldar, it could be said that it was 3 consecutive blessings. At this time, in the mountain range where Zhenmu was located, there was also a large number of plants that gave birth to spiritual intelligence. The moment these plants gave birth to spiritual intelligence, their branches and leaves swayed, as if they were on a pilgrimage. Greetings, Ling Huang. Neat and uniform voices sounded in the mountain range. The Eldar born in the world all did the same thing. On the same day, the name of Ling Huang and Zhenmu completely spread out, and all the living beings in the world remembered it. Eldar, Ling Huang, Zhenmu. On the mountain peak, Foam took a few deep breaths. When the other party had ascended to immortality, The vast aura that had spread out made him have the urge to prostrate himself in worship. For the first time, Feng truly felt how big the gap between a true immortal and a celestial was. In front of that power, he felt as if he was nothing more than an ant. However, in addition to the influence of Genmu's tribulation to become an immortal, the other party establishing the Eldar and the subsequent fluctuations also made Feng have some other thoughts in his heart. Chapter 773. Is this an Eldar? Feng looked not far in front of him. There was a stalk of dark green grass swaying in the wind. It was a powerful thought. It rose from the grass, making it impossible for people to ignore it. Before the Eldar was truly born, he did not understand what an Eldar was. But with the establishment of the Eldar, Feng understood now. What kind of living being could be classified as an Eldar? Eldar, there are so many plants in the world. If all the plants that have gained sentience can be classified as the spirit race, then the number of spirit race is a bit too much. Feng looked at the grass and did not move, being stared at by him. The green grass that had just gained sentience was also trembling. As an Eldar that had just been born, the strength of this grass was only at the true martial realm. In terms of strength, it was completely at the bottom of the world. At this moment, being stared at by a powerful expert, it could be imagined how much pressure it was under. Just as the green grass was shivering, a voice rang out. Feng slowly retracted his gaze. He did not have the intention to attack a true martial realm Eldar. In his eyes, a true martial realm Eldar was no different from an ant. Moreover, an Eldar had just become an immortal. It was not a wise choice to rashly attack an Eldar. If he angered the Eldar Emperor, Feng did not have the confidence to contend against him. This time, Ling Huang's tribulation to become an immortal has allowed me to see the path ahead. It's just that walking the physical body saint system will cause lightning tribulation to descend when becoming an immortal. If the physical body is not strong enough, the success rate of the tribulation will be much lower. It seems that I need to think of a way to temper my physical body. Feng's expression changed. As the first living being born in the world, he was qualified to see the imprints of the world. The scene of Genmu's tribulation had already been recorded by the world. So, Feng could also take this opportunity to comprehend the mysteries of the other party's tribulation to become an immortal. It could be said that Genmu's ascension to immortality had opened a door for the other living beings. Before the first living being became an immortal, true immortality was like a locked door to them. He wanted to open the door and comprehend the mysteries within, but he couldn't find the key. Now, Genmu had become an immortal. It was equivalent to opening the lock on the door and helping them open the door. In this way, the difficulty of ascending to immortality in the future would be greatly reduced. Feng already had a rough idea of what he should do in the future. Ever since he understood the physical establishing sage system, he had never thought of walking down the path of nomological Tao validation. After all, in terms of strength, living beings who walked the path of physical sanctification would be much more powerful than those who walked the path of nomological Tao verification. In this world, all the plants and trees that are born with sentience belong to the Eldar. However, ever since I was born, I have been the only one who has existed. In comparison, I am much lonelier. When Feng thought of Eldar, he sighed in his heart. Ever since he was born, he had traveled a lot between heaven and earth. However, other than when he was just born and saw Qin Shujian who was similar to him, he had never seen another living being that looked exactly like him. If Eldar didn't appear, it would be fine. But with the appearance of Eldar, Feng's heart also had some slight changes. Since Eldar can be born, why don't I create a human race? But even if I create a human race, what's the use? In the end, there will only be me. Unless there can be other humans born. It was undoubtedly a difficult thing for other humans to be born. Feng didn't have any other ideas at the moment. When this idea was born in his mind, there was a voice in the dark telling him that this was the right thing to do. However, what exactly should he do? Feng didn't know. For a moment, he sat down on the peak of the mountain and fell into deep thought. Spring went and autumn came. A year passed, but Feng still sat there without moving. Finally, his absent-minded eyes gradually focused, and his sitting body finally stood up. His body shook slightly. All the filth on his body dissipated. Sigh. A long sigh came from Feng's mouth. After thinking hard for a year, he still couldn't think of a way to give birth to more humans. Feng also understood. If he continued to sit there, not to mention a year, even if 10 years or 100 years, there wouldn't be any results. Therefore, he didn't plan to waste any more time here. He stood up from the peak of the mountain. Feng directly flew into the sky and left. If he couldn't find a way to create humans here, then he would look at another place. Since the premonition in the dark told him that it was right, then his idea must not be wrong. He didn't succeed now. He could only say that he didn't find the right method. In the remaining time, Feng walked around the mountains and rivers, silently comprehending the heaven and earth. While increasing his own strength, he also looked for a way to create humans. In the inner hall of the heavenly palace, on the throne, Qin Shujian paid close attention to the changes in the inner world. Whether it was Zhenmu's tribulation to become an immortal or the subsequent changes, none of it escaped his eyes and ears. Among them, more of his attention fell on Feng. Perhaps it was because he was also a human. Qin Shujian paid more attention to Feng, who was also a human. From Feng's every move, he was almost certain that it was about time for the human race in the inner world to be officially born. They hadn't been born yet. It was only a matter of time. The simplest way for the human race to be born is to mold the earth to create humans, but I still can't interfere too much with the specifics. Looking at the confused Feng in the inner world, Qin Shujian resisted the urge to give some pointers. The heaven and earth revolved. Naturally, there was a pattern. If he interfered without permission, it would have the intention of spoiling things through excessive enthusiasm. Moreover, if he personally gave pointers, even if Feng created the human race in the future, then the benefits he would receive wouldn't be as much as before. This was the opportunity to be the first human in the world. Qin Shujian also didn't want to spoil it. Withdrawing his consciousness from his inner world, he focused his attention on himself. In more than a year, I have comprehended all the laws of the true immortals born in the myriad races. The number of law seeds in the inner world has also increased by almost 1,000. In a short period of time, the number of true immortals born in the myriad races has almost reached the limit. If I want to break this limit, I will need a certain amount of time. Breaking through to the true immortal realm wasn't just about having enough resources, but also the comprehension of laws. The fact that the myriad races could produce more than 1,000 true immortals had completely exceeded Qin Shujian's expectations. If there were more in the future, the difficulty of the laws would increase greatly. Therefore, to him, he had already harvested most of the wool that could be harvested. The remaining matters were waiting for the seeds to take root and sprout. Chapter 774. In the outer realm. There was a floating continent. There was a black shadow crawling on the continent. From afar, it emitted an aura that made one's heart palpitate. So many void demons. When Cao Hong looked at the floating continent, his eyes were also filled with shock. Beside him, it was a few players in the team. After exploring the outer realm for so long, other than some stars, we have never encountered any land. Could this be the base camp of the void demons? Liu Qinghong's expression was also nervous. The base camp of the void demons meant that there were a large number of powerful void demons. By relying on their own strength, they would be able to do so. If they were discovered, they would definitely die. However, in addition to being nervous, Liu Qinghong was also excited. According to the mission issued by the Heavenly Court, if we can find the base camp of the void demons, we will be rewarded with 10,000 true immortal merit point. Hearing that, the other players also had excited expressions on their faces. 10,000 true immortal merit points. Even if it was divided among several people, everyone would be able to get a lot. With such a number of true immortal merit points, it was enough for them to raise their realm to the celestial realm, and it was not as simple as an ordinary celestial realm. Cao Hong swallowed his saliva, then looked at the others and said, "Leave a mark, and then remember the landmarks. Let's retreat." "All right." Several players nodded. Then, someone began to leave his mark in the void, as well as record the current landmarks. Although the outer realm was similar everywhere. But after leaving a mark, it would not be difficult to distinguish it in the future. While talking, Cao Hong also left his mark on the spot, as well as the landmarks. Everyone's mark and landmarks were somewhat different. Multiple personal records. The purpose was to not make any mistakes. Moreover, even if a mark was discovered by the void demons and then erased, they could rely on the other marks to find this place again. To be honest, Cao Hong himself did not expect that just by exploring the outer realm to see if there was a chance to kill some outer realm demons, he would accidentally encounter the enemy's base camp. Even if he was not completely sure now. But he knew. Even if the continent in front of him was not the base camp of the void demons, it was definitely an important place. If he went back and sold the information to the heavenly court, there would be many benefits. On the mainland, 2 beams of light suddenly appeared on the throne that was like a black shadow. Immediately, they cut through the void and looked outside the continent. "A little bug is coming." Yerweiser's cold voice resounded in the hall. His tone was cold. There was no trace of emotion in it. He hadn't thought that someone would still be able to evade the Moxiaro clan's defenses and find their way here. Just now, if the other party had not sent out a weak wave of energy, even Yelvis almost didn't discover it. At this moment, Cao Hong had just left the coordinates in the void. All of a sudden, he felt a terrifying wave of energy. That wave of energy caused his heart to tremble. Cao Hong was not the only one. Everyone else was trembling as well. The space around them froze them in place. The next moment, a huge hand shattered the void. Cao Hong and the others didn't even have time to resist before they were easily destroyed by this force. Along with the destroyed ones. And the marks they left behind. After simply wiping out Cao Hong and the others, Yelvis slowly withdrew his palm. Done. Longfellow also woke up from absorbing the energy of the void. Yelvis's expression was indifferent. It's done. But a few ants of the god martial arts realm were able to sneak into our clan. The clansmen of those strongholds are at fault. If we don't punish them, it won't be enough to convince the masses. Do what you think should be done. Longfellow shook his head. Even if Yelvis killed all those demons of the void, he wouldn't object. No matter how many demons there were, they were no different from ants in his eyes. As for saying that they were of the same clan, that was even more ridiculous. At the level of the demon emperor, the so-called friendship of the same clan had already been indifferent to the extreme. Countless years of precipitation. Many of his emotions had completely disappeared. So, if Yelvis wanted to kill them, Longfellow wouldn't stop him because there was no need. Yes. Yelvis didn't talk much about this topic. Instead, he changed the topic and said, "Have you noticed that the creatures of the vast thousand domains also seem to have the trait of being immortal? As early as in the battle when the barrier between heaven and earth was opened in the vast thousand domains, Benhuang killed many perfected immortals. However, in the second battle, Benhuang encountered those perfected immortals who had been killed. Is it possible that you've mistaken them for someone else?" Longfellow frowned. Immortal and indestructible. Even the demon emperor couldn't be immortal and indestructible. What qualifications did some demon king-level perfected immortals have to be immortal and indestructible? Yelvis said, "It's impossible to mistake them for someone else. You should understand that at our level, even the slightest change can't be hidden from Benhuang's eyes. Moreover, the few ants that Benhuang killed just now didn't leave behind their corpses. Even the spiritual deity couldn't capture them. It was as if there was some mysterious power protecting them." Hearing this, Longfellow's expression immediately became solemn. The protection of a mysterious power, an existence that could snatch the spiritual deity from Yelvis's hands, was probably at least at the demon emperor level. Although the other party didn't reveal his strength. However, in Longfellow's opinion, Even if Yelvis's strength hadn't broken through to the demon emperor level, it wasn't much different. Could it be that the Emperor of Heaven left some life-saving means on the creatures of the vast thousand domains? The so-called immortal and indestructible is actually taking away the spiritual deity at the moment of their death. As long as the spiritual deity isn't destroyed, the creatures whose physical bodies are destroyed can be restored. Longfellow calmly analyzed. Although he didn't understand the characteristics of the players and the existence of the investiture of the gods, he could still speculate some things from Yelvis's words. After all, not everyone could be immortal and indestructible. In the vast void, only the demons of the demon abyss were qualified to be immortal and indestructible. Moreover, that kind of immortality wasn't absolute. If they met their nemesis, they would still die. The demons of the demon abyss aren't really immortal and indestructible. There should be some kind of protective means left on these people by some expert. Right now, the strongest person in the vast thousand domains is the Emperor of Heaven, so there shouldn't be any mistake. You can't really kill them, maybe because there isn't a suitable way. In the end, Longfellow added another sentence. Find a suitable way. The so-called immortal and indestructible would no longer exist. Chapter 775. Maybe. Yelvis's expression was still solemn. That mysterious power made his heart palpitate a little. Originally, Yelvis planned to kill Cao Hong and the others, and then pull out the spirit god to search their souls. In this way, he could extract all the memories in the other party's mind. Although the spirit god could also directly extract the memories, it was rare for experts to do so. After all, there was a certain risk in the spirit god's possession. No matter how strong the person was, it was impossible to succeed in the possession with a 100% success rate. Once the possession failed, even the existence of the Devil Emperor had no way to resist the consequences of death. So, Yelvis didn't have the idea of possession. He just wanted to extract the spirit god of Cao Hong and the others, and then slowly search their souls and plunder their memories. But what he didn't expect was, the other party's spirit god was protected by a mysterious power, and he couldn't take it. It was just that when the spirit god of Cao Hong and the others escaped, Yelvis felt a little lucky. He was glad that he didn't take the risk of possession. Or else, in front of that mysterious power, he didn't have the confidence to contend. On the other side, a white light appeared in the city, and Cao Hong and the others had already appeared there. At this moment, they all had a blank look on their faces. The previous death was too much of a breakthrough. Until now, they hadn't completely reacted. After a long while, they barely came back to their senses. Cao Hong swallowed his saliva, and his voice was still trembling. The one who attacked before was the Devil Emperor of the Morshaluo clan. On the system interface, he could see who killed him. Yelvis, the Devil Emperor of the Morshaluo clan. Since the war between the Heavenly Court and the Void Evil Demon clan, the famous experts of the several clans were also known by others. So, Cao Hong was no stranger to the name Yelvis. It's not a loss to die in the hands of the Devil Emperor. Although we dropped a level, we still recorded the landmarks. Unfortunately, the imprint was erased. Liu Qinghong shook his head. It doesn't matter if the imprint is erased, as long as the landmarks are still there. Cao Hong said in a deep voice. The landmarks were the main thing, and the imprint was only an auxiliary function. Without the imprint and only the landmarks, they could also find the Morshaluo clan, but the process would be more troublesome. Immediately, the few of them went to the Heavenly Court branch. Since he had found the Morshaluo clan, he had to submit the mission. Moreover, such a quest was unique. If another party submitted it, they would not be able to submit the same quest. Therefore, Cao Hong and the others did not dare to waste any more time. If someone else really snatched it from him, he wouldn't even have a place to cry. Heavenly Court. After plucking all the wool from the myriad races, Qin Shujian had been cultivating in the Heavenly Court. He only had one goal, and that was to improve his strength as much as possible. However, no new true immortals were born. If he wanted to increase his strength, he could only start from the mother stream. During this period of time, Qin Shujian entered the mother stream of precepts almost continuously, searching for suitable precepts to comprehend. The stronger he was, the stronger he was. The obstructions one would encounter in the mother stream would also be stronger. Every time he entered, it was accompanied by great risk. After simply recovering from his injuries, Qin Shujian had intended to enter the mother stream of precepts again to comprehend the new precepts. Without waiting for him to move, he sensed an intense nomological fluctuation coming from the heavenly court. Someone is about to become an immortal. Qin Shujian's heart skipped a beat, and in the next instant, he left the inner hall. In the outer hall, the osmanthus tree grew crazily, and the original flower buds had all bloomed. The refreshing fragrance soaked the entire heavenly court. The mother stream of precepts trembled faintly. It swept out like a painting, and in the blink of an eye, it crossed the sky. On the osmanthus tree's body, there was a dense rule lingering around it, and the sound of rushing and rumbling could be heard endlessly. Emperor of Heaven, I'm about to become an immortal. The osmanthus tree trembled, and Mu Yang's voice came from inside. His tone was as calm as ever, but now that one listened carefully, one could hear the unconcealable joy. Qin Shujian nodded. Go, this is your opportunity. Yes. As soon as Mu Yang finished speaking, the osmanthus tree completely pulled out of the heavenly court, and immediately after, it sank into the mother stream of precepts. Not long after, the mother stream of precepts shook. An osmanthus tree crashed out of the mother stream, directly opening up a long river of precepts. Such a change. It also attracted the attention of the immortals and gods of the heavenly court. Right now, the power of the stars was rich, so it was not strange for powerhouses of the myriad clans to become immortals. But if there were powerhouses in the heavenly court who became immortals, then it was worth paying attention to. Those immortals with deity positions were fine. Although it attracted their attention when a cultivator became an immortal, they were not too shocked. However, this was not the case for the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. After all, no matter how strong the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals were, they were only cultivators of the celestial realm. A true immortal. Even the weakest true immortal was an existence worthy of their admiration. Therefore, one could imagine the shock caused by a powerhouse becoming an immortal. That's Mu Yang. Now that Qin Yuanbai, who was a heavenly general, saw the existence who opened up the long river of precepts, there was a look of surprise in his eyes. As the current sacred lord of the Qianyuan sacred ground, how could he not know Mu Yang? And it was not as simple as just knowing him. Before Mu Yang left the Qianyuan sacred ground, Qin Yuanbai and Mu Yang had a lot of exchanges. But what he did not expect was, Mu Yang could become an immortal one step ahead of him. Compared to himself, who was still unable to take that step, Qin Yuanbai's heart was filled with mixed feelings. Without comparison, there would be no harm. Everyone was from the Qianyuan sacred ground. Strictly speaking, Mu Yang was his junior. However, a junior had walked ahead of him. It was easy to imagine how he felt right now. Mu Yang has become an immortal. It's time for the Eldar to officially rise. In the eastern continent, in the imperial city of Zhengzhou, Emperor Zhao looked up at Mu Yang in the sky. His expression did not change much. Now that true immortals had been born in all clans, it could be said that the decline after the ancient times had gradually eased. Not counting the races that had been destroyed, the Eldar was probably the weakest race now. All the plants in the world, as long as they had spiritual wisdom, were classified as Eldar. On this basis, it also indirectly proved that the Eldar would not really be destroyed. However, since the ancient times had been destroyed, the Eldar had not produced any decent powerhouses. 200,000 years ago, the Eldar had collapsed and there was no way for them to be unified again. In this case, the Eldar existed in name only. But now that Mu Yang had become an immortal, it meant that the Eldar had finally produced its first true immortal after 1,000,000 years. At this moment, Mu Yang had become an immortal. It would also be noticed by the Eldar of the 4 major continents. It would not be long before the Eldar of the 4 major continents came to look for their emperors. When that time came, the Eldar, who had disappeared for a long time, should reappear in the 4 major continents. Chapter 776. After taking a few simple glances, Emperor Zhao retracted his gaze. Below him, the officials of the Great Zhao dynasty stood quietly. Ever since the establishment of the Heavenly Court, the 10,000 races had been unified. However, it did not mean that the original system of the various races would completely disappear. The establishment of the Heavenly Court. It was purely to unify the 10,000 races and fight against foreign enemies at the same time. In fact, the order that the various races should have still needed the original system to maintain. After all, there were only so many immortals in the Heavenly Court. It was impossible to rely on these immortals to maintain the order of the various races. As a result, in the human race, there were no changes in the imperial court of the Great Zhao dynasty. As the current human emperor, Emperor Zhao spent most of his time cultivating in the Heavenly Court. The rest of his time was spent returning to the Eastern continent to deal with the corresponding affairs of the imperial court. Fortunately, now that the Heavenly Court had been established, there was also the invasion of the evil demon clan in the void. There was no chaos in the human race either. Even if Emperor Zhao was not always in charge of the Eastern continent, the people in the imperial court were enough to maintain the stability of the human race. There would not be any major chaos. If there's anything to report, the court is dismissed. Emperor Zhao's dignified voice sounded. Immediately, the officials also completely recovered from the influence of Mu Yang's ascension. Dan Hao cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, half a year ago, there were many strange movements in the sea area of the Eastern Pattern Prefecture. Ferocious beasts that rarely appeared in the past have appeared frequently in the periphery. In addition, natural disasters have also appeared frequently in the sea area. And those natural disasters seem to be of the same kind. They are like fire clouds. All the humans who come into contact with the natural disasters, regardless of their strength, directly die. Because of this, there are many people who dare to enter the sea area to explore." When talking about the sea area, the others also had solemn expressions. Now that the human race was powerful, there was almost no place in the 4 great continents that could stop the human race. There were only 2 places. The human race did not dare to easily enter. One was Heavenly Abyss, and the other was the sea area. Heavenly Abyss existed in the Western continent and had little to do with the human race. However, the sea area existed in the Eastern continent. It was equivalent to a time bomb that could explode at any time. Even if there were many powerful experts in the human race now, no one dared to easily enter. Because over the years, it was not that there were no experts of the human race who entered the sea area, but most of them had died in front of natural disasters and ferocious beasts. There were very few people who could return alive. It could be said, those who could cultivate to this level were not fools. Without seeing the practical benefits, it was impossible to rashly enter the sea to die. It was fine at first. As the strength of the human race increased, many people became arrogant. But now that so many experts had fallen, the other people's inflated hearts calmed down once again. Emperor Zhao's expression didn't change. There's a supreme being in the depths of the Dead Sea region, but the sea region is an unbreakable seal for that being. Those ferocious beasts were born in the sea region, so there are restrictions on them. Unless it was a last resort, dire beasts would not leave the sea without permission. As for natural disasters in the sea, they would only appear in the sea because that was the rule. He ordered all humans not to approach the sea region without permission to avoid dying for no reason. At the same time, mobilize the army to guard the East Pattern Mansion to prevent the ferocious beasts from leaving the sea and attacking the human territory. "Yes, sir." The officials bowed. Emperor Zhao continued, "Aside from that sealed existence in the ocean of death, there are also many powerful ferocious beasts. Not to mention the celestial being realm, there are also many true immortal realm beasts. All of you must remember my words." In order to prevent others from not knowing the dangers of the ocean of death, Emperor Zhao reminded them again. Regarding the sea region, there was a great fear in his heart. Even though he had broken through to the 3rd level of the true immortal realm, Emperor Zhao was not confident that he could fight against the existence in the depths of the ocean of death. because it was an expert that even the ancient Emperor of Heaven was afraid of. Even the current heaven and earth. In his opinion, he might not be able to fight against the existence in the depths of the ocean of death. As for the riot in the sea region, Emperor Zhao was not worried. Not to mention the existence of the heavenly court, the current strength of the human race alone was enough to deal with the ferocious beasts in the ocean of death. The premise was, the existence in the depths of the sea should not break the seal and come out. But in Emperor Zhao's opinion, there was no possibility of the other party breaking the seal and coming out. Soon, Emperor Zhao's order was passed down. Then, a large number of troops were mobilized to the East Patton Mansion. The fishing villages in the East Patton Mansion near the sea region had all been moved to other places. And the imperial court had also established a strong defense line here. At this moment, Mu Yang had also successfully reached the end of the long river of laws. There was a law monument standing there. Looking at the law monument in front of him, Mu Yang hesitated for a moment, then bombarded it with the rattan branches, and the violent power poured on the law monument. Boom! The law monument shook violently. When it was impacted, the entire long river of laws also trembled violently. Another expert who didn't take the traditional system to become an immortal. The true immortals of the myriad races raised their heads and saw the scene of Mu Yang bombarding the law monument. He shattered the law monument. Then, he cut off a section of the law and used his body to carry it. Although the true immortals of the myriad races didn't understand this method very well, they still knew a lot. Because Mu Yang was not the first person to become an immortal in this way. Long before, the current Eastern war god, Xiao Chengfeng, had used this method to prove his Tao. Now, Mu Yang had also used this method to prove his Tao. Many true immortals had inexplicable expressions on their faces as they firmly remembered everything about Mu Yang. Will becoming an immortal like this be even more powerful? Zhu Chen's eyes flickered. Not many people really knew about the physical establishing sage system. Right now, the powerhouses of the myriad races who had become immortals all took the traditional path of Tao proving, which was a certain extent different from the physical establishing sage. Now that he saw Mu Yang's Tao proving, Zhu Chen also had some thoughts in his heart. After all, he was already a powerhouse at the limit of the heavens and was only one step away from becoming an immortal. Therefore, Zhu Chen was also very cautious about his future path of immortal ascension. If this method of Tao proving was stronger than the traditional method of Tao proving, then there was no need for him to take the traditional system. However, such a brand new system of Tao proving was not something that anyone could do. Including Mu Yang, there were only 2 people who had proven their Tao like this. He wasn't completely confident. Zhu Chen didn't dare to act on his own. On the other side, the law monument had already been shattered. The moment the law monument shattered, the long river of laws also collapsed. Mu Yang immediately followed the method of physical establishing sage and grabbed a section of the long river of laws and directly fused it into his body. Just as the rules fused into his body, the lightning tribulation had already successfully condensed. Just as the lightning hadn't completely descended, Mu Yang directly left the range of the heavenly court. In the next second, boom. Chapter 777. Shocking thunderbolts came crashing down, shaking heaven and earth. The immortal ascension tribulation. Ever since Xiao Chengfeng became an immortal, the races of the 4 continents finally saw the immortal ascension tribulation again. That terrifying aura. Even the immortal ascension experts couldn't help but change their expressions. What a powerful lightning tribulation. Zhu Chen's expression was very serious. The last time Xiao Chengfeng went through the tribulation, he wasn't strong enough and couldn't accurately experience the terror of the immortal ascension tribulation. Now Mu Yang was going through the tribulation. Only then could Zhu Chen clearly feel how terrifying the power of the lightning tribulation was. Even with his current strength, he had the illusion that he would be destroyed at any time in front of the lightning tribulation. The tribulation has begun. In the heavenly court, Qin Shujian put his hands behind his back and looked at Mu Yang, who was going through the tribulation directly in the atmosphere. His expression didn't change much. Mu Yang had already started cultivating the purple heaven divine lightning scripture when he imparted it to him. More than a year. Mu Yang had attracted the lightning tribulation many times to temper his body. Since he dared to go through the tribulation to become an immortal, he must have considerable confidence to do so. Otherwise, Mu Yang wouldn't go through the tribulation easily. As long as there are no accidents, the probability of success is very high. Qin Shujian understood when he saw that the lightning tribulation didn't shake the branches and leaves of the Osmanthus tree. Based on the current situation, unless Mu Yang deliberately sought death, there wouldn't be any difficulty in going through the immortal ascension tribulation. 7 days. The lightning tribulation continued to strike. The duration of the immortal ascension tribulation varied. There was no fixed duration. 7 days had passed. The lightning tribulation between heaven and earth had also reached its final juncture. When the last bolt of lightning struck, the tribulation clouds dissipated with a bang. At the same time, golden flowers scattered in the sky and golden lotuses bloomed on the ground. The phenomenon of immortal ascension had appeared in the 4 continents once again. The Eldar Emperor has appeared. In the small world of the Jade Waves sect on Heavenly Pattern Island, the branches and leaves of a giant tree swayed. A human face appeared on its thick trunk. In that instant just now, Ancestor Tongtian had sensed the throbbing in the dark. As an Eldar expert of the ancient times, he knew very well what this throbbing represented. That was the birth of an emperor in Eldar. Ever since the fall of the ancient Ling Huang, Eldar's strength had gradually weakened until 200,000 years ago, when the last of Eldar's royal aura had disappeared. At this moment, Eldar's emperor aura appeared once more. For a moment, Patriarch Heavenspan found it hard to restrain himself. Now that the emperor has appeared, I, Eldar, will definitely rise. Unfortunately, I can't leave Heavenly Rune Island right now. Otherwise, I would be able to help the Eldar even more. Patriarch Heavenspan sighed with regret. If nothing unexpected happened, he would be imprisoned in Heavenly Rune Island forever and would never have the chance to leave. The only thing he could do for Eldar was to guard his current territory and leave behind the last legacy for Eldar. However, old ancestor Skyreach didn't hope that one day, the Eldar of Heavenly Rune Island would become the final foundation of the Eldar. Today, Eldar Emperor Mu Yang has transcended the tribulation and become an immortal. I confer him the title of Guardian General. Qin Shujian stretched out his hand and the investiture of the gods suddenly appeared. The moment Mu Yang bowed, his name appeared on the list. Then, a mysterious force descended, causing Mu Yang's aura to become stronger. The moment he transcended the tribulation and became an immortal. The 4 great continents. All the silent Eldar woke up at the same time. Then, they climbed the mountains and crossed the mountains, heading towards the fallen immortal region. Mu Yang existed in the Heavenly Court. The Heavenly Court existed in the astral wind layer. Not everyone could enter the heaven and earth astral wind layer. Therefore, the Eldar of the 4 great continents could only go to the fallen immortal region, which was closest to the Heavenly Court. Strictly speaking, the Heavenly Court existed above the fallen immortal region. At this moment, Mu Yang successfully transcended the tribulation. He withdrew his original body and transformed into a young man, landing in front of Qin Shujian. Your subject greets the Emperor of Heaven. This time, he didn't address him as a disciple. Becoming a deity of the Heavenly Court meant becoming an official of the Heavenly Court. He had a relationship with Qin Shujian, the Emperor of Heaven, as a subject. Qin Shujian nodded with a faint smile on his face. The Eldar's system of becoming a sage through the physical body is indeed good. Becoming a true immortal is only the starting point. In the future, you still need to cultivate diligently. Don't slack off. Your subject understands. Mu Yang bowed his head and replied. Qin Shujian said, "You've become an immortal. The Eldar of the 4 great continents are now heading towards the fallen immortal region. The Eldar has disappeared for hundreds of thousands of years. It's time for him to reappear. As the Emperor of the Eldar, you should go and command all the Eldar. In the future, The Eldar will be of great use in dealing with the demon abyss. The Eldar's spiritual energy contained the vitality of heaven and earth. It was the opposite of the demon abyss's demonic energy. If the Eldar had enough experts, by then, they would have a lot of advantages in dealing with the demon abyss. Hearing this, Mu Yang bowed and accepted the order. In the next second, he left the heavenly court and headed towards the fallen immortal region. A huge shadow of an Osmanthus tree stretched across the sky above the fallen immortal region, covering the vast fallen immortal region. Abundant vitality swept across the world. The Eldar has been gone for hundreds of thousands of years. Today, I have created an Eldar. In the vast thousand domains, all the plants and trees that have given birth to spiritual intelligence will become Eldar. The loud voice spread out in all directions. In the fallen immortal region, under the cover of vitality, the plants and trees were nourished. In just a moment, some of the plants and trees had given birth to spiritual intelligence and became Eldar. At the same time, all the Eldar who were heading towards the fallen immortal region were energized when they heard the news. In the fallen immortal region, Mu Yang revealed his true form. The Osmanthus tree was in full bloom. All the Osmanthus flowers drifted in the wind and scattered in all directions. Then, a tree branch bombarded the air and shattered the void. Boom! The void shattered, revealing a pitch-black gap. Mu Yang did not stop. The branches and leaves whipped wildly like hands and feet. The void within 1,000,000 miles shattered like a mirror. Looking at the shattered void above their heads, the cultivators of the fallen immortal region were so frightened that they did not dare to move. They were afraid that the power would leak down and kill them. Boom! Boom! The void within 1,000,000 miles shattered and became chaotic. Seeing this, Mu Yang immediately controlled the shattered void with his celestial core power and forcibly imprisoned it. In the eyes of outsiders, the void fragments froze. Then, countless branches and leaves formed a huge hand and grabbed at the shattered void. The void, which was supposed to have no physical body, was forcibly pulled out. A terrifying darkness appeared in the void. Vast celestial core power surged. Mu Yang's branches and leaves trembled and kept wrapping around the void that was pulled out. Half a day later, the void appeared out of thin air, and then disappeared out of thin air. In the end, Mu Yang's branches and leaves danced wildly as if they were holding up a vast world. Once again, they slammed toward the void that was healing. Rumble. The void buzzed. The small world that belonged to the Eldar was officially opened. Chapter 778. Rebuilding the Eldar. This was to be expected. When they saw Mu Yang become an immortal, many true immortals had some guesses. So, now that the Eldar was reunited, they were not too surprised. At this moment, in the Sea of Death, there were waves raging, as if there were some powerful existences fighting. All of a sudden, tens of thousands of feet of waves erupted. A huge body broke through the waves and fell into the sea. At this moment, flames that were not afraid of seawater rose and instantly engulfed the huge body. Roar tilde an unwilling roar sounded, but it could not change anything. In the end, the body gradually disappeared, leaving only a fire lotus. Zhong Ergu stepped into the air, grabbed the fire lotus in his hand, and began to absorb the energy contained in the fire lotus. After completely absorbing the fire lotus, a star acupoint trembled and opened. I'm about to break through. Looking at the densely opened star acupoints in his body, Zhong Ergu's face finally had a look of relief. After entering the Sea of Death for a few years, he could not remember how many beasts had died in his hands. Regardless of the strength of the beasts, Zhong Ergu used the red lotus of purgation to refine them and convert them into pure energy for his breakthrough. Until now, he had already opened more than 38,000 star acupoints, completely surpassing the peak of the 6th level of the Celestial Being Realm and was moving towards the 7th level of the Celestial Being Realm. In terms of talent, Zhong Ergu was not very good. To be able to upgrade the Guiyuan ancestral canon to such a level in a short period of time, it was all thanks to the help of the beasts in the sea. Without the help of ferocious beasts, He would not be able to reach this stage even in a few decades, let alone a few years. Because in the future cultivation of the Guiyuan ancestral canon, every star acupoint opened required a huge amount of energy. In the first 10 days to half a month, an acupoint could be opened. Perhaps in the later stage, it might take a few years to barely open an acupoint. This was the difference. The Cosmos Bow clicked his tongue in wonder. The Emperor of Heaven's cultivation method is really powerful. With the amount of energy you've absorbed over the years, if you were an ordinary cultivator, even a powerhouse at the peak of the celestial being realm would probably explode. However, you've only just stepped out of the realm of celestial being level 6. If one were to really open 129,600-year-old star acupoints, then the power would be world-shocking. He followed Zhong Ergu. The Cosmos Bow knew a lot about the Guiyuan ancestral canon. I'm afraid that I'll have to refine all the ferocious beasts in the entire Dead Sea region to achieve that. Zhong Ergu shook his head and lamented helplessly. The fierce beast that he had just killed was in existence at the 8th level of the Deva realm. However, an 8th level Deva fierce beast could only barely open up one acupoint. The difficulty of opening the acupoints in the later stage was far beyond Zhong Ergu's imagination. He couldn't believe it. How in the world did Qin Shujian manage to open all 129,600 star acupoints? With the difficulty of opening the star acupoints, Zhong Ergu suspected that even if he refined a perfected immortal, he might not be able to open them successfully. However, although he was curious, he didn't intend to explore. Instead, his gaze fell on the longbow beside him. Elder Qian, when can you break through to a 6-seal Dao artifact? It's not that easy to upgrade a Dao artifact. The Bow of Heaven and Earth replied indifferently. After a pause, he continued, under normal circumstances, a Dao artifact needs to absorb a huge amount of spirit energy to upgrade. It will take at least 1,000 years to go from the 5-seal to the 6-seal. However, if there's an abundant amount of energy to nourish it, there's a chance for it to advance quickly. Energy nourishment. Zhong Ergu was puzzled. He had just asked casually. He didn't expect the Cosmos Bow to really have something to say. The Cosmos Bow said, energy nourishment is easy to understand. As long as there's enough energy for me to absorb, I can shorten the time needed to advance. The ferocious beasts in the sea rely on absorbing the spirit energy of heaven and earth to survive. They don't cultivate rules, so their flesh and blood are filled with rich energy. If you can kill some powerful ferocious beasts and nourish them with blood, I can speed up my advancement. But looking at you now, I guess you're eating it all by yourself. Zhong Ergu was heartless. The Cosmos Bow had a deep understanding. It didn't even have enough energy to absorb. How could it leave any extra for him? Of course. The Cosmos Bow also had some thoughts in its heart. It hoped that Buttface would find his conscience and give it some energy. There'll be a chance in the future. The corner of Zhong Ergu's mouth twitched. He casually carried the Cosmos Bow on his back. Since he wanted to snatch food from him, he would just pretend that he didn't ask. To this, the Cosmos Bow was also speechless. You should at least pretend. You're so direct, it hurts me. When I have the strength to hunt perfected immortals in the future, I won't forget about you. Elder Qian, don't worry. Zhong Ergu heard this and thought for a moment, then gave a decent consolation. The Cosmos Bow was speechless. God knows how many years it would take for him to break through to perfected immortal. After complaining in its heart, the Cosmos Bow composed itself and said in a deep voice, speaking of which, ferocious beasts in the 8th stage of the heavenly human stage are not that useful to you. And now, although you haven't killed all the ferocious beasts in the heavenly human stage, you've killed many of them. Even if you kill all the ferocious beasts in the heavenly human stage, the chances of you breaking through to perfected immortal are very slim. Elder Qian, what do you mean? Why don't you go to the inner region of the sea and take a look? The Cosmos Bow reminded. Hearing this, Zhong Ergu fell into deep thought. The inner region of the sea. For the people of the eastern continent, it was a dangerous place. Not to mention the inner region, even the outer region was extremely dangerous without enough strength. The ferocious beasts were one reason. The natural disaster was another. It was only because Jong-urgu was strong enough and had the cosmos bow to protect him that he could resist the power of the natural disaster. However, if he entered the inner region, it would be completely different. Because there were ferocious beasts in the perfected immortal stage in the inner region. With Jong-urgu's current strength, which was not even at the 7th stage of the heaven-human stage, he could fight against a ruler at the 10th stage of the heaven-human stage. However, there was still a certain gap between him and a perfected immortal. The Cosmos Bow said, although there are perfected immortal ferocious beasts in the inner region, I don't think there will be too many of them. The real danger in the sea is in the depths, not the inner region. There are even more powerful ferocious beasts there, and even mighty figures are everywhere. If you enter the inner region, your strength will increase even faster. Moreover, with your current strength, if you really encounter a perfected immortal ferocious beast, it shouldn't be a problem for you to escape. The inner region, Jong-urgu's expression changed. He had to admit that he was indeed tempted. The powerful ferocious beasts in the outer region were almost killed. In comparison, only the inner region could satisfy his needs. Chapter 779. After making a decision, Jong-urgu immediately flew into the air and headed towards the inner area of the sea. There were natural disasters along the way. But to him, those natural disasters didn't pose any threat. The reason was very simple. Those natural disasters that appeared were all the power imprints that Jong-urgu had left on the periphery of the sea in the past few years. He hit himself. Although it wasn't easy, it wasn't too difficult either. As for the beasts, there was nothing to stop them. In the past few years, Jong-urgu had killed countless beasts, and the murderous aura accumulated on his body had reached a terrifying level. Even though the beasts didn't have intelligence and could only act on instinct. When they sensed the terrifying murderous aura, they also consciously retreated. To a certain extent, the murderous aura accumulated from killing too many beasts was equivalent to a natural protective layer on the periphery of the sea. After all, facing an executioner who had killed countless of their clansmen, even the beasts would feel fear. In the heavenly court, the court meeting was held as usual. Do you have anything to report? On the throne, Qin Shujian sat there as steady as Mount Tai, looking down at the gods below. Every word and action was in accordance with heaven and earth, causing the entire heavenly palace to be enveloped by a majestic aura. As soon as he finished speaking, an immortal god stepped forward and cupped his hands. Emperor of Heaven, not long ago, a mutant came to submit a mission and said that he suspected to have found the location of the Morxia clan. We have also sent cultivators to investigate, but that void is heavily guarded. Many people have died, but they couldn't get close at all. Qin Shujian's expression changed. Then, he looked at the immortal god below and asked faintly, "Did you send a true immortal to investigate?" "Not yet." The immortal god shook his head and then explained, "There are demon king-level existences guarding there, and I can't be sure if there are demon emperors guarding there. In addition, the true immortals of the 10,000 clans are precious. If one or two of them die because of this, it won't be worth it." It was too risky to send a true immortal just to confirm whether that place was the territory of the Morxia clan or not. For the current heavenly court, any true immortal was an extremely precious existence. Unless a great war really broke out, the death of any true immortal was a loss that had to be avoided as much as possible. "Where is it?" "Emperor of Heaven, please take a look." The immortal handed over a jade talisman. With a wave of his hand, Qin Shujian shattered the jade talisman and read the information contained within. The information contained in the jade talisman was insignificant to him. In the blink of an eye, Qin Shujian completely absorbed and digested the information in the jade talisman. As the demon emperor of the Mozhalo clan, the place where Yelvis is overseeing should be where the Mozhalo clan is located. There's indeed no need to send a true immortal to investigate. I have already memorized the coordinates of this place. Is there any news from the remaining Behido and Yezo clans? Qin Shujian turned his gaze back to the deities. Seeing this, the gods were all speechless. It was already not easy to get the coordinates of a clan. After all, the outer realm was so vast that it was much larger than the great wide world. In addition, it had only been 2 to 3 years since the Heavenly Court opened up the extraterritorial battlefield. There was no way for them to explore the extraterritorial void completely. Obtain the coordinates of all the clans. That was even more impossible. The Demon Emperor cupped his hands and said, reporting to the Emperor of Heaven, although we don't have the coordinates of the other 2 clans, we have locked onto a few locations. There are experts guarding those places, and many variant cultivators have fallen there. If nothing unexpected happens, there must be 2 clans in those places. However, it will still take some time to completely verify it. Do your best to find the location of the other 2 clans. At the same time, inform the extraterritorial battlefield to not let the Void Evil Demons take advantage of the opportunity to sneak in. Let the myriad clans prepare for war and officially exterminate the Void Evil Demon clan within 5 years. Qin Shujian waved his hand and shouted in a powerful voice. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed. Exterminating the Void Evil Demon clan within 5 years was undoubtedly a very difficult task. Judging from the previous few exchanges, Yi Zichen could tell. The strength of the Void Evil Demon clan was not weaker than the Heavenly Court. If they really went to war, it was very likely that both sides would suffer. After a short silence, an immortal god could not help but say, reporting to the Emperor of Heaven, exterminating the Void Evil Demon clan within 5 years is probably too rash. Right now, the power of the stars is rich, and stalling for time is beneficial to us. Why don't we wait for a while more? We will have more confidence. That's right. The Moon Empress nodded slightly and said coldly, the 3 clans have many experts. If we really go to war, the immortals of the Heavenly Court are naturally not afraid, but I'm afraid that many perfected immortals of the myriad clans will die. If too many perfected immortals die, it will be disadvantageous for us to fight against the demon abyss in the future. The other immortals did not say anything, but their meaning was similar. Now that the Heavenly Court had a certain advantage, as long as they delayed for enough time, they could expand this advantage. The demon abyss was not a secret. There were also immortals who accidentally entered the demon abyss when exploring the outer realm, but they also retreated in time. As for the distance between the demon abyss and the major Kiliachasm, they had a clear estimate of time. There's no need to talk too much about dealing with the Void Evil Demons. I know what to do. Within 5 years, I will attack the 3 clans. There's not much time left for the myriad clans. In addition, nurture the heavenly soldiers as much as possible. I hope to see the heavenly soldiers play a sufficient role when we fight against the 3 clans. Qin Shujian's expression was solemn, and his tone was unquestionable. Within 5 years, the 3 clans had to be settled. At that time, the Heavenly Court would be able to dominate the outer realm. The rest. Only then would they consolidate their strength and fight the demon abyss. Seeing Qin Shujian's firm attitude, the other immortals wanted to refute, but in the end, they did not say anything. How are the stars and star cores that I asked you to find now? Qin Shujian changed the topic and said calmly. He did not intend to talk about the 3 clans anymore. Instead, he changed the topic to the stars and star cores. Hearing this, Emperor Zhao was the first to step forward. I obtained 3 stars and 5 star cores from my trip to the outer realm. As he spoke, he waved his sleeves, and several stone balls floated up into the air and flew towards Qin Shujian. Qin Shujian reached out and grabbed all the stone balls in the air. If one looked carefully, they would discover. Every stone ball had a powerful sealing power on it, and a vast amount of energy was faintly discernible within the stone balls. Then, Qin Shujian stored all the stone balls into the investiture of the gods. The stone balls entered. The god roll trembled slightly. The pressure that was already there intensified by a lot. Below. After Emperor Zhao took out the stars and star cores, the other gods also took out the stars and star cores and handed them to Qin Shujian. Soon, the god roll reached its limit. Chapter 780. After putting away all the stars and star cores, Qin Shujian said, The matter of collecting the stars and star cores is urgent. You can't slack off. Court dismiss. We'll take our leave. The gods bowed and retreated. Just as they left, Qin Shujian got up from his throne and left the range of the heavenly palace. Above the heavenly court, the sun was shining. The Sanhua sword was still absorbing the power of the stars to nourish itself. Ju Tian's star map was emitting a powerful pressure. Emperor of Heaven. It was a cold greeting without much emotion. Towards Qin Shujian's arrival, Sanhua was already used to it. Anyway, he would come every once in a while. He also understood that Qin Shujian had a completely free attitude towards him. In view of this, Sanhua was more than happy to stay here. However, he also believed that Qin Shujian wouldn't confer him a title for no reason. He definitely had a purpose. He didn't do anything at the moment because it wasn't the right time yet. When the time came, he might understand the other party's purpose. At this moment, Qin Shujian stood above Ju Tian's star map. The investiture of the gods was opened and all the sealed stars were released. The moment the stone ball appeared, he waved his hand and used his vital essence to break all the seals on it. The seals were broken. A huge star suddenly appeared in the void, and a terrifying pressure crushed the surrounding space into dust. Before the stars fell, Qin Shujian used his vital essence again and forcibly suppressed all the stars. It was different from the way Emperor Zhao and the others completely sealed the stars. To absorb the power of the stars, one couldn't completely seal the stars. Otherwise, even Ju Tian's star map couldn't absorb any power from the completely sealed stars. So, Qin Shujian's current method was simply to reduce the size of the stars. After the inner heaven and earth law seeds increased, his strength had become much stronger. Even if there were hundreds of stars, he could still suppress them all at once. Under the control of Qin Shujian, all the suppressed stars flew toward Ju Tian's star map. When it entered the node of Ju Tian's star map, a terrifying surge of energy suddenly erupted. Rumble. A buzzing sound reverberated throughout the heavenly court. The power that spread out annihilated all the astral winds of heaven and earth that it touched. Immediately after, then, a dense and substantial starlight came crashing down from Ju Tian's star chart like a pillar of light. Instantly, the heavenly courts seemed to be bathed in the Milky Way. At that moment, the immortals and gods of the heavenly court all opened their eyes. When they looked at the scene of the galaxy, their eyes were filled with unerasable shock. Even Chu Kuangtu and Niu Dali looked extremely solemn at this moment. Such stellar energy is comparable to the heavenly court of the first era. Niu Dali had a strange expression on his face. When he saw the scene that resembled a galaxy, the ancient memories were also unsealed from the dust. The first era. It was the most powerful era. Because that was the beginning of the universe. All the powerful existences reigned supreme in the first era. Since the heavenly court existed in that epoch, it was easy to imagine how powerful the heavenly court was. At the peak of their power, even existences at the Tao fruit level had to bow in front of the heavenly courts. Although the current stellar energy can't be compared to the heavenly courts of the Emperor Juntai era, it's not weaker than the heavenly courts of the Great Heaven era. Although it's extreme to drain the pond to fish, the benefits are obvious. With the irrigation of such stellar energy, the experts of the myriad races will definitely spring up like bamboo shoots after the rain. I can also take this opportunity to try to break through to the 7th level immortal realm. Niu Dali thought to himself. There were 2 heavenly courts in the first era. The first one was established by Emperor Juntai, which was also the most powerful heavenly court in the first era. If it didn't involve many factors at the Tao fruit level, the most powerful heavenly court wouldn't have collapsed. After the collapse of the first heavenly court, only then did the second heavenly court exist, which was also the heavenly courts of the Great Heaven era. Although the second heavenly court was still powerful, there was still a gap between it and the first heavenly court. However, this gap was relative. Seriously speaking, the heavenly courts of the Great Heaven era could be said to be the strongest compared to the heavenly courts of the other eras. This was an epoch without even a single Tao fruit. A heavenly court that could be comparable to the Great Heaven era in a certain aspect was indeed enough to make people clap their hands and praise. Moreover, in Neo Dallas' opinion, the current stellar energy density was still not the peak of this heavenly court. When all 365 heavenly cycle star diagrams were placed into the stars, that would be the true peak. At that time, even the heavenly courts of the Emperor Juntai era were only SOSO. After all, no matter which era it was still very rare to be able to extract stellar energy for one's own use without any restraint like the current era. Coincidentally, this era was the last chance. Coincidentally, the Emperor of Heaven of this era was Qin Shujian. Therefore, that was why there was such a rare opportunity. Neo Dali retracted his gaze from the galaxy and smiled. I really want to see how effective the stellar energy of the heavenly courts of the Emperor Juntai era is. In the first era, he only went to the heavenly courts and did not have the chance to cultivate there. He could only look at the terrifyingly rich stellar energy. Because speaking of which, the Grand Pure Holy Man did not have a good relationship with the strongest heavenly courts. Neo Dali was the Grand Pure Holy Man's mount and did not have the chance to cultivate in the heavenly courts. It was also a pity for him. A pity that he did not cultivate in the heavenly courts of that era. As time passed, Neo Dali also forgot about this matter. Now that he saw the galaxy, he recalled this matter again. Neo Dali had a premonition. Perhaps the small regret of the first era could be made up for in this era. His chaotic thoughts gradually calmed down. Neo Dali calmed himself down again and absorbed stellar energy to cultivate. There was a green ball lying on his side in the hall. As he breathed, powerful daoist rhythms circulated. And as he breathed, there was also the flow of the nomological river, which set off Neo Dali. If one looked at it seriously, one could see that the cracked nomological laws were being repaired bit by bit. Every crack that was being repaired and extended could make Neo Dali's aura become denser. Splash! From time to time, waves would rise from the river and faint sounds could be heard. The entire hall also underwent some slight changes under the flow of the nomological river. Throughout the entire process, there wasn't much of a disturbance. Everything was imperceptibly changing in ways that ordinary people didn't know about. Chapter 781. While Neo Dali was concentrating on cultivating, Chu Kuang-tu was also on the verge of a breakthrough. He had awakened earlier than the other party. In terms of foundation, Neo Dali was actually slightly inferior when they were at their peak states. Therefore, when it came to the recovery of strength, Chu Kuang-tu was also slightly better. While Neo Dali was recovering his strength and looking for an opportunity to break through to the 7th level of the immortal realm, he was already breaking through to the 7th level of the immortal realm. In the hall, the long river of laws shook. The broken long river of laws was repairing bit by bit. Chu Kuang-tu sat cross-legged in the middle, frantically absorbing the power of the stars for his own use. Whether it was the nomological Tao or the physical sanctification. There were some differences between the two systems when they became immortals, but the path they took was similar. The nomological Tao experts. From the 1st level of the immortal realm to the 9th level of the immortal realm, they would gradually control their own rules. When they broke through to the 9th level of the immortal realm, they would completely control the rules. Only after completely controlling the rules could they rely on their own strength to expand and strengthen the rules. In other words, breaking through to the perfected immortal realm was a stage. From the 1st level of the immortal realm to the 9th level of the immortal realm was another stage. As for the cultivators of the physical sanctification system, the first few realms were all repairing and perfecting the rules. When the rules were completely repaired, the realm would naturally break through to the 9th level of the immortal realm. When that time came, only then would they strengthen their own rules and reach the point where they could surpass the rules of heaven and earth. At this moment, Chu Kuang-tu was repairing his own rules. In addition to his own comprehension, the repair of the rules also required a vast amount of energy. With his Tao fruit realm, he naturally did not lack comprehension of the rules. What he truly lacked was It was just the energy to repair the rules. Therefore, the biggest beneficiaries of the rich star power of the Heavenly Court were not the immortals of the Heavenly Court, nor were they the cultivators of the myriad races of the 4 major continents. Instead, it was the old antiques who had been reborn in the previous epochs. As for the purpose of Qin Shujian absorbing the stars, part of the reason was to improve the foundation of the myriad races. But the biggest reason was, it was to let Chu Kuangtu and the others recover their strength. Now, only these 2 people had the chance to break through to the 3rd level of the perfected immortal realm in a short period of time. As strong as Emperor Zhao, Xiao Chengfeng, and the others. Breaking through to the upper 3 true immortals was not something that could be done in a short time. This span of time. Not only was there a difference in talent, but there was also a problem of foundation. In Qin Shujian's opinion, it would take at least a few decades for the immortals and gods of the Heavenly Court to produce an expert of the upper 3 true immortal realms. There was also the possibility that someone was faster. However, no matter how fast he was, there was still a limit. Is Chu Kuangtu about to make a breakthrough? Before Qin Shujian left Ju Tian's star map, he cast his gaze toward a certain palace in the Heavenly Court. A powerful aura was faintly discernible there. As the Emperor of Heaven, nothing in the Heavenly Court could escape his eyes and ears. Come to think of it, it's indeed time for Chu Kuangtu to make a breakthrough. Qin Shujian smiled. If Chu Kuangtu made a breakthrough, then, the foundation of the Heavenly Court would become even stronger. When the time came to wage war with the 3 great clans, they would almost certainly win. After all, the strength of the demon emperors of the 3 clans had been weakened a little, while Qin Shujian's own strength was steadily increasing. The gap between the 2 had been widened a little. If Chu Kuangtu made a breakthrough now, this gap would once again be widened to an extent that could not be made up for. And there was no possibility that Chu Kuangtu would fail to make a breakthrough. Qin Shujian did not have any doubts. As a reincarnated Dao fruit, if he could fail to break through to the 7th true immortal realm, he might as well just kill himself, lest he embarrass them. In the Heavenly Court, most people did not notice Chu Kuangtu's breakthrough. But in the entire Heavenly Court, apart from Qin Shujian, there were very few people who could sense this. He's about to make a breakthrough. San Hua's cold voice sounded, and there was an inexplicable emotion in his tone. He was the Sword Master's divine weapon. In the past era, he had fought with Chu Kuangtu, the Blade Master, many times. Now, things had changed. The Sword Master had fallen, and he had also submitted to the Heavenly Court, while the Sword Master was trying to break through to the 7th true immortal realm. For a moment, San Hua had mixed feelings in his heart. After taking a brief look at the sword, Qin Shujian turned and left. Chu Kuangtu's breakthrough was good news, proving that the Heavenly Court would have one more upper-level true immortal. Moreover, the other party was the reincarnation of a Dao fruit. Once he broke through to the 3rd true immortal realm, he would not be comparable to a simple 7th true immortal. When the time came, not to say that he was comparable to a 9th true immortal, but dealing with an 8th true immortal would not be a problem. Even if he faced a 9th true immortal demon emperor, he would have the confidence to contend with him. Moreover, if Chu Kuangtu made a breakthrough, even if Neo Dallas' foundation was weaker, the next few years would be enough for him to make a breakthrough. As a result, the Heavenly Court officially had 3 upper-level true immortals. When it was time to start a war with the 3 clans, it would be enough to press Hedo and the other demon emperors to the ground. It was precisely because of this. That was why Qin Shujian had the confidence to wipe out the 3 clans within 5 years. The other immortals and gods thought that the Heavenly Court needed to rely on the strength of the immortals and gods of the Heavenly Court to wage a war against the 3 clans. In fact, that was not the case. Chu Kuangtu, Neo Dali, and Qin Shujian himself were the main reasons to deal with the 3 clans. As long as those demon emperors were destroyed, there was no possibility of resisting with the remaining void demons. The further back they went, the more important the top combat power was. Although there were enough ordinary true immortals, as long as there were enough of them, they could also kill the true immortals of the upper 3 levels. But seriously speaking, If they wanted to kill an upper 3 true immortal, they would need to pay at least 100 times the number of true immortals. Otherwise, there was absolutely no possibility of suppressing an upper 3 true immortal. In other words, as long as there was one more upper 3 true immortal, it would be more useful than 100 more true immortals. Of course, there were definitely more than 100 true immortals at the Demon King level in the 3 clans. Qin Shujian was confident in dealing with a few demon emperors, but it did not mean that he was confident in dealing with all the true immortals of the 3 clans while dealing with the demon emperors. At this moment, the role of the heavenly court and the myriad races was played. Soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals. As long as he dealt with the demon emperor and cooperated with the strength of the heavenly court, it would not be a problem to destroy the remaining void demons. Back in the inner hall of the heavenly palace, Qin Shujian sank his consciousness into the investiture of the gods. He saw that in the vast space inside the god role, there were a large number of star cores floating. His spiritual will swept across. All of the star cores were covered by it. In an instant, Qin Shujian's spiritual will withdrew from the god role. I've already collected 157 star cores. I'm still a little more than 200 away from the minimum requirement of 365 star cores to refine Zhu Tian's star map. In another 2 years, I'll almost be able to collect all of them. As long as he collected all the star cores, he could start refining the real Zhu Tian's star map. At that time, the heavenly court would have one more powerful means. Chapter 782. Star energy poured in. The cultivators of the 4 major continents once again entered a period of explosive growth. 9-headed mystic realm. How much longer until I break through to true immortal? The Dog Emperor sat on the throne. There was another seat below him, and the one sitting there was Zhu Chen. As a peak diviner expert, Zhu Chen was the strongest expert in the 9-headed dog clan after the Dog Emperor. As such, although he did not have the right to sit on the same level as the Dog Emperor, he still had a place in the palace. As for the other elders, they were all subconsciously inferior to him. Zhu Chen said, "Now that the star energy has become much denser, I should be able to attempt a breakthrough within a month. Millimeter, if you can, then so be it." The Dog Emperor nodded. If Zhu Chen could become an immortal, the 9-headed dog clan would have another true immortal expert. This way, the clan's foundation would also improve greatly, which was a great thing. When the star energy became denser, many powerful races had given birth to more than one true immortal. Strictly speaking, the 9-headed dog clan was a large clan. But until now, they only had the Dog Emperor as a true immortal. If they delayed any longer, they would be criticized. Fortunately, the Dog Emperor was one of the 5 emperors. In terms of strength and prestige, other true immortals could not compare to him. And so, that was why the other clans did not dare to cause trouble. On the side, Zhu Chen hesitated. He had something to say, but did not know how to say it. His emotional fluctuations could not be hidden from the Dog Emperor's senses. The Dog Emperor looked at him and said calmly, "If you have something to say, then say it boldly. Hesitation is not in your character." Not long ago, Emperor Eldar underwent the tribulation to become an immortal. You should know that I discovered that the Eastern War God and that Ling Huang's method of breaking through to true immortal was different from the usual system. I was thinking, if I could break through to true immortal using that method, would I become even stronger? Zhu Chen hesitated, but after he finished speaking, he no longer hesitated. Looking at the Dog Emperor, he paused for a moment before continuing. If that method of becoming an immortal would make me even stronger, I would like to give it a try. But the lightning tribulation's power does not seem to be easy to pass. That's why I'm not too sure either, so I'm here to ask for your advice. A new system. Perhaps he would become even stronger after becoming an immortal. If there was a chance, Zhu Chen also wanted to give it a try. However, when Mu Yang underwent his tribulation to become an immortal, the might of the tribulation made him hesitate. If he wasn't mistaken, when that might descended, even a true immortal might die, let alone a celestial. Could it be that the unknown Ling Huang was also an expert who was strong enough to kill immortals? Regarding this, Zhu Chen also had doubts in his heart. Not just anyone could kill an immortal with a celestial. Even though the myriad races were at their peak, there were very few experts who were qualified to kill immortals. It was publicly acknowledged that he could slay immortals. Only the Emperor of Heaven and the Eastern God of War, Xiao Chengfeng. Other than that, there was no third existence that could slay immortals. Hearing this, the Dog Emperor's expression was serious. Xiao Chengfeng and Mu Yang's method of becoming immortal should be a completely new system. Ben Huang doesn't know much about this. But the Emperor of Heaven should know. If you are sure to do this, Ben Huang can ask the Emperor of Heaven on your behalf. But before you get the results, don't try rashly. The power of the immortal ascension lightning tribulation, even a first-level immortal would be at risk of dying. If you die during the tribulation, it won't be so easy for our clan to produce another true immortal in a short period of time. The Dog Emperor was also worried that Zhu Chen would go through the tribulation on impulse. Although the cultivation environment had improved greatly now, and the nine-headed dog clan had many experts. But the problem was, the nine-headed dog clan's foundation was still a little weak. Even with the power of the stars, the experts born now stopped at the almighty realm. It was not so easy to reach the limit of a celestial or even the true immortal realm. Zhu Chen was really going to fail. In the next few years, the nine-headed dog clan would not have a second true immortal. In the past, a gap of a few years was nothing at all. But it was different now. Everything had happened in a few short years, and it made the Dog Emperor feel an invisible sense of urgency. A few years seemed to pass in the blink of an eye. But if things went wrong, it was enough to change the entire nine-headed dog clan. Zhu Chen understood the Dog Emperor's concerns. Don't worry, Emperor. I won't try it unless I'm 100% sure. After all, no matter how strong I am after the tribulation, it's all for nothing if I fail. If there's really no other way, it's better to break through according to the traditional system. How strong the future was, how good the prospects were. The premise of everything. It had to be that he could successfully break through. If it was the tribulation, everything would be illusory. On this point, Zhu Chen understood it very well. Seeing this, the Dog Emperor calmed down. Ben Huang will help you ask. With that, he left the nine-headed secret realm. He broke through the astral wind layer. When he entered the heavenly court, he saw a scene that seemed to be immersed in the galaxy. The Dog Emperor could not help but be stunned. Since the end of the last court meeting, he had returned to the nine-headed dog clan's territory. He had not been to the heavenly court in this period of time. Therefore, the change in front of him was a little unexpected. Soon, the Dog Emperor came back to his senses. Then, he stepped on the yellow cloud galaxy and walked toward the heavenly palace. After entering the heavenly palace, he cupped his hands toward the osmanthus tree in front of him and said politely, "This emperor wishes to meet the Emperor of Heaven. Please inform him, Divine General." So it's the Emperor of the Eastern Sun. Please wait for a moment. This one will go and inform him. The osmanthus tree swayed, and Mu Yang's incarnation appeared. After cupping his hands toward the Dog Emperor, he walked toward the inner hall of the heavenly palace. Seeing this, the Dog Emperor did not say anything. He just stood there and waited. The Divine General guarding the heavenly court. In terms of official position, he was definitely inferior to the emperors of the 5 directions. Even the war gods of the 4 extremes were inferior. If one were to really compare, he was at most the same as Zhu Tian's constellation. Logically speaking, he did not need to give him too much face. The problem was that although Mu Yang was the divine general guarding the heavenly palace, he was also Qin Shujian's confidant. As the Emperor of Heaven's confidant, even if he did not have a deity position, the Dog Emperor did not want to offend him. Therefore, the necessary etiquette was still necessary. Not long after, Mu Yang walked out of the inner hall. He cupped his hands toward the Dog Emperor and said with a smile, "The Emperor of Heaven is in the inner hall. Emperor of the Eastern Sun can enter by yourself." "Many thanks." the Dog Emperor said with a smile, then walked into the inner hall. Chapter 783. In the inner hall of the heavenly palace. Stars swirled around. The surging power of the stars had already flowed into the heavenly palace. The Dog Emperor stepped in. When he saw Qin Shujian on the throne, he immediately bowed. "Greetings, Emperor of Heaven, Emperor of the Eastern Sun, you may dispense with the formalities." "Thank you, Emperor of Heaven. Emperor, why did you suddenly come to my heavenly palace today?" Qin Shujian said lightly. He was also curious about the Dog Emperor's intentions. Under normal circumstances, the immortals of the heavenly court would not come here unless it was a court meeting. Qin Shujian didn't believe that the Dog Emperor didn't have anything important to say when he suddenly came over. In a short moment, many thoughts flashed through Qin Shujian's mind. But he suppressed these thoughts in the end. "Below." The Dog Emperor cupped his hands and said, "I'm here to ask the Emperor of Heaven about something." "Speak." "May I ask if the Eastern God of War and the Guardian Divine General will have a thunder tribulation when they become immortals? Is there any essential difference from the traditional immortal ascension?" The Dog Emperor pondered for a moment and asked the question in his heart. In fact, in the heavenly court, Xiao Chengfeng and Mu Yang were not the only ones who had a thunder tribulation when they became immortals. In his eyes, there were also the mysterious Chu Kuangtu and Niu Dali. But for the latter, the Dog Emperor did not know much, so he did not ask casually. Besides, the existence of the latter was only known to the immortals of the heavenly court. Those who were not immortals of the heavenly court were not qualified to meet those two mysterious existences. It was not as eye-catching as Xiao Chengfeng and Mu Yang, who had directly undergone the thunder tribulation in the fallen immortal realm. Hearing the Dog Emperor's words, Qin Shujian finally understood the Dog Emperor's intentions. There were not many people who knew about the physical sanctification system, so it was normal for the Dog Emperor to have doubts. Immediately, he waved his hand, and a stream of light burst out and directly entered the Dog Emperor's mind. The whole process only took a moment. The Dog Emperor did not even have time to react before unfamiliar memories appeared in his mind. Instinctively, he closed his eyes and digested the unfamiliar memories in his mind. After a while, the Dog Emperor opened his eyes. His pupils were filled with shock. 3 great systems. Physical sanctification system. Even his firm Tao heart shuddered. Until now, the Dog Emperor finally understood that on the path of cultivation, there was more than just the traditional path. There were actually 3 paths that could be taken. If that's the case, the Eastern Pole War God and the Guardian Divine Generals are following the path of physical sanctification. He took a deep breath and instantly thought of Chu Kuangtu and Niu Dali. Qin Shujian said, in the fleshly sanctification system, one has to face the immortal ascension tribulation when becoming an immortal. The power of this tribulation is extraordinary. One must have a strong enough physical body to have the hope of successfully transcending the tribulation. Otherwise, they would die. This method of immortal ascension was indeed stronger than the traditional method of immortal ascension, but it was not absolute. As for how to proceed, it's up to you. Hearing this, the Dog Emperor immediately bowed. "Thank you, Emperor of Heaven, for clearing my doubt. If there's nothing else, you may take your leave." "I'll take my leave." The Dog Emperor turned and left. On the Emperor's throne, Qin Shujian silently watched the Dog Emperor leave. His thoughts drifted to another place. The Dog Emperor's sudden visit today made him think of something. As early as Xiao Chengfeng's tribulation and the subsequent powerhouse's tribulations, the physical sanctification system could not be hidden. Of course, Qin Shujian did not intend to hide this system. It was just that in the beginning, he did not expect to announce the physical sanctification system so soon. This was because in the current era, there was a huge gap between the 2 worlds. The Tao affirmation system was the right path. Whether it was the physical sanctification or the evolution of heaven and earth, they were all unorthodox. Comparing the 3, it was easier to become an immortal using the traditional system. As long as no one got in the way, the risk was minimal. As long as one did not deliberately seek death, there was no possibility of failing to become an immortal. However, once the physical sanctification system was leaked, there would definitely be cultivators who wanted to use this system to break through their own limits. If that was the case, there would be a high degree of risk. Because it was different from the traditional system, the lightning tribulation of this era was much more powerful than the lightning tribulation of the Third Era. The lightning tribulation was more powerful, and the success rate was lower. But even the Emperor of the Eastern Sun came to ask about it. The physical sanctification system cannot be hidden. There might be other cultivators at the heavenly human limit who want to imitate the former and break through. Instead of waiting for someone to break through and die, it's better to release the news in advance. Anyway, if we can really cultivate a group of physical sanctification powerhouses, it will be beneficial for the heavenly court in the long run. Qin Shujian fell into deep thought. Thoughts were spinning in his mind. Great power returned to oneself. Naturally, it was a powerful existence. As for the evolution of heaven and earth system, he did not think too much about it. Because in Qin Shujian's opinion, it was not easy to follow the evolution of heaven and earth system. If he did not use the foundation of his previous life and combined it with his real power to deduce, he would not have been able to deduce the Guiyuan ancestral canon. In other words, unless he had the support of a corresponding cultivation method, it was impossible to evolve heaven and earth. After figuring out the key points, he woke up from his contemplation. Suddenly, Qin Shujian grabbed the investiture of the gods on the table and transmitted the corresponding information to the heavenly court's gods through the investiture of the gods. In the palace, Shi Yang interrupted his cultivation. He could not help but look stunned by the unfamiliar memories that appeared in his mind. But soon, he recovered from his shock. After carefully digesting the memories in his mind, Shi Yang's stunned expression turned into shock. Evolution of heaven and earth, physical sanctification, and Tao affirmation. He now understood that the system that he had originally followed was called Tao affirmation. It was also the weakest of the three major systems. As for the system that Xiao Chengfeng had followed, it was ranked second, physical sanctification. Thinking of the Eastern god of war's tyrannical strength, Shi Yang's heart trembled. At first, he did not know why Xiao Chengfeng's strength was so much stronger than ordinary true immortals. But now, it all made sense. Then, what about the Emperor of Heaven? When the Emperor of Heaven became an immortal, there were no rules and no thunder tribulations. Then, he should have followed the evolution of heaven and earth system, and only by following the strongest system can one be qualified to establish the heavenly court and rule over thousands of races. Instantly, Shi Yang's attention fell on Qin Shujian. Without a doubt, the system that he had followed was the strongest evolution of heaven and earth system. After all, many of the phenomena of immortal ascension did not appear on Qin Shujian. After thinking about it, this was the only reasonable explanation. Chapter 784. For a moment, all of Shi Yang's doubts about Qin Shujian were solved at this moment. However, he couldn't figure it out. Why did the other party have to release this news at this moment of all times? If the news of the three great systems spreads, I'm afraid there will be a huge change in the myriad races in the future. Shi Yang didn't need to guess to understand what kind of shock the three great systems would cause after the news spread. There were so many cultivators in the myriad races, so there would definitely be experts who wanted to give it a try. After all, it was a chance to become stronger. Very few people could turn a blind eye to it. After a long time, Shi Yang calmed his mind and entered the state of cultivation. No matter what system it was, it didn't have much to do with him. Because the three great systems, only when one was at the celestial being realm would one have the right to choose. Once one broke through to the true immortal realm, there was no turning back. Unless he crippled his own cultivation and started cultivating from scratch. But for Shi Yang, crippling his own cultivation and starting from scratch was equivalent to crippling his own limbs and courting death. Not to mention himself. None of the true immortals would make such a choice. Because once he crippled his own cultivation and started from scratch, no one could guarantee that he would succeed in transcending the tribulation. More importantly, most of the experts who could cultivate to the true immortal realm had experienced thousands of years of bitter cultivation. To rashly cripple one's own cultivation, not to mention whether one could survive such a heavy injury, just the impact of the reduction of one's lifespan could cause a true immortal to die on the spot. As long as one wasn't someone who took things too hard, no one would do that. So, Shi Yang didn't have any intention of walking down the other systems. Now, he had already reached the peak of the 3rd level of immortal. If he took another step forward, he could officially break through to the 4th level of immortal and join the ranks of the middle 3 levels of immortal. Even in the ancient times, the middle 3 levels of immortal were all influential experts. Even now, the number of middle 3 levels of immortal in the heavenly court could be counted on one hand. The total number of devilish emperors from the 3 void fiend clans didn't exceed 10. So, if he could break through to the 4th level of immortal, then the status of the human race in the heavenly court would rise by a lot. Just as Shi Yang was calming his mind to cultivate. After the gods of the heavenly court received the news of the 3 great systems, they immediately spread it out. It didn't spread completely, but only transmitted to the races it belonged to. However, the experts of the same race would definitely have friends from other races. One after another. In less than a month, the news of the 3 major systems swept through the 4 major continents. At this point, everyone understood that becoming an immortal was not only possible through the traditional system, but also through a total of 3 major systems. Physical sanctification system. After Zhu Chen received the news, the doubts in his heart disappeared. However, the first thing that came to his mind was not the sanctification of the physical body, but the evolution of heaven and earth system. This was because according to the news that the heavenly court had spread, this system was the most powerful of the 3 major systems. However, if there were still traces of physical sanctification, then there was really no news at all about heaven and earth evolution. In Zhu Chen's mind, the Emperor of Heaven should have followed this system. But the problem was, when the other party became an immortal, there was no news at all. Right now, no one knew exactly what they had to do to reach the stage of evolving the world. This question. He could only make guesses in his heart, but there was no way for him to ask in person. This was because becoming an immortal was a secret to everyone. If he really wanted to ask, Zhu Chen believed that Qin Shujian would not leak too much information. When the time came, not only would he not get what he wanted, but he might also anger the other party. Thinking of this, he immediately gave up on exploring the secret of evolving the world. In that case, if I follow the physical sanctification system, it should be the most suitable. When Zhu Chen thought of this, a bright light burst out from his eyes. The physical sanctification system. The main problem was the physical body. Only with a strong enough physical body would there be a possibility of passing the immortal ascension tribulation. The 9-headed dog clan was born with a strong physical body. Although their physical body was not ranked first among the 10,000 clans, it was still one of the few. This way, the chances of transcending the tribulation were still very high. And from the news that the heavenly court had spread, the power of the immortal ascension tribulation depended on the cultivator to a certain extent. So, in Zhu Chen's opinion, the terrifying power of Mu Yang's tribulation was most likely because of the other party's tyrannical foundation. If his foundation was not as good as the other party's, the power of the tribulation would not be so strong. Of course, this was not so strong, but it was only relatively speaking. If one really compared it, there was not much difference. The strong were strong, the weak were weak. The difficulty of transcending the tribulation was obvious. It was not so easy to succeed. The prerequisite for the physical sanctification is to have a strong enough physical body. There's no need for me to rush to breakthrough now. It's better to polish it. Zhu Chen already had an idea in his heart. If he had already become an immortal, then forget it. But since he had not become an immortal, he definitely did not want to become an immortal with the system that was ranked last among the 3 major systems. No matter what, He had to try and see if he could walk the physical sanctification system. Perhaps the differences between the systems were not so obvious now, but when there were more experts with physical sanctification in the future, the differences between the systems would appear. When that time came, the experts who used the rules to become immortals would be in an awkward situation. After making up his mind, Zhu Chen suppressed the urge to break through to the true immortal realm. The current him had not truly reached his limit. The original limit was only relative to the rules. Now that he wanted to walk the physical sanctification system, the original limit was no longer the limit. What Zhu Chen had to do now was to continue tempering his body and truly temper it to a point where it could not advance any further. Only then could he truly break through and try to transcend the immortal ascension lightning tribulation. While Zhu Chen was focused on cultivating, many experts who had reached the limit of the celestial being realm of the myriad races had stopped thinking of breaking through. Instead, they began to settle down and strengthen their foundation. Their goal. It was the same as Zhu Chen. They did not want to take the conventional path of breaking through. Instead, they wanted to take the path of physical sanctification. Only then, only after breaking through could they be strong enough. Before Xiao Chengfeng broke through, he could already suppress ordinary true immortals. After breaking through, his strength was even more terrifying. Mu Yang's words, however, did not reveal anything. But no matter what, the prospect of sanctifying one's physical body was already there, and many confident experts wanted to give it a try. However, not all experts did so. Some of the experts still broke through to the true immortal realm using the traditional system. For them, it did not matter if their foundation was strong or weak, as long as they could break through. Chapter 785. After the spread of the three systems. In the following time, the number of experts who broke through to the true immortal realm decreased at a visible rate. Even though the star power was several times richer than usual, the birth of true immortals could not be compared to the past. Obviously. The reason for this was that most of the experts were waiting for the opportunity to transcend the tribulation. I heard that you've completely spread the body sanctification system. In the inner hall of the heavenly palace, Chu Kuangtu had a faint smile on his face. The person sitting opposite him was Qin Shujian. There were no extra immortals in the main hall, which was supposed to be a court meeting. There was only a stone table and 2 stone stools. On the stone table, there was spiritual tea brewing. Rich spiritual energy was emitted from the teacup, and the mist could be vaguely seen condensing into a giant tree. That was the form of the current Ling Huang. The spiritual tea brewed by Qin Shujian was not ordinary, but the spiritual flowers condensed on the Osmanthus tree after Mu Yang became an immortal. After he became an immortal, the spiritual flowers condensed on the tree had already surpassed the limit of the 9th level. If there was a classification, it had already reached the sage stage. In the outside world, a cup of such spiritual tea was enough for a true martial realm cultivator to directly break through to the spirit god realm or even the god martial realm. But for Qin Shujian and Chu Kuangtu, it only tasted better and had no other effect. Hearing what Chu Kuangtu said, Qin Shujian picked up the spiritual tea and shook his head with a faint smile. There was Xiao Chengfeng, Mu Yang, and Yu and the green ox transcending the tribulation. The news of the body sanctification can't be kept a secret for long. Even if I don't tell anyone, someone will try. Instead of letting them try to figure it out and then die under the thunder tribulation, it's better to announce it directly. Even if they really die during the tribulation in the future, they can't blame anyone. Whether to announce it or not, there would be people trying to break through in other ways. In that case. Thus, Qin Shujian decided to be more straightforward and announce the information to the public. Chu Kuangtu said, "There's no harm in announcing it. What I didn't expect was that you would divide the system of breaking through to the true immortal realm into 3. Furthermore, in your eyes, the physical sanctification system isn't the strongest. If that's the case, is the heaven and earth derivation system that you're following really the strongest?" Speaking of the word strongest, Chu Kuangtu said meaningfully, no matter the time, the word strongest was always controversial. There was no first place in literature. There was no second place in martial arts. Over the course of several eras, many experts had fallen just to compete for the title of the strongest. If this was the second era, if someone dared to say that their system was the strongest, it was very likely that they wouldn't be able to live past 3 days. Even now, even Chu Kuang-tu was tempted to make a move. He really wanted to see if what Qin Shujian said about being the strongest was true. However, Chu Kuang-tu quickly dismissed the idea. His current realm was not on the same level as the other party. If they really fought, he would be asking for trouble. She sat opposite him. Qin Shujian replied calmly, "The system I'm following is naturally the strongest. Maybe it won't be the strongest in the future, but as long as I'm here, it will be the strongest. If you don't believe me, why don't you give it a try? When I break through to the 9th level of Immortal, I'll give it a try." Chu Kuang-tu chuckled and didn't answer this question. He wasn't afraid of anyone in the same realm. But if there was a gap of a few small realms, Chu Kuang-tu wasn't sure that he could compete with Qin Shujian. If they really fought, that would be asking for trouble. Seeing that Chu Kuang-tu didn't answer, Qin Shujian changed the topic and said with a smile, "Speaking of which, now that you've broken through to the 7th level of Immortal, what are your chances of winning against the Devil Emperor?" In his eyes, Chu Kuang-tu's realm was completely exposed. If the other party hadn't broken through to the 7th level of Immortal, he wouldn't have come out to chat with him now. Which demon emperor is the Qin emperor referring to? Yizhua. Qin Shujian casually said, "The weakest devil emperor." Hearing that, Chu Kuang-tu sneered proudly. "It's easy to fight a wounded 8th level immortal demon emperor with bare hands. If I use the hibernation awakening, killing him will be a piece of cake." As soon as he finished speaking, the long saber on his back buzzed softly. The Sword Master had a carnate supreme treasure to protect himself. The Sword Master also had a top divine weapon, Hibernation Awakening. Even his divine weapon in the second era was no weaker than Sanhua in terms of power. With such a supreme treasure, any 7th level immortal was qualified to kill an 8th level immortal. Not to mention, Chu Kuang-tu was the reincarnation of a Dao fruit, different from an ordinary 7th level immortal. There was no problem for him to deal with the 8th level immortal Yizhua. Good. Qin Shujian had a smile on his face. He was also very satisfied with Chu Kuang-tu's confidence. After a while, the Heavenly Court will officially take action against the 3 major clans. At that time, I hope the Sword Master can really kill Yizhua as easily as you said today. I've never spoken empty words. Chu Kuang-tu's expression didn't change. He picked up the teacup in front of him and said lightly, "Your Majesty, are you not taking action now because you're waiting for that bull?" Chu Kuang-tu's tone was a little unfriendly. Although they were now on the same side, he still had a lot of dissatisfaction with Niu Dali. The hatred of the second era. If there was a chance in the future, Chu Kuang-tu would definitely take revenge. In fact, he was now thinking about whether he should take the initiative to suppress Niu Dali before he broke through to the 7th level immortal realm. However, Chu Kuang-tu looked at Qin Shujian on the side, but he still didn't put this idea into action. This Qin emperor, he wouldn't sit and watch them fight to the death. If he really attacked Niu Dali by force, he might be the one suppressed. He glanced at Chu Kuang-tu. Qin Shujian shook his head. "The feud between you and the Green Bull can be slowly settled after the tribulation. No one will care about you. But now that the tribulation is coming, don't cause any trouble. If you really cause trouble, I can't just stand by and watch. The Sword Master should understand this. The overall situation is more important. I still know this. Your Majesty, you don't have to say it." Chu Kuang-tu retorted angrily. He knew it. Qin Shujian definitely wouldn't let him take action. Seeing this, Qin Shujian laughed. "Sword Master, please don't take offense. It's just that it's better to talk about some things openly. Otherwise, it won't be good for you and me. Now that you've broken through to the 7th level immortal realm, when the Green Bull breaks through, the Heavenly Court will have full confidence to attack the 3 major clans. If you don't have absolute confidence to kill those demon emperors, It's meaningless even if you wipe out the other void demons. I believe you know very well how terrifying a demon emperor without any restrictions is. If they really wiped out all the void demons and then Beidou and the other demon emperors escaped, the consequences would be very serious. Hearing this, Chu Kuangtu also nodded as if it was a matter of fact. P.S. I recommend a friend's new book. My dad seems a little strong. Chapter 786. The Three True Immortals Without Any Restrictions. Even the current heavenly court did not have the confidence to deal with them. There was a good saying. There were thieves for 1,000 days, but there were no thieves for 1,000 days. If it really came to that point, the heavenly court might have to abandon the extraterritorial battlefield and withdraw all forces back to the great wide world. In that case, what was the point of destroying the void demons? When it was time for the demonic abyss to descend, those few devil emperors might even cause a lot of trouble. Therefore, it was fine if he didn't make a move. Once he made a move, he had to catch all the demon emperors in one fell swoop and not let them have a chance to escape. Let's wait a little longer. Green Bull's innate wisdom will awaken a little later, but it won't take too long to break through to the 7th immortal level. Then let's wait a little longer. Chu Kuangtu nodded. It was not up to him to decide when to attack the three great clans. In the current era, Qin Shujian was the ruler of the heavenly court, and he was also the strongest among all the reincarnated people. Chu Kuangtu even felt that. He was not far from recovering the cultivation of his previous life. Therefore, for many things, he took Qin Shujian's advice. Others were not that important. The two chatted for a short while before Chu Kuangtu got up and left. He came this time because he had broken through to the next realm and wanted to take a breather. In fact, the 7th immortal level was just the beginning for Chu Kuangtu. He had to reach the 8th and 9th immortal level in a short time. As for whether he could recover the cultivation of the second era, he was not 100% sure. At the Dao fruit level, it was not so easy to reach. There were countless geniuses in an era, but only a few could break through to the Dao fruit level in the end. That realm. Even if a Dao fruit reincarnated and recultivated, there was not much confidence that he could cultivate back. Therefore, unless it was a last resort, there would be no Dao fruit reincarnated and recultivated. Once reincarnated and recultivated, there was no way out. After Chu Kuangtu left, the stone stool he was sitting on also dissipated like smoke. Qin Shujian's body did not move. He picked up the teacup and tasted the spirit tea in it. How can it be so easy to break through to the Dao fruit level? He finished the spirit tea. There was a look of regret on his face. As the first expert to break through to the 9th heaven immortal realm after recultivating, Qin Shujian was also the first to face the threshold of Dao fruit. However, he was already standing above the 9th heaven immortal, yet he had no way of prying into the fruits of Dao. Even though he had guessed that his inner world would break through to the greater 1,000 worlds, he would be able to break through to the Dao fruit level. However, the problem was that Qin Shujian had no clue how to break through the great wide world. The only thing he could do was to continuously strengthen his own foundation. Furthermore, in the depths of his heart, there was also a trace of worry. That is, if his inner world were to be upgraded to a great 1,000 world, would it be possible for him to break through to the Dao fruit realm? What if he still couldn't break through to Dao fruit after ascending to the great Kiliakasm? For Qin Shujian, that would be a huge blow. He thought of this possibility. Qin Shujian's expression changed drastically. The great 1,000 realms should be the key to breaking through the Dao fruit. My calculations can't be wrong. It's better not to think too much about it. He thought too much. There wouldn't be any results. Instead, it would only mess up his Dao heart. Immediately after, Qin Shujian calmed his mind. Then, with a thought, he saw his divine consciousness split. 3 people whose specific faces couldn't be seen clearly appeared in the inner hall of the heavenly palace. The next moment, the mist on their faces dissipated, revealing Qin Shujian's appearance. They look exactly the same. That won't do. Looking at the appearance of the three people, Qin Shujian shook his head and simply waved his hand. The appearance of the three people suddenly changed into unfamiliar faces. Seeing this, he nodded with satisfaction. You guys go. Find suitable people to accept the task among the players of the Desolate Great World, the Nine Moons Great World, and the Red Jade Great World, and then bring them here. Qin Shujian said lightly. Hearing this, the three people didn't speak. They simply cupped their hands and then disappeared from the inner hall of the Heavenly Palace. I hope I can find suitable people soon. Otherwise, the weakening of the Desolate Great World is not enough. Qin Shujian looked at the empty hall and thought to himself. During this period of time, through the connection of the incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven, he could basically know what had happened in the Desolate Great World. With the guidance of his own power incarnation, coupled with Fu Moyan's strength, which was not weak. In the Desolate Great World, a world that had just recovered its spirit chi not many years ago, it was enough to be unparalleled in the world. As long as there were no old antiques in that world. Or Fu Moyan was courting death and deliberately revealed his whereabouts, which was detected by the way of heaven. Qin Shujian was sure. The son of destiny in the Desolate Great World, one would die if one came, and two would die if two came. Among other things, just in the past year or so, it had been a long time. The number of sons of Providence that Fu Moyan had killed numbered in the dozens. This information, Qin Shujian got it through the connection of the incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven. It was imaginable. In terms of being a spy, Fu Moyan had done his best. This person is useful. If there is a chance, I can pass on the rest of the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder scripture to him. In addition to the cultivation method, I can also give him some other means. If you can't give up the child, you can't trap the wolf. This kind of traitor, what they value the most is benefits. If there are not enough benefits, who knows what they will do? On the contrary, as long as there are enough benefits, sometimes traitors are more reliable than others. Qin Shujian's mind turned. With his vast and boundless memory, there were simply too many supreme cultivation techniques and incantations recorded in it. Any one of them would be a top-notch utmost treasure for anyone else. With this, it was not difficult to drive Fu Moyan. However, Qin Shujian did not think of giving Fu Moyan some benefits now. It was not a good thing to give benefits frequently. He could not give. But he could not give too often. There was a need to grasp a degree. With the incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven, which was connected to himself, Qin Shujian believed that the other party would handle this matter well. Forget it, let's go to the mother stream of law again. Putting down the teacup, Qin Shujian stood up from the stone bench. With a wave of his hand, he saw the stone bench, stone table, and everything else dissipating like smoke. He took a step forward, and the void in front of him collapsed. The next second, Qin Shujian appeared in the mother stream of law. He had already arranged for people to do what needed to be done. What he could do now was to continue to comprehend the rules and strengthen the foundation of his inner world. 3 months. When Qin Shujian entered the mother stream of law for the third time. In the sky above the 4 continents, the mother stream of law trembled. A powerhouse stepped on the long river of law and then opened up the battlefield of law. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the law monument was broken. Chapter 787. An expert had become an immortal. For the current myriad races, this was not a strange thing. However, this time, the immortal ascension attracted the attention of many experts. This was because the expert who became an immortal this time did not use the traditional method to prove the Tao, but used the method of the physical body to transcend the tribulation. The rule battlefield was opened. Jin Ling Huang took a step forward. With every step he took, his body was undergoing a violent transformation. When he reached the front of the rule monument, he had already broken through from the limit of the celestial being to the half-immortal realm. From the half-immortal realm, he was only 1 step away from becoming a true immortal. The rule monument. Looking at the monument in front of him, Jin Ling Huang's eyes changed. The 5 elements Eldar. Among them, the Earth Eldar and the Fire Eldar were gone. Only the metal, wood, and water Eldar remained. Among the three Eldar, the wood Eldar and water Eldar emperors had already become immortals. Only the gold Eldar had yet to become a true immortal. In the past, the leader of the three Eldar emperors had fallen to the bottom. Although Jinling Huang did not say anything on the surface, he was very anxious in his heart. The opportunity to become an immortal is right in front of me. As long as I leave my mark on the rule monument, it will be enough. Jinling Huang's expression was a little hesitant. The rule battlefield was opened. He walked in front of the rule monument. It could be said that becoming an immortal was just a step away. Leaving his name on the rule monument would allow him to become an immortal directly. However, Jinling Huang hesitated. He also hesitated. If he became an immortal using the traditional system, even if he became an immortal, the Gold Eldar would not be able to regain his position as the leader of the three Eldar emperors. This was because Wood Ling Huang and Water Ling Huang had both become immortals before him. Speaking of foundation, there was a certain gap between him and the two. Unless, after becoming an immortal, his strength could be stronger than the other two emperors. Then, he could make the Gold Eldar prosper again. After a long time, Jinling Huang suddenly raised his hand and the gunmetal sword Qi blasted out, landing directly on the rule stele. He was only one step away from becoming a true immortal. The true essence in his body. It had already transformed into immortal energy. The power of the gunmetal sword Qi was also much stronger than before. He casually released a stream of sword Qi. It was enough to make the law monument tremble. Terrifying power erupted, causing the river to surge. Boom! Dozens of gunmetal sword Qi bombarded, and the intact rule monument finally cracked. Then, it crumbled at a speed visible to the naked eye. The rule stele shattered. The law battlefield could no longer be maintained. Immediately, the battlefield of laws crumbled, and the long river of laws seemed to have been cut off from the middle, suddenly breaking into several pieces. Jinling Huang instantly grabbed a fragment of the broken law and fused it into his body. Rule interception. Heaven and earth were enraged. The monstrous thunder calamity was formed, and the dark sky seemed as though it was going to destroy everything. Immortal ascension tribulation. Jinling Huang raised his head and looked at the lightning tribulation gathering in the sky. His face was very serious. Immortal ascension tribulation. It was an unavoidable tribulation in the process of immortal ascension with the physical sanctification system. Compared to the nomological Tao validation system, the physical sanctification system had a certain possibility of failure. However, if he wanted to become stronger, he had to pay a corresponding price. Let's see if Ben Huang can stop Ben Huang from becoming an immortal. Jinling Huang's aura was vast and vigorous, and the surrounding void was silently destroyed. After reaching the end of the law and being washed by the law, his strength had already undergone a transformation. His body had transformed into an immortal body. His true essence had also transformed into immortal energy. Apart from the difference in the law, Jinling Huang's current strength was not weaker than a level 1 immortal. It was also because of this. He had enough confidence in facing the immortal ascension tribulation. The thunder calamity condensed. The experts of the myriad races all flew over and stopped when they were thousands of miles away. They silently looked at Jinling Huang, who was about to transcend the tribulation. Because if they got any closer, that was the range of the lightning tribulation. Any expert who was not transcending the tribulation rashly entering the range of the lightning tribulation could cause the lightning tribulation to go berserk. When that time came, the lightning tribulation that descended from heaven and earth was not as simple as the immortal ascension tribulation. Therefore, even perfected immortals did not dare to approach other experts when they were transcending the tribulation. If one was not good, there was a possibility of dying. Jinling Huang is about to transcend the tribulation. I wonder if he will succeed. Zhu Chen's expression was solemn. He was also a little nervous as he watched Jinling Huang transcend the tribulation. Ever since the Heavenly Court announced the three major systems, Jinling Huang was the first expert to transcend the tribulation to become an immortal using the physical sanctification method. Xiao Chengfeng and Mu Yang in the past were not included. If Jinling Huang could successfully transcend the tribulation, then a new chapter would definitely be opened for the myriad races. But if the other party failed the tribulation, many experts who planned to walk the physical sanctification system would hesitate. For this, Zhu Chen directly came out of seclusion to watch Jinling Huang transcend the tribulation with his own eyes. Beside him, it was another elder of the nine-headed dog clan, Kong Yi. If Jinling Huang fails the tribulation, do you still want to break through using the physical sanctification method? When Kong Yi spoke, his gaze did not move away from Jinling Huang. At this moment, the lightning tribulation was completed. A thick bolt of lightning descended with a loud bang, and wherever it passed, the void was destroyed. That was a huge momentum. It was enough to make one's expression change. Zhu Chen said, Jinling Huang's failure doesn't mean that I will fail too. Moreover, as the emperor of a clan, Jinling Huang's foundation is very deep. Although the immortal ascension tribulation is difficult, he might not fail. It's too early to come to a conclusion. Speaking of which, you have also reached the 10th level of the heaven being realm. After a few more years of consolidation, you can also try to break through to the true immortal realm. I'm afraid there's no way in a few years. Kong Yi shook his head. His foundation was not as good as Zhu Chen's. Although the cultivation environment had improved a lot, the leap from the heaven being to the true immortal realm was not something that could be achieved with sufficient resources. The key to breaking through to the true immortal realm. It was not in terms of resources, but in terms of rules. Although there were countless rules in the world, there were only so many rules that were easy to follow. Now that the true immortal realm had stepped forward, the rules that could be followed had mostly been followed by the predecessors. The remaining rules, they were either extremely difficult to comprehend or had other restrictions. It was not that easy to break through to the true immortal realm. Therefore, in the nine-headed dog clan, the one with the most hope of breaking through to the true immortal realm was Zhu Chen, and the second was Kong Yi. But even Kong Yi, he was not confident that he could become an immortal in a few years. It would be considered good if he could break through in the next 20 to 30 years. While the two of them were talking, Jinling Huang had officially begun to transcend the tribulation. Facing the mighty lightning tribulation, the emperor of the Golden Eldar was not afraid. With a raise of his hand, a Gungjin sword chi erupted and slashed at the lightning. The sword chi streaked across. The void shattered and melted. In the end, the two collided fiercely, and destructive fluctuations spread out, causing a loud bang. Chapter 788. So powerful. After destroying the lightning with one sword strike, Jinling Huang's heart sank. The power of the lightning tribulation. It was much stronger than he had expected. The gung metal sword chi that he had slashed out just now seemed ordinary, but it had already occupied most of his strength. But even so, it was only able to offset that lightning. But one thing to know was, that lightning was only the first lightning tribulation of the immortal ascension tribulation. There were more lightning bolts waiting for him. Moreover, the lightning tribulation was stronger than the previous one. If it really came to the end, then it would be hard to say. He thought of a possibility. Jinling Huang immediately became nervous. At this moment, the lightning tribulation was still bombarding down. Jinling Huang used his own strength to mobilize the gold spirit power between heaven and earth. With a wave of his hand, thousands of gung metal sword chi erupted and swept towards the lightning. The lightning bombarded. It destroyed most of the gung metal sword chi. For a moment, vast power swept across. A day had passed. Not only did the power of the lightning not lessen, it became even more intense. That terrifying power caused the other experts' hearts to tremble. Until now, some celestial experts who had not come out of seclusion could not concentrate on cultivating and had to come out to observe. Even some true immortals. They all looked at Jinling Huang. This tribulation could be said to have involved the attention of all races. 50%, 50%. Whether or not he can successfully transcend the tribulation is another matter. Seeing this, the incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven, who was walking in the 4 continents, shook his head and gave an evaluation that was not considered an evaluation. Then, he retracted his gaze and walked into the distance. 3 incarnations of the Emperor of Heaven. 2 went to the extraterritorial battlefield, and 1 stayed in the 4 continents. Their goal was to find suitable candidates among the many players and see if there was a way to use them as chess pieces and place them in the other 3-player worlds. Now that the extraterritorial battlefield had opened, 80% of the players were there. Therefore, the 2 incarnations of the Emperor of Heaven went straight to the extraterritorial battlefield. However, there were also some players who were not strong enough or did not want to take risks and came back to rest. They stayed in the 4 continents. As such, there was also the last incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven who was here to pick up scraps. It's easy to find a 2-legged player, but it's not that easy to find a qualified traitor. Emperor of Heaven's avatar side. Although he was just a wisp of Qin Shujian's power incarnation, he was still very powerful. But in terms of strength, he was not much weaker than a true immortal. It would be a piece of cake for him to travel across the 4 continents. Within a few days, Emperor of Heaven's clone had encountered many players, but none of them were qualified. World traitor. Not everyone could do it. Strength was secondary, but luck and aptitude in all aspects couldn't be too bad. Other than that, the most important thing was that there had to be no problem with their brains. When all the requirements were put together, the difficulty naturally increased. However, the incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven did not expect to complete the task assigned by Qin Shujian in just a few days. In his opinion, it was impossible for the other 2 incarnations to find a suitable candidate in the foreign battlefield so quickly. Therefore, he was not too anxious. On the other side, Jin Ling Huang's tribulation had also reached a critical juncture. In the beginning, he could still rely on his own strength to resist the power of the lightning tribulation. But later on, Jin Ling Huang's attack could no longer resist the lightning tribulation. The only thing that could truly resist the lightning tribulation was his physical body. Boom! The lightning swooped down like a world-destroying dragon. Jin Ling Huang's expression was solemn. He condensed an endless amount of Gung Jin power between his hands, and in the next moment, it exploded with a loud bang. The incomparably sharp Gung Jin sword Qi directly slashed on the lightning. Immediately after, the sword Qi collapsed. The lightning was simply weakened a little, and then it bombarded Jin Ling Huang's body. In an instant, Jin Ling Huang's body exploded and charred black. Before the blood completely flowed out, it was evaporated by the power of the lightning. It made his originally tyrannical aura. It was also a lot more dispirited. Without waiting for Jin Ling Huang's injury to recover, the lightning tribulation above once again bombarded down. That destructive power. Finally, it made his expression change. Without any hesitation, Jin Ling Huang directly took out a large hall and faced the lightning. That was Jin Eldar's hall. Generations of Jin Ling Huang sat in the hall and was affected by the aura of countless experts. Although it was not a divine weapon, it was better than an ordinary divine weapon. At this moment, his body that had already transformed into an immortal body, under the destructive effect of the lightning, there was no way to recover in a second. So, Jin Ling Huang had no choice but to take out all of Jin Eldar's assets. The hall covered the sky as if it was suppressing heaven and earth. When the thunderbolts struck down, endless golden light burst forth from the palace. Soon after, the phantoms of various experts appeared. Those shadows. They were all the imprints left by the generations of Jin Ling Huang. But these shadows had existed for countless years, and the imprints that existed on the hall did not have much power to speak of. In front of the lightning, they burst like bubbles. In the end, the lightning bombarded the hall. Boom! The terrifying power erupted, causing the entire hall to tremble violently, and then countless cracks spread all over, as if it would collapse at any time. But even so, Jinling Huang did not intend to take back the hall, but took advantage of the gap when the lightning was blocked, to seize the time to recover his injuries. Soon, the second lightning struck down. The hall, which was already on the verge of collapse, turned into countless fragments and scattered. The remaining lightning power bombarded down and landed on Jinling Huang's body. At this moment, Jinling Huang's injuries had recovered a lot, and when the lightning struck again, although his skin was still torn, it was much better than before. And the lightning power that fell on his body was also slowly transforming his body. He could clearly feel his physical strength was becoming stronger little by little. Such a change. Jinling Huang's face suddenly changed. The energy of the lightning can transform the physical body. He only knew about this matter now. In the beginning, all the lightning that fell down was blocked by his Gangjin sword qi. The later lightning was too powerful, and he could not detect any changes in his body at all. Only at this moment. Because of the obstruction of the hall, after the power of the lightning was weakened, Jinling Huang could clearly feel the changes brought about by the lightning tempering his body. Suddenly, he realized what was going on. Jinling Huang found that his original way of transcending the tribulation seemed to be wrong. He should not forcibly launch an attack when the power of the lightning tribulation was not strong enough to stop it from descending. Instead, he should let the lightning tribulation fall and temper his body. However, it was too late to regret. Another powerful bolt of lightning struck down. Chapter 789. The lightning tribulation fell one after another. The terrifying lightning gathered together and turned into a vast sea of lightning. Thousands of miles of land. It was all covered by the sea of lightning. The onlookers couldn't see through the sea of lightning with their eyes. They could only sense that Jinling Huang's aura was still there. After an unknown amount of time, the dark tribulation clouds in the sky dissipated bit by bit. The sea of lightning that was growing below also gradually died out. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Did he succeed? Or did he fail? The tribulation clouds hadn't completely dispersed, and the sea of lightning hadn't completely disappeared. The people who were watching the tribulation couldn't see the scene too clearly. Just as everyone was guessing. All of a sudden, an extremely powerful force rose and forcibly extinguished the remaining sea of lightning. Then, golden flowers floated in the sky. Golden lotuses also appeared on the ground. A person rose into the air, his aura vast and mighty, suppressing heaven and earth. Jin Eldar's territory. All the clansmen were ecstatic at this moment. Success! My emperor has succeeded in transcending the tribulation. God bless our Jin Eldar. Our clan finally has a true immortal. From the elders to the ordinary clansmen, the Jin Eldar were all excited. In this era, a clan without a true immortal couldn't be considered a powerful clan at all. Now that Jinling Huang had succeeded in transcending the tribulation, the Jin Eldar finally had a true immortal. Moreover, and it wasn't an ordinary true immortal. The three major systems of breaking through to true immortal were no longer a secret. Jinling Huang became an immortal through the physical sanctification system. His strength was completely different from a true immortal who had proven his Tao. Seeing this scene, Mu Ling Huang and Shui Linghuang also had complicated expressions. I didn't expect him to make the right bet. It seems that the Jin Eldar is going to rise again. Shui Ling Huang sighed. Although he broke through a few years earlier than Jinling Huang. However, the aura emitted by the other party had already made Shui Ling Huang's heart palpitate a little. In other words, if they really fought, he might not be a match for Jinling Huang. Although he was very unwilling to admit it. However, Shui Linghuang also understood that a true immortal who had attained the Tao through the laws was indeed no match for a true immortal who had attained the physical sanctification realm. However, the danger of transcending the tribulation was obvious. Even when he was observing, he almost suspected that Jinling Huang would fail and die. Such a method. It was equivalent to gambling with his life. Jinling Huang has broken through. What are you going to do? Shui Linghuang thought to himself as he looked at Eldar Wood's territory. The territories of the two races were separated by billions of miles. But when Xue Ling Huang looked over, he also happened to meet Mu Ling Huang's gaze. The two of them stared at each other for a few seconds. Then, both sides slowly retracted their gazes. Hee. Mu Ling Huang suddenly shook his head and chuckled. He also understood Xue Ling Huang's nervousness. In the past, Jin Ling Huang's breakthrough would have made him feel a lot of pressure. But it was different now. After fighting with Qin Shujian, Mu Ling Huang had gained a lot. In addition, during this period of time, he had been constantly digesting and had already turned all those gains into his own use. When it came to strength, Mu Ling Huang was no longer the Mu Ling Huang of the past. Although he had not broken through, he believed that his strength was definitely not weaker than Jin Ling Huang's. The physical sanctification realm system was powerful. But it did not mean that everyone was Xiao Chengfeng, nor did it mean that every expert who walked the physical sanctification realm system was truly unparalleled in battle strength. The current Mu Ling Huang had great confidence. The breakthrough was successful. Jin Ling Huang's body once again ushered in a transformation and sublimation. The injuries that were originally caused by transcending the tribulation had also recovered a lot. He stood in the air and after looking around at the experts who were hiding in the surroundings, he directly stepped into the air and left. From beginning to end, no one spoke of their own accord. Success. After Jin Ling Huang had completely left, Zhu Chen slowly spat out a few words from his mouth. As he spoke, there was also a glimmer in his eyes. Success. Jin Ling Huang had succeeded in transcending the tribulation. Since the Heavenly Court announced the three major systems, there was finally a first expert who had succeeded in transcending the tribulation. Regarding this, Zhu Chen was also a little excited. Because if an expert succeeded, it proved that this path was completely possible. Moreover, this time, Jin Ling Huang's tribulation was completely close to him and he had also gained a lot. Zhu Chen was originally only one step away from becoming a true immortal. Now that he had additional gains, he was even at the point where he could break through at any time. However, considering that his accumulation was not enough, if he broke through on his own accord, he was not confident that he would succeed in transcending the tribulation. Only then did Zhu Chen suppress the urge to break through. It's too early. Now is not the time to rush to break through. Let's accumulate a little more, wait until there is no more room to advance, then break through in one go. That is the safest way. Zhu Chen thought to himself. Becoming an immortal was not something that could be done carelessly. If one could not transcend the tribulation, there would only be death. If he succeeded, he would live. If he failed, he would die. If he failed, thousands of years of cultivation would be destroyed. He did not dare to treat his thousands of years of hard work as a joke, so he waited for a while. However, compared to before, after witnessing Jin Ling Huang's tribulation with his own eyes, Zhu Chen's confidence in transcending the tribulation in the future had increased by 20%. Don't underestimate the 20% increase. When it came to transcending the tribulation, not to mention 20%, even 5% might be the difference between life and death. He retracted his gaze. Zhu Chen looked at Kong Yi. There's nothing else to see. Let's go. If you have the chance, I also suggest that you walk the physical sanctification system. I can't see anything now, but when the number of experts in the physical sanctification system increases in the future, some things will naturally appear. Regarding this, Kong Yi sighed in his heart. Then, he nodded and said calmly, forget it, let's go back. Elder Zhu seems to have gained a lot from this observation. I wonder when you plan to start transcending the tribulation. At least 1 year, at most 3 years. I will definitely start transcending the tribulation. Zhu Chen's tone was calm, but it was filled with great confidence. Although he had not reached his limit, he was not far from it. 3 years was already a conservative estimate. He said seriously. Zhu Chen was confident that he could accumulate his foundation to the limit in about a year, and then transcend the tribulation to become an immortal. When the 2 elders of the 9-headed dog clan left, the other experts of the 10,000 races who were watching also quietly retreated. This observation, every expert had gained a lot. Jin Ling Huang's success in transcending the tribulation could be said to be exciting. It was the first time that someone had successfully broken through to the perfected immortal realm using a non-traditional system since the Heavenly Court announced the three major systems. It made them completely believe that the path ahead was possible. Although Xiao Chengfeng and the others had succeeded in transcending the tribulation long before Jin Ling Huang. However, the effects of the two were completely different. It was predictable. After Jin Ling Huang succeeded in transcending the tribulation, the physical sanctification system would definitely prevail. Chapter 790. Jin Ling Huang has successfully transcended the tribulation. The myriad races will have many perfected immortals of the physical sanctification system in the future. In the heavenly palace, Qin Shujian smiled slightly. In front of him, it was a mirror condensed from vital essence. The scene in the mirror was where Jin Ling Huang had just transcended the tribulation. The Xiantian mirror. It was a small method of spying on heaven and earth in the third era. It was not very useful. If it was used against some powerful existences, it would be detected by the other party. However, with Qin Shujian's strength, unless it was Chu Kuangtu, who had broken through to the 7th level of immortal, no one else would be able to detect it. Because the remaining perfected immortals, compared to him in terms of strength, the gap between them was not ordinary. Therefore, everything that happened when Jin Ling Huang was transcending the tribulation did not escape Qin Shujian's eyes. In his opinion, when the other party was transcending the tribulation, he had already taken the wrong path. If it weren't for the fact that he was the emperor of a race and had a very deep foundation, he might have failed the tribulation. Now that he had succeeded, luck played a large part in this. With a wave of his hand, the Xiantian mirror dissipated. Qin Shujian suddenly missed the heavenly court of the third era. It's time for me to refine a heavenly mirror. After all, no matter what, I'm still the emperor of heaven. Without a heavenly mirror, it's not right. He didn't know if it was a coincidence or not. In the ancient times of this era, the heavenly court had a heavenly mirror. However, in the heavenly court of the third era, there was also a supreme treasure called the heavenly mirror. However, compared to the heavenly mirror of the ancient heavenly court, which was only a 9-seal Dao artifact, the heavenly mirror of the third era was a true supreme treasure. It was not something that the current 9-seal Dao artifact could compare to. Even the investiture of the gods, which was now nourished by the power of the gods. There was no way it could compare to the heavenly mirror of that era. Now that I have the investiture of the gods, I should also have the heavenly mirror. However, I can't be careless about the materials to refine the heavenly mirror, Qin Shujian thought to himself. Whether it was the investiture of the gods or the heavenly mirror, they were all supreme treasures that surpassed the current era. Even the forgers of this era were unable to forge these two items, so Qin Shujian did not intend to rely on others. The only thing that bothered him was, it was the material used to refine the heaven-reaching mirror. No matter what. Even if he couldn't refine a heaven-span mirror comparable to the third era, he couldn't be too careless. An idea formed in his mind. Qin Shujian immediately grabbed the investiture of the gods and checked his inventory inside. The important materials were all placed in the investiture of the gods. As for the things in the storage ring, they were all relatively ordinary. His mind sank into the investiture of the gods. Immediately, everything in the vast space was exposed to his senses. The corpse of a star beast. More than 100 star cores. Withdrawing his consciousness from the investiture of the gods, Qin Shujian's face darkened. He realized that he was still quite poor. Other than the corpses of star beasts, the investiture of the gods only had star cores. However, although the inventory was monotonous, both the star beasts' corpses and star cores were precious treasures. After all, the star beasts' corpses in the investiture of the gods were at least at the middle 3 levels of true immortal. As for the star cores, they could only be obtained by destroying stars. Even the weakest stars. To a certain extent, they were comparable to true immortal experts. I can't use the star cores. Now I haven't gathered 365 star cores. If I use them without authorization, I don't know when I will be able to gather enough star cores to refine Ju Tian's star map. The only thing that can be used is the star beast's corpses. Qin Shujian focused his attention on the star beast's corpses. Although the star beast's corpses could also be used to refine Ju Tian's star map, they were not necessary. But at the same time, the star beasts were true immortals when they were alive. Their bones, flesh, and blood were rare treasures. It was enough to refine the heavenspan mirror. In this case, I can only use the star beast's corpses. Qin Shujian made up his mind. Although refining the heavenspan mirror was a spur-of-the-moment thing, it was also something that he had to do. In the huge heavenly court, if there was no treasure to monitor the world, it would be inexcusable. After making up his mind, Qin Shujian did not waste any time. He simply waved his hand, and the originally spacious heavenly palace seemed to be magnified thousands of times in an instant. Mustard seed Sumeru. For a 9th-level immortal expert, this was an ordinary method. The heavenly palace became bigger. With a thought from Qin Shujian, a star beast's corpse directly appeared here. A 1,000,000 feet long body lay horizontally. That was to say, the space in the heavenly palace had been expanded. Otherwise, the entire heavenly palace would have exploded. But even so, the pressure from the star beast's corpse also put a lot of pressure on the heavenly palace. This star beast's corpse, when it was alive, it had at least the strength of a 6th-level immortal. Just by relying on its pressure alone, it could crush ordinary heavenly beings to death. Even if it was an ordinary Dao artifact, there was no possibility of resisting this pressure. But the heavenly palace was different. Qin Shujian personally refined the heavenly palace. Although it was not a Dao artifact, seriously speaking, its power had long surpassed the level of a Dao artifact. In addition, he lived in the heavenly palace all year round. Under the influence of the powerful aura, the heavenly palace also underwent a transformation. So, no matter how powerful the aura of the star beast's corpse was, there was no way it could collapse the heavenly palace. Even if it died, its aura is still so powerful. Its strength when it was alive can be imagined. In the sea of consciousness, Godslayer also sighed with emotion. The corpse of a 6th-level immortal. He couldn't help but be shaken by the fact that he had appeared here so openly. When he was in the ancient heavenly court, a 6th-level immortal was also an important expert. The star beast's corpse in front of him was only a terrifying existence sealed in one of the 365 ancient stars. Thinking of those ancient stars, Godslayer also sighed with emotion. To be honest, before those star seals were broken, I didn't know that there were such terrifying existences sealed in those ancient stars. If all the ancient star seals were broken during the ancient heavenly court's era, even with the strength of the heavenly court at that time, it would have suffered a great impact. Although the heavenly court at that time was powerful, but in fact, there weren't many true immortals. The current heavenly court had more than 1,000 true immortals, and the ancient heavenly court only had more than 300 true immortals. And most of those true immortals were only in the lower 3 true immortals. Those who could reach the middle 3 true immortals were all incomparably powerful existences. As for the upper 3 true immortals, to be honest, only those powerful emperors were qualified to reach this realm. If it weren't for the existence of Qin Kang, the Emperor of Heaven, the ancient heavenly court wouldn't have been able to compete with the current heavenly court with their true strength. To this, Godslayer was filled with emotion. It turned out that unknowingly, the strength of the current heavenly court had already reached such a level. It was hard for him to imagine. More than 10 years ago, there wasn't a single true immortal among the myriad races. Chapter 791. More than 10 years. From not having a single true immortal to now having thousands of true immortals, the combined strength of the myriad races was not weaker than in ancient times. It could be said that the person who allowed the myriad races of the 4 great continents to develop to this point was the Emperor of Heaven. The ancient Emperor of Heaven's surname is Qin. You, Emperor of Heaven, are also surnamed Qin. If I didn't know that there was no connection between the two, I would have to suspect that you are the reincarnation of the ancient Emperor of Heaven. The Godslayer sighed. It could be said that the one surnamed Qin was indeed powerful. The only two Emperor of Heaven were both surnamed Qin. And compared to the ancient Emperor of Heaven, the current Qin Shujian gave him a stronger feeling. Of course. In terms of true foundation, Qin Shujian was definitely not someone Qin Kang could compare to. After all, no matter how strong Qin Kang was, he stopped at the half-step Dao fruit level. No matter what, Qin Shujian was also a Dao fruit level existence in his previous life. Although he had not fully recovered his cultivation in this life, his strength had broken through to the 9th level immortal level. The number of experts the god-slaying saber had encountered over the course of countless years was immeasurable. But there were so many experts. None of them had been able to cultivate to such a level in just over a decade. Although Qin Shujian's strength was not as strong as Qin Kang's. But as long as he was given some time, it would not be difficult for him to reach Qin Kang's level or even surpass Qin Kang's. The Godslayer now thought very highly of Qin Shujian. He felt the turning point of his ancestral armament career would be determined by Chu Feng. Qin Shujian did not pay much attention to the Godslayer's inexplicable words. His attention. It fell on the corpse of the astral beast in front of him. The ancient stars outside the Great Thousand Realms definitely have to be dealt with. No matter what, the sealed astral beasts in them are an invisible problem. Either think of a way to subdue the astral beast or kill all of them. If we wait for the star beast to break out of its seal, the heavenly court will also suffer heavy losses. Qin Shujian said lightly. Although the ancient star had existed for countless years, the sleeping star beasts there showed no signs of breaking out of their seals. However, he didn't dare to be 100% sure. Those star beasts would continue to sleep in the stars. You have to know. Even star beasts had limited lifespans. Qin Shujian didn't believe that the star beast was in a deep slumber, but he didn't believe that the star beast wouldn't wake up even after death. In other words, sooner or later, the star beasts of the ancient stars would reappear. Even if it wasn't born now, it would definitely be in the future. At most. It was just a matter of time. Qin Shujian had already made up his mind. After dealing with the three great clans, he would deal with those star beasts. With his current strength, he could even put up a fight against half-step Dao fruit existences. Now that his inner world was gradually perfecting, the number of nomological seeds that were born had also increased significantly. Compared to the previous battle with Ba Duo and the other demon emperors, Qin Shujian's strength had already risen by a level. Although he hadn't broken through to the half-step Dao fruit realm, he wasn't far from the half-step Dao fruit realm. According to his calculations, when all the first batch of creatures born in the inner world broke through to the perfected immortal realm, he should be able to break through to the half-step Dao fruit realm. When that time came, even if there were really powerful star beasts in the ancient stars, Qin Shujian would still be able to deal with them. Ever since Zhenmu transcended the tribulation and became an immortal, many creatures in the inner world had gradually touched the perfected immortal realm. If they had a few more years to settle down, it wouldn't be difficult for them all to break through to the perfected immortal realm. In the end, as the first batch of creatures born in the world, their talents were extraordinary and extraordinary. Ordinary geniuses couldn't compare to them. His divine will landed on the corpse of the star beast. With the previous experience, Qin Shujian didn't waste much time this time. He directly dug out the star core in the star beast. He saw that the star core emitted a powerful aura, which was completely different from the other star cores. As expected, the star core in the star beast's body is not comparable to the star rivers of other stars at all. Looking at the star core in front of him, Qin Shujian smiled faintly. It was also a star core. The star core in front of him was many times stronger than the ones collected by the gods. When he saw this star core, Qin Shujian's heart itched. He had the guts to leave the great wide world right now and go to the outer realm to break all those ancient stars. Then, he would release the star beasts inside, kill them, and dig out the star cores. If the star cores used to refine the Ju-Tian star map were of that level, Qin Shujian believed. Even if the refined Ju-Tian star map couldn't be compared to the Carnate Cardinal treasure, it would still have amazing power. At this moment, Qin Shujian had already dug out the star core and then solemnly put it into the investiture of the gods. In the next moment, his true essence wrapped the entire star beast's corpse and put it away again with the investiture of the gods. After doing all these things, Qin Shujian held the investiture of the gods and took a step forward, leaving the range of the heavenly palace. At this moment, in the outer hall of the heavenly palace, Mu Yang was still stationed there. But even Mu Yang, who had broken through to the perfected immortal realm, couldn't sense Qin Shujian's departure. After leaving the heavenly palace, Qin Shujian had already taken a step forward and directly entered the heaven and earth astral wind layer. The heaven and earth astral wind layer was very big. The position occupied by the heavenly court could only be said to be insignificant compared to the heaven and earth astral wind layer. Because refining the heavenly mirror would cause a big commotion, Qin Shujian didn't intend to refine it near the heavenly court. Instead, he walked along the heaven and earth astral wind layer and walked into the distance. At the same time, the Vermilion Bird Emperor, who was in the Great Hall of the Sun Lord, also woke up from his seclusion. Emperor of Heaven. A scorching look flashed across the Vermilion Bird Emperor's eyes. In the next second, he flew out of the heavenly court like a flaming cloud. Not long after, she arrived at an unfamiliar heaven and earth astral wind layer. In front of her, Qin Shujian stood with his hands behind his back. His body didn't emit any powerful aura, but it seemed to be able to suppress the world. All the heaven and earth astral wind within 100 feet of him automatically dissipated. The Vermilion Bird Emperor flew forward, her fiery red dress accentuating her curvaceous figure. Her every movement exuded a different kind of charm. Greetings to the Emperor of Heaven, you're here. Qin Shujian didn't turn around. He only said a few words indifferently. The Vermilion Bird Emperor nodded and said, "May I know why the Emperor of Heaven has summoned me?" Ever since she became an immortal, Qin Shujian hadn't summoned her alone for several years. Now that he had broken through, he summoned her. The Vermilion Bird Emperor didn't believe that there was nothing important. To this, there was also a hint of joy in her heart. After all, the fact that Qin Shujian summoned her alone meant that he thought highly of her. If possible, the Vermilion Bird Emperor also wanted to leave a deep enough impression in Qin Shujian's heart. Chapter 792. I called you here because I need to borrow your carnate divine fire. Qin Shujian paused for a moment as he spoke. How is your cultivation of the carnate divine fire coming along these past few years? After breaking through to the true immortal realm, I have completely mastered the carnate divine fire. After a few more years of cultivation, the power of the carnate divine fire has increased significantly. Refining a true immortal won't be difficult. The Vermilion Bird Emperor looked confident when it came to the carnate divine fire. The Vermilion Bird Tribe. They were born with the ability to control divine fire. The carnate divine fire was one of the most powerful flames in the world. It could be said that after mastering the carnate divine fire, she was much more powerful than the average true immortal. In addition, the heavenly court was extremely close to the sun. The unique power of the true sun flame was also drawn over by her. They were both the most powerful flames in the world. The carnate divine fire and the true sun flame complemented each other. As a result, the Vermilion Bird Emperor's achievements in the carnate divine fire were even more shocking. Qin Shujian nodded. It would be best if you could refine a true immortal. It seems that your carnate divine fire has reached a certain level. Since that's the case, help me refine something. That's not a problem. The Vermilion Bird Emperor agreed readily. Her beautiful face was filled with absolute confidence. After saying that, she asked again, what does the Emperor of Heaven want to refine? Hearing that, Qin Shujian waved his hand and the investiture of the gods flew out. Then, the investiture of the gods hovered in the atmosphere. Then, the corpse of a star beast appeared out of thin air. As soon as the star beast's body appeared, the surrounding void collapsed invisibly. The Vermilion Bird Emperor's face turned pale when a terrifying aura swept out. Emperor of Heaven, she didn't recognize the star beast, nor was she aware of its existence. Compared to the beasts she had encountered before, the Vermilion Bird Emperor was certain that none of those beasts could compare to the star beast in front of her. That terrifying aura. She couldn't help but feel her heart palpitate. From this, it could be seen. Just how terrifying would the giant beast be when it was alive? Qin Shujian said calmly, "This is a star beast, an existence that was born in the stars. If it didn't die when it was alive, it would probably be a sixth heaven immortal. I need a star beast's corpse to refine a supreme treasure. But because the star beast's mortal body is extremely strong, it's very difficult to refine it. I just happen to need your innate divine fire." The Vermilion Bird Emperor was momentarily at a loss for words at the sight of the star beast. The carnate divine fire could refine true immortals. However, he was only a true immortal of the lower 3 levels. Even if he could refine the corpse of a sixth heaven immortal, the amount of time he would have to spend on it would definitely be extremely limited. However, since the words had already been spoken, it was impossible to refuse at this time. Regarding this, the Vermilion Bird Emperor could only nod. "I'll do my best. Let's begin." Yes. The Vermilion Bird Emperor immediately revealed his vermilion bird true form. A gigantic vermilion bird appeared in the atmosphere. He flapped his wings. Boundless flames engulfed the world. The heat wave rushed toward him. Even though Qin Shujian hadn't faced the innate divine fire directly, he still felt a trace of heat. He wasn't too surprised by this. Innate divine fire. It was the most powerful flame in the world. It was the same no matter which epoch it was in. If such a divine fire could reach the peak of perfection, even Dao fruit level existences would have to be wary of it. The Vermilion Bird Emperor didn't have the qualifications to cultivate the innate divine fire to such a level. But if he could truly control the divine fire, he would be able to unleash extraordinary power. This epoch only has the true sun flame and the innate divine fire. It lacks the true samadhi fire of the previous epochs. Qin Shujian silently looked at the divine fire before him. Some thoughts formed in his mind. The true samadhi fire. The divine fire from the first epoch. That kind of divine fire wasn't naturally formed. Instead, it had to be cultivated. Compared to the true sun flame and the innate divine fire, a cultivated true samadhi fire was also an extremely terrifying existence. Unfortunately, even though Qin Shujian was the Emperor of Heaven in the third epoch, he couldn't obtain the cultivation method of the true samadhi fire. Otherwise, if he had the chance to cultivate the true samadhi fire, he wouldn't have to rely on the Vermilion Bird Emperor's innate divine fire to refine weapons. After all, in comparison, the true samadhi fire was more suitable to refine weapons. Thoughts surged in his mind. Qin Shujian's expression didn't change. He was still silently watching the scene before him. Monstrous flames swept across the sky and swallowed the star beast's corpse. The terrifying temperature. It incinerated the void into nothingness. In fact, it could even burn through the barrier of heaven and earth from the inside out. But even such a powerful temperature didn't seem to have any effect on the star beast's corpse. The star beast's corpse lay there quietly, allowing the innate divine fire to burn it. On the star beast's corpse, there were Daoist rhymes circulating. Under the burning of the innate divine fire, the Daoist rhymes bloomed with dense light. Then, weak Daoist rhymes collapsed and dissipated. But compared to the star beast's million-foot body, the collapsed Daoist rhymes were only an insignificant wisp of it. Your innate divine fire still needs to be strengthened, but it's powerful enough now. I believe it shouldn't be a problem to refine the star beast's corpse in less than a year. Qin Shujian said casually. Hearing this, the Vermilion Bird Emperor's action of activating the innate divine fire paused for a moment before returning to normal. Because she was in her vermilion bird form and the innate divine fire illuminated her body red, no changes in her expression could be seen. When the Vermilion Bird Emperor activated the innate divine fire, that shocking power was completely isolated by the heaven and earth astral wind layer. Looking up from the ground, one could only see that the sky was fiery red, as if there were countless flames forming clouds. No matter how the sun rose or set. That fiery red color didn't fade at all. It was also because of this reason. As a result, there was a place in the 4 continents that remained brightly lit day and night. North Continent. The Emperor of Heaven's clone walked there. It had been almost a month since he left the heavenly court. During this long period of time, he also hadn't found a suitable candidate. When the Vermilion Bird Emperor began to refine the star beast, the Emperor of Heaven's clone sensed something and looked up at the sky with a sneer on his face. You're already so arrogant after just becoming a true immortal. This is a good chance to let you understand that although the innate divine fire is powerful, it's not that easy to cultivate it to perfection. In his opinion, refining the star beast's corpse was enough to wake the Vermilion Bird Emperor up. Although the Emperor of Heaven's clone was a manifestation of Qin Shujian's power and shared their memories, it didn't mean that their personalities were the same. He looked away and continued on his way. Not long after, the Emperor of Heaven's clone saw a figure in front of him and smiled. Young man, I see that you have an amazing physique. Are you interested in becoming a world traitor? Chapter 793. My name is Yi Hong. I come from the Nine Moons world. The Nine Moons world is a world where cultivation prevails. I used to be a direct descendant of a cultivation family in the Nine Moons world. I have lived a luxurious life and my cultivation talent is not bad. Not only that, he also had a beautiful and talented younger sister at home. Unfortunately, unforeseen events happen. My sister was originally engaged to another family's genius. Later, because that genius was crippled, my father brought my sister to break off the engagement. After all, a toad can't eat swan meat. A piece of trash. What right does he have to be worthy of my immortal sister? That's what my family thought. That's what I thought too. In the end, not long after the engagement was broken off, that piece of trash got lucky. Not only did his crippled talent recover, but it also improved to an unimaginable level. 1 month true martial arts. Half a year spirit martial arts. His cultivation progress was astonishing. That piece of trash became a genius, but he threatened to teach my family a lesson. A genius in my family was angry and went to find trouble with him, but he was crippled. Because the genius in my family was crippled, my father was furious. Then, he sent a powerful consecrator to eliminate the root of the problem. Unfortunately, he also failed. Since then, consecrator, guest, 7th elder, 6th elder, 5th elder, 4th elder, all the experts in my family tried to take action, but they all fell at the hands of that kid. Just when my father couldn't take it anymore and was about to take action, he realized that in less than 3 years, that kid had broken through to the legendary celestial being realm. Celestial being. That's a top expert in the Nine Moons world. Although my family is strong, we only have one late-stage divine martial realm expert. And that late-stage divine martial realm expert is my father. Without a doubt. My father was beaten down as soon as he took action. That kid was unforgiving. Not only did he kill all the experts in my family, he also took my sister. In the end, he even crippled my cultivation and expelled me. The reason he did this was because I called him a piece of trash. Just like that. I went from a genius to a piece of trash, begging everywhere. Originally, he thought that he would just muddle through the rest of his life like this. However, out of nowhere, a game appeared. I heard from other people that entering the game could change one's fate. So, I took out all of my savings that I had been begging for 3 years and bought a gaming capsule. After entering the game, only then did I realize that my talent, which had been crippled, had returned. Moreover, leveling up in the game could increase my training speed in the real world. Even if I'm already crippled, I can still cultivate bit by bit on this foundation. From the moment he arrived, I just understood. This game will be the turning point of my life. Whether or not I can cultivate to an unprecedented level and avenge my family will all depend on this game. After painstakingly upgrading, I finally became the first person to walk out of the novice village. That day. I've been notified by the entire server. Some were jealous, some envied me, some worshipped me, and some wanted to cripple me. That kid was very powerful in the real world and had a large number of henchmen under him. Although they weren't that strong in the game, they had a lot of manpower. I had just walked out of the novice village and had only been free for a few days when I was surrounded by his henchmen. That battle. It was the most tragic battle since my family was destroyed. I was very strong, stronger than all of them. However, they had too many people. As the saying goes, 2 fists can't fight against 4 hands. No matter how strong I was, I couldn't fight against hundreds of people alone. In the end, I failed and sacrificed my first blood since I entered the game. Since then, that kid's henchmen put me on the wanted list and killed me every time they saw me. Thus, the number 1 player in the northern continent became the number 1 player from the bottom. Because of the drop in my level in the game, my cultivation in the real world didn't improve at all. I originally thought that I would be completely defeated by that kid for the rest of my life. However, I didn't expect. 10 years after the game started, that kid suddenly stopped killing me. Perhaps it was because I was only at the 0 stage of the basic realm and wasn't worthy of his attention. Or maybe he wanted to wait for me to increase my level before coming back to kill me again. After all, as a second-generation cultivator, I could understand such a perverted mentality. Anyway, no matter what. After 10 years of being surrounded and killed, it was finally over. However, when I broke through and walked out of the resurrection point, I realized that the outside world had changed. The chicken that could be easily killed in the past could now peck me to death. After being killed by the monsters dozens of times, I realized that killing monsters to level up was no longer suitable for me, a player at the 0 stage of the basic realm. The reason why they let me go wasn't because they were tired of killing me, nor was it because they had some perverted mentality. It was because they thought that with my current strength, it was impossible for me to have any achievements in the game. I was angry. I was in despair. I couldn't accept it. I finally had a chance to rise again, but I didn't take it. Was I going to be a cripple for the rest of my life? Although I was originally a second-generation cultivator who had nothing to do, even if I was talented in cultivation, in more than 20 years of cultivation, I only managed to break through to the true martial realm. However, after my family was destroyed, I suddenly realized. Yi Hong. In this life, I won't idle around, nor will I be a cripple. After the initial depression, I began to climb mountains and wade through rivers, trying to find a chance to level up. However, the monsters in the game had become very strong, and those sects and clans looked down on me, a player at the 0 stage of the basic realm. After so many years, other than reviving hundreds and thousands of times due to various reasons, I didn't gain anything else. No, it wasn't that I didn't gain anything. The biggest gain was. It was that I understood why the monsters became so strong. The reason was the power of the stars. However, even the monsters could absorb the power of the stars between heaven and earth to cultivate, but because I didn't have any entry techniques, I didn't even have the qualifications to cultivate. So, I wasn't even as good as a chicken. I thought that my life would be like this, whether it was in the game or in reality, I wouldn't have a chance to turn things around. I was prepared to find a place in the real world to end my life. However, on this day, suddenly, a strange Taoist found me and said something that I didn't understand. World traitor. Although I didn't understand the specific meaning of this word, I could more or less guess the meaning. Although I, Yi Hong, lived without dignity, I definitely wouldn't be a traitor. Chapter 794. Senior, save me. Yi Hong directly knelt down and looked at the Emperor of Heaven's incarnation in front of him, crying bitterly. What dignity? What traitor? Go to hell. Although he didn't know the origin of the Daoist in front of him, everyone was stronger than him now. As long as he could get a thigh or a normal thigh, he could get out of this embarrassing situation. The corners of the Emperor of Heaven's incarnation's mouth twitched. He hadn't thought about how to talk to Yi Hong yet. In the end, The other party was even more direct than him, leaving him at a loss for words. After a long while, the Emperor of Heaven's incarnation coughed lightly. Get up first. Yes, yes, Yi Hong wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes, then stood up from the ground, but his eyes were still filled with excitement as he looked at the Emperor of Heaven's incarnation. Junior Yi Hong, I haven't asked for Senior's name yet. Just call me Qin. The Emperor of Heaven's incarnation hesitated for a moment and gave him a name. Qin's meaning was very simple. He was the second Emperor of Heaven's incarnation, so he called himself Qin. As for Qin Yi's words, he was the incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven who had entered the desolate great world and parasitized Fu Moyan's body. However, this name was only given to himself by Qin. As for whether the Qin Yi in his heart called himself that, it was unknown. So it's Senior Qin. Just by hearing Senior's name, this junior knows that you must be an otherworldly expert. Yi Hong continued to flatter him. To be honest, he didn't know who Qin was, but no matter who it was, he was definitely stronger than him. According to his experience, as long as he was stronger than him, he could lick him. But whether he could succeed or not depended on probability. In the first few years of his wandering life, he had also licked many strong people, but those strong people either turned a blind eye to him or were annoyed by him and directly slapped him to death. Until now, Yi Hong had never succeeded in licking anyone. But Qin was different. He was the one who took the initiative to strike up a conversation with him. As a result, Yi Hong believed that the turning point of his life was coming. Senior, what do you mean by the world you mentioned earlier? If there's anything I can do for you, please feel free to say it. He couldn't say the word traitor out loud. However, it could be clearly seen from his blazing gaze. Yi Hong was absolutely passionate about becoming a world traitor. Qin put his hands behind his back and had a gentle smile on his face. When I met you, I could see your luck soaring into the sky. In the future, you will definitely achieve great things. As the saying goes, how can a golden scale be a fish in a pond? Once it meets the wind and clouds, it will transform into a dragon. But if it doesn't encounter any storms, it's just a koi fish in the pond for people to admire. Senior, what do you mean? Yi Hong was puzzled. Regarding Qin's words, he was very puzzled. Hearing this, Qin smiled faintly. It's very simple. Little friend's current appearance is that of a hidden dragon in the abyss. If you can find the right opportunity, you can soar and become a true dragon of the ninth heaven. But if you don't encounter that opportunity, you won't have a chance to make a name for yourself in this lifetime. Senior, please enlighten me. Yi Hong immediately bowed down. He didn't care whether Qin was fooling him or not. Anyway, from the other party's tone, Yi Hong could hear that Qin was optimistic about him. Since he was optimistic about him, it proved that there was hope. Whether the NPC Taoist in front of him accepted him as a disciple or gave him a task, it could get him out of the current predicament. Qin said, I can give you this opportunity, but you need to do one thing for me. If you can do this for me, it's not as simple as revenge. You can also get a lot of things that you didn't dare to imagine before. Revenge. Hearing these two words, Yi Hong's face changed slightly. Senior, what do you know? He found that Qin in front of him didn't seem to be as simple as he thought. It was more like he had real skills. Regarding this, Yi Hong was even more excited in his heart. It's good to have real skills, even if it's the ability of fortune-telling. As long as he could get a skill, he would have a chance to open up the situation in the game. At that time, even if he couldn't make a comeback, at least he could get out of the current predicament. I know more things than you think. Qin smiled faintly. At this moment, there seemed to be a long grey river flowing in his originally black and white pupils. When Yi Hong met his gaze, he was instantly stunned on the spot. Because he saw a lot of things in Qin's eyes. There were scenes of him just entering the game, and also scenes of him being surrounded and killed. The shock in his heart was indescribable, causing Yi Hong to fall into a daze. Seeing this, Qin he was also very satisfied with Yi Hong's reaction. Normally speaking, players were not involved in the existence of this world, but also involved in the real level. There was no way to leave a player's mark in the long river of time. But now, as the four-player worlds intensified the integration with the boundless world. As a result, the boundless world, to a certain extent, also had some real power. In this way, in the long river of time, it naturally captured the player's mark. And Qin as the incarnation of Qin Shujian, although he couldn't have the strength of a level 9 immortal, it wasn't difficult for him to manipulate the long river of time. He simply pretended to be cool. After deepening Yi Hong's reverence for him in the depths of his heart, Qin said, "How about it? Are you willing to accept this mission? May I ask, Senior, what kind of mission are you talking about?" Hearing the voice, Yi Hong directly woke up from his daze. After he woke up, looking at Qin's eyes again, it was already a completely different color. Logically speaking, the more mysterious and unpredictable Qin's strength was, the more beneficial it was for him. But he didn't know why. At this moment, in Yi Hong's heart, there was a faintly discernible sense of crisis. That kind of crisis. It made him want to turn around and escape. However, Yi Hong didn't do so. First, he understood that it was impossible for him to escape. Second, he didn't want to give up this opportunity. Moreover, this was just a game world. Even if he was killed, he would just return to the resurrection point. All these years, Yi Hong couldn't remember how many times he had been killed. There was a good saying. After a long time, he got used to it. So, he didn't have any resistance to being killed and resurrected. Instead, he was used to it. Qin could also sense the fluctuations in Yi Hong's heart. It's very simple. As long as you help me get rid of some people, I can give you what you want. Get rid of some people? Yi Hong looked puzzled. Killing mission? But he found it strange that he didn't receive any prompt. That's right, get rid of some people. Qin nodded his head with a meaningful look on his face. Get rid of the people in the 9 Moons Great World. Chapter 795. In the Astral Wind Layer. Several months had passed. The carnate divine fire was still burning. Fortunately, the Vermilion Bird Emperor had become a perfected immortal and inherited the divine position of the Sunstar Lord. He had also reached the 3rd Heaven Immortal stage and was much stronger. Or else, she couldn't continue using the carnate divine fire for so long. But even so, the Vermilion Bird Emperor felt that he had reached his limit. At this moment, the Daoist rhymes on the astral beast meat were almost gone. Without the protection of the Daoist rhymes, the astral beast's body was also melting bit by bit. Beside the Vermilion Bird Emperor, Qin Shujian was still standing there and watching. He didn't remove all the Daoist rhymes from the astral beast meat. Because if he did that, he wouldn't be able to reach a perfect state even if he refined the body. Hold on a little longer. It's about to be refined. Qin Shujian looked at the Vermilion Bird Emperor and encouraged him. After thinking about it, he reached out again and pulled a large amount of astral energy over and forced it into the Vermilion Bird Emperor's body. The astral energy entered his body. Instantly, the Vermilion Bird Emperor's almost exhausted state recovered a little. He was replenished. The carnate divine fire burned even more fiercely. Time slowly passed. Another half a month passed. The last trace of Daoist rhymes on the astral beast meat completely disappeared. When the Daoist rhymes completely disappeared, Qin Shujian suddenly moved, casting a spell with both hands, which landed on the star beast's body. Carnate divine fire, increase the power, he shouted coldly. A fierce look flashed across the Vermilion Bird Emperor's eyes. Then, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The carnate divine fire, which was already powerful, swept across the sky like a dragon. Boom, with his blood essence, the power of the innate divine flame doubled. Great! Qin Shujian was overjoyed. His hands moved even faster. One spell after another fell. The astral beast's body also gradually melted. A few days passed. The power of that mouthful of blood was almost exhausted. The Vermilion Bird Emperor was a little tired, but he didn't dare to stop the carnate divine fire without Qin Shujian's orders. Emperor of Heaven, how much longer do you need? Qin Shujian's gaze landed on the star beast meat in front of him. His voice was calm and emotionless as he said, hold on for a while longer and continue to use the innate divine fire. Don't worry about the consumption, I will compensate you later. Now, the refinement of the star beast had reached a critical moment. If the innate godly fire could not be maintained, even if the refinement was successful, its power would be greatly reduced. Hearing this, the vermilion bird monarch had no choice but to spit out another mouthful of blood essence to activate the innate divine fire. In the sky above the astral winds. At some point in time, the heavenly tribulation had been born. The next moment, like a broken dam, monstrous lightning bolts bombarded the star beast. Rumble. The vast might of the lightning was unable to intimidate Qin Shujian or the vermilion bird emperor. After all, although the power of the lightning was strong, it was only at the celestial level. Even the weakest of the two was an elite at the peak stage of the third heaven immortal realm. This kind of lightning could be extinguished with a wave of his hand. Thunder rumbled. Day and night. Under the combined effects of the innate divine fire, the lightning, and the spell, the corpse of the star beast melted at an extremely fast speed. The essence of the flesh and blood was completely refined. Only the pale golden bones were left exposed to the air. 3 days later, the power of the heavenly tribulation increased by another level. However, Qin Shujian's expression did not change as he continued to refine the corpse of the star beast. On the other side, after the heavenly tribulation was formed, its power grew stronger day by day. The location that Qin Shujian chose was quite far from the heavenly court. However, as the power of the heavenly tribulation increased, this vast power gradually affected the celestial court as well. What kind of supreme treasure is the Emperor of Heaven refining? This power is too shocking. In the heavenly court, Xiao Chengfeng's expression was a little shocked. Even if only a trace of that power leaked into the heavenly court, he could sense how terrifying it was. If he faced this power directly, even he would not be able to resist it so easily. As early as when the vermilion bird emperor left, and when the innate divine fire burned for several months, the matter of Qin Shujian refining supreme treasures was no secret. However, what Xiao Chengfeng did not expect was that a supreme treasure refined by Qin Shujian would have such power. One had to know that, in the world, the most powerful supreme treasure that could be refined by humans was the Nine-Seal Dao artifact. The Nine-Seal Dao artifact was the key. There was no possibility of further improvement. As for the Zhu Bing, it was a divine weapon on another level. Moreover, the Zhu Bing could not be refined by humans. It could only be born after receiving enough faith. Therefore, even if Qin Shujian's forging skills were heavenly, he could only refine the Nine-Seal Dao artifact. The Nine-Seal Dao artifact. 4 true immortals, only the lower 3 true immortals would use it. For experts above the 4th true immortal level, the Nine-Seal Dao artifact would not be of much help. Because of this, the thunder tribulation of the Nine-Seal Dao artifact could not be too powerful. After all, this was the upper limit of the Dao artifact. How powerful could the thunder tribulation be? But now, Xiao Chengfeng hesitated. The power of the thunder tribulation was enough to shock the middle 3 true immortals. If such a divine weapon was born, he would never believe that it was just a Nine-Seal Dao artifact. It's very powerful. If this divine weapon is formed, it will be more powerful than the average Zhu Bing. The sky-breaking halberd appeared beside Xiao Chengfeng. As a 5 tribulation Zhu Bing, he could clearly feel the vastness of the power and the power of the unborn divine weapon. Wu Ming said, since the birth of heaven and earth, the most powerful weapon is the Nine-Seal Dao artifact. This is the limit of the rules. No matter how powerful a divine weapon is, it belongs to the Nine-Seal Dao artifact. However, it does not mean that all Nine-Seal Dao artifacts are on the same level. Just like in the ancient heavenly court, the heavenly mirror and the immortal leaderboard were more powerful than the average Nine-Seal Dao artifact. They were comparable to the third or fourth tribulation Zhu Bing. The supreme treasure refined by the Emperor of Heaven would definitely not surpass the Nine-Seal Dao artifact. However, in terms of actual power, it's hard to say. The Nine-Seal Dao artifact was only relative. The powerful Nine-Seal Dao artifacts were the Heavenly Mirror and the Immortal Leaderboard of the 10,000 clans. The weak Nine-Seal Dao artifacts were the average ones that could barely contend with the first or second tribulation Zhu Bing. What had to be understood was, every time Zhu Bing transcended a tribulation, the power was not comparable to the past. There was naturally no way to measure the difference between the first or second tribulation Zhu Bing and the third or fourth tribulation Zhu Bing. Xiao Chengfeng heard this and nodded slightly. Although he was the reincarnation of the ancient immortal Lord Haotsang, he did not know everything. In comparison, Wu Ming was born in ancient times and knew more things. Although the other party was only a third tribulation Zhu Bing, in terms of knowledge, even the sky-breaking halberd could not compare. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.